Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
We've stumbled, we've fallen, we've lost pieces, lost time. But every scar is a story, every struggle's a sign. We are the thunder, we are the spark, we are the light that cuts through the dark. We carry the fire in our warrior hearts. The nights can be heavy, the mornings unsure, but hands reach to lift us, and love makes us endure. So if you are weary and don't know your place, look up at the starlight and it mirrors your grace. We are the thunder, we are the spark, we are the light that cuts through the dark. Even when we're separate, we're never apart, together forever, carrying warrior hearts.
I'm going to also go. I'll see you all later.
All right,
Take
we'll
care.
see you in a bit.
I hope you get a good
Okay.
seizure capture, Jeff.
Yeah,
Can't-
me
Yeah,
too.
right. We can't say rest up or
No,
Stay
not
safe.
resting.
stay safe.
Take care.
All right,
Me
Okay.
too.
Right.
See you in a little bit.
it's gonna be hilarious. Get ready.
You get ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Believe me, I am ready.
You got something planned.
Oh, here's a good one. If you could meet any fictional character, who would you meet?
Barney.
Barney?
Barney?
Yeah.
The dinosaur of the purple dinosaur, of course. Barney the purple dinosaur. You need a
Okay, so fictional character. Yeah, I'll go with the whole Shrek family, I guess.
Come on, guys, help me out.
Oh, okay.
Is that the right icebreaker in the chat?
Wrong, tough.
Who is that?
Welcome.
Oh,
Hello.
what's up?
Hello.
Oh, Amit.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday, you guys. He told me he was coming back, and here he is.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a paddleboarder?
'Cause-
Thanks for coming by.
yeah.
Hey.
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you.
So, Amit, what is your Reddit name so I get a better idea?
It's the Curry Lord 12.
Curdy Lord 12?
Yeah,
Hurry.
Curry.
yeah.
Oh, even better. Okay, even better. I buy garam masala by the pound. So yeah, even better.
I made that username when I was like 13, so like it's
Oh, now I feel old.
yeah,
How old is Reddit?
pretty old. Pretty old.
I got something, guys. It says, has anyone ever had any negative side effects from drinking coffee on any meds? Sorry for being a little worrywart. I just recently got on Vimpat and I'm missing my coffee, but the only Keurig pods I got have extra caffeine in it. I was planning on making a small cup, but I just wanted to make sure first. I heard caffeine isn't good for everyone. My body personally, know your body. Caffeine doesn't bother me. Yeah, know your body. Caffeine can do bad things to you, I've heard. Yeah, AJ, how do you deal with coffee? Does caffeine bother you, AJ?
Can you repeat?
Huh?
Say it again.
I said, can you repeat?
Does caffeine bother you?
Caffeine?
Coffee, soda?
No, I drink a lot of Coke. Like maybe 3 of this and like 2 bottles of. I drink a lot of Coca-Cola.
Day?
I'm on a water
plenty of
diet, so I
caffeine.
drink water. I heard that like grapefruit juice, it could break our pills down differently, and you could actually have an overdose.
Yes, you can mostly on benzos. They if you drink a citrus fruit and you take Xanax or midazolam or diazepam, you end up having a three times levels in your blood level of that.
That's when you need Narcan. An overdose.
Yeah. We don't
I don't
have
know.
Narcan.
Does Narcan work on a benzo overdose?
I thought it was just for like overdoses when you need to be brought back.
Narcan
I
works on other
think it's
types
just
of
opioid.
overdoses. In benzos, there is another type of medication.
Yeah, called the ER antidote. They have to
Yeah.
find, yeah, that is scary that it can do that. I know, I was always told, just,
was awful. I did not know. I was not able to drink grapefruit juice, and I usually don't like the taste of. And they accidentally put some grapefruit in my lemonade, so I end up seizing.
oh my gosh.
It was not rough. Just end up with some bruises and some pain, but it was manageable.
Isn't it funny how we normalize it? It's like it wasn't a bad one. I'm okay. But to somebody else, it's like you had a seizure. What? You know, and we're like, yeah, it was just a little one. I didn't break any bones, you know.
For me, a seizure that is not dangerous is when I don't end up in the hospital and stay for like 8 hours or more. So if I bite my tongue or broke a bone, it's fine. I don't need to go to the doctor. I can replace it myself.
You're good.
Just pop. Yeah.
If I break something, I'm going to the emergency room.
I don't. It's pretty.
It might not
911.
heal right. If it
Can
doesn't
you
get
say
set
it?
and wrapped and, put in all the right places, it might not heal right. Case
I
in
it-
mean,
point.
look at my
tomato
shoulder.
there.
I mean, wait, let me show you this. Come on. I mean, AJ, you know how many times I put my shoulder back in? How many times? How many times? Okay,
Oh,
I
you
am
wanna see?
currently
One second.
immobilized.
Then why are you up
Okay,
and
I will show
moving?
you
You're
something.
about to
I
do
my
fucking
legs,
jumping jacks. Please.
I can move around. I have to do my
Okay.
exercises.
You want
My
to see
legs are
something?
fine. Yeah, let me see what you did.
Moms
Okay,
are gonna
don't
mom.
freak out. Don't freak out. Okay, so here is my shoulder. It's in the socket.
Okay.
Now it's not.
Yep. Yep, you got a
I
bicep
can
there.
pop it.
Yep.
I can pop it.
They- You know they can fix that,
I have
and
Ivanka.
it's 8 stitches. That's
Oh.
all. 8 stitches. Because you can do it.
That's
You can do
I
it.
cool.
went to the emergency room to get some stitches, and they forgot to
No.
give me anesthesia, and I was like, nope, I'm out.
No, you go to an orthopedic surgeon. Okay, AJ, they can fix
Yes,
that.
I know.
They can, but you gotta
There
remember
is
where
two
AJ
things.
is.
Yeah.
He's in
That's true.
Romania.
Yeah, come over
Yeah,
here.
the surgery is pretty. I don't know. It's not expensive. I mean, it's about 4 or 5 thousand euro, and knowing the type of surgery I need, it's pretty all right. I mean,
Oh, then
it's
you
not
should do
expensive.
it.
Yeah, but I can't
Yeah.
because I need to have a general anesthesia, and they have to cut me
Oh,
open, and I have hemophilia, and it's pretty dangerous
okay.
because it's all my ligaments are ruptured. It's not just one;
Ouch.
it's all of them, and my
Ouch.
bone from so many friction because I have this lesion for almost 26, I don't know, just 26
Long
years
time.
old minus 12, you'll eventually know how many years I have this lesion.
14.
14.
14 years. Yeah. You're a
Um,
warrior. But yeah,
yes.
I know. It's like we'll fix it when we can. That's what it was with me too. It's like I'll fix it when I can, or when I absolutely have to. So yeah, that's that's where I ended up. But
For me,
dang,
it's not
so
like
grateful
that.
I have insurance. Yeah.
I got something here. Has anyone ever got their jaw wired shut and had a seizure? I broke my jaw a couple weeks ago. During a seizure, it's wired shut. I'm wondering if anyone else has gone through their jaw being wired shut, completely shut, and had a seizure during the whole process. No one really told us what to do if it happens. Just give us wire cutters in case I throw up or some emergency type of thing. But I'm sure that's an obvious. Big no to use while you're seizing. Should someone try to keep the jaw closed while sticking anything in, or just let the seizure happen like usual? Then check damage and call a surgeon or a doctor after. I don't have experience here,
Oh my God.
but
Oh,
like you said, check the damage and call a doctor.
but I broke some teeth.
Ouch.
I just checked my teeth and it was like something is off. And when I checked, I could move my half of my molar. It's pretty fun knowing that I have a half of false teeth in my mouth.
Do you get pain meds for your shoulder? I mean, for your arm?
No, I just use some K-tip and it's all done. Put it on my shoulder, wear it for like 1 or 2 days, and it's solved. I don't need.
I don't complain about the pain, and nobody says go to the doctor. Stop complaining. Just don't complain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, Joseph.
I can resist
Okay.
with a broken shoulder, but I can manage the pain on my period. That's the worst.
Understandable.
So if I understand the post correctly, they had their jaw wired because it was already broken,
Yeah, broke my
not
jaw a
in
couple
like an
weeks ago.
attempt. Yeah. Okay. That makes it a little bit different. First, that's still horrifying. Yeah. You got to keep that pathway clear. Don't let, well, you can't, but if you can, don't let anyone stick anything in your mouth ever.
That is
I mean, you
horrible.
don't actually have a choice when you're seizing, but don't be around people who would do that.
Does that count as having my dentist hand in my mouth during a seizure? Because I end up having a seizure while she was with
No
her hand.
control over that. Total
I
free and
bite
clear. No control.
a little bit her
Yeah.
finger.
That's a little bit different. I mean, like someone shoving their wallet into your mouth.
Yeah.
I've
But
had that happen plenty of times before because, well, I was married to an idiot. And
that'll do
have
it.
missing teeth because of that.
Mm.
And
Ah.
you don't want missing teeth.
Me neither. I
First
don't
off,
want to look like a
it
pirate.
is a pain in the ass to get them pulled. Or at least, yeah, it cracks your teeth, and then you had to wait until it was finally painful enough for the monster to take notice, and then a few, okay, we'll go to the dentist, we'll go to the dentist, we'll go to the dentist, have to reschedule, and then finally had to go to an emergency dentist and had to pay more because we just didn't get it fixed when it was an easy pull instead of infected pull.
I couldn't
Oh,
And I don't
imagine.
know why I got into that tangent. I'm sorry.
So right. I couldn't imagine like they said, throwing up with the jaw wired shut. That you'll choke. Because you can't swallow it all, you
Yeah.
can't get it all. That will suck. You're gonna drown basically, right? Yeah,
It
it's gonna be
might start
coming out of
coming
your
out your nose.
nose.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can aspirate, but the worst part is
I don't like the taste.
Stomach
you
acid
can
in your
re-break your
lungs.
jaw. Toaster, you went through this, I'm gonna guess.
Oh, sorry.
And because you had, I'm sorry, because you
It's
had,
okay.
I heard you say
I've
you
had
had
it.
this happen. Having your jaw wired, anything, okay? You're eating through a straw. You can't talk. You literally cannot talk. This is it. This is what you got.
You
So,
learn how to talk with your teeth closed.
yep,
Mm.
that's it. And you just don't. But think about it. What's the first thing, the reflex of your body when you're going to vomit is to
Mhm.
open your mouth.
And
It's a
re-break it all
reflex.
over again.
And you re-break it all over again. And after you do it a few times, they got nothing to wire together.
I'm gonna try to do this whole Zoom with my jaw wired shut.
No,
Yeah,
no,
there
you're
you go.
good.
Keep your teeth,
We'll
yeah,
start
just
the
keep your
timer
teeth
now.
closed.
How do
Well,
you
see-
laugh?
And you can kind of smile. I mean, you can
That
kind of smile.
Kind of.
seems so
You
not
gotta
legit.
remember when it's wired shut, you also look like a squirrel.
You do?
Push yourself.
Oh man,
Does it hurt?
I couldn't
I could not
imagine.
smoke. I couldn't smoke.
Mm-mm.
I don't know why. I just couldn't master closing my mouth properly. And I tried everything. I mean, chapstick, everything. All
Put
right.
it in your cheek. Like,
No, the bong finally worked. And a chillum. I could smoke through a chillum, through my fist. Okay.
Anything that
But
could make you cough would be worse for your eyes.
In your nostril.
it was horrifying.
I couldn't do it. I had to quit because again, what Kate was talking about. Because I'm sorry, I cough.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you
And
can't.
then it hurts. It's like, okay, now it's defeating the purpose.
And you end up coughing like this. I
Mhm.
know.
Well, it sounds like you're laughing.
one of the comments here says yes, 10 years ago. Wow. And that was the only comment. But yeah, having your jaw wired shut, I could not imagine. Like you said, throwing up. They have these things. He said they have wire cutters just in case you go through something. If you cut the wires off, your jaw is just gonna be loose, just right. Wait, what?
You can't. It's
Yeah,
in your
'cause
bone.
it's
You can't.
and then it's all
The
patched
bone
up.
is wired. You can't.
It goes
I mean, you would have to literally
in
impale yourself to
from
get to
here.
that. Like yeah, you have to cut your
They
cheek
don't
open
go
to
up
cut
from
those wires.
here. They go from the inside.
Yeah, and you can't get to that wire because it's in your bone. It's not in your cheek. So no, you can't cut it with wire cutters because it's like let's say you broke your ankle and they had to put devices fixation in.
I couldn't
It's not
imagine.
like you can reach down and pull that out. So similarly, it's inside your body, those wires, because they're holding your mandible to your skull. You know, your jaw is being reattached. 3 times. Okay. I only had to do it 3 times.
Thank
Yeah.
God only once.
Yeah, no, he's not available anymore.
Someone got
Well,
tossed in a river?
What's that?
Did someone get tossed in a river?
No, a concrete cell.
Jumped in a river.
That's next. Yeah, that's I
I
don't
shouldn't laugh.
I can't say too much, but yeah, no, he won't be anywhere near a river.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
He's tasting some turf. We'll just say that. Yeah, but the wired jaw shut thing. When I said cut the wires off, it's because this here says no one really told us what to do if it happens. Just gave us wire cutters in case I throw up or some emergency type of thing. But I'm sure that's obvious. Big no to use while you're seizing. I don't know what country this is, but I wouldn't use a wire cutter, being what Ann just told me.
Yeah, you would need a knife. You need a knife or a scalpel first, and then the wire cutters maybe, but you'd have to cut your face open
Mm.
to get to the wire. I mean, mine were not on the outside, but I can tell you, it's not just sneezing. Just a sneeze is enough to make you pass out. Okay. It's, yeah, but that was before my diagnosis, but I'm pretty sure I had a few seizures then, but no, you can't just cut those wires. You know me in the BS meter. It's like bing, 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 red flag bullshit. So saying, I don't know what I would do.
The
If I had a
bullshit-o-meter.
seizure. Yeah, the bullshit-o-meter. But they do not give you wire cutters. They did give me a thing to insert in my mouth if I were vomiting to hold, and it was almost like a silicone funnel to help keep me from aspirating. And you literally have to lean completely forward and almost, I mean, you have to be at a 90-degree angle and have your face down. Otherwise, it could go back. But that was the only instructions I ever had. If you feel like you're going to vomit, put this in your mouth and just lean forward, hang on to something because, yeah, and then we'll see you. Call us and we'll see you again. So, yeah,
gotta go.
I
Dragon Boys bus.
okay. All right. Yeah, I had mine detached twice.
Oh, man.
Because stuff like that. But I went through the whole ordeal 3 times and never once. Now, this was the 80s and the 90s, but you can't reach those wires to cut them. So that's where I went, red flag. Okay. Interesting story.
Right. That is interesting to think that you can cut your jaws. I mean, your wires off. Would like your jaw just like drop? Because since it's still broken, that isn't funny. But like, I'm trying to imagine like cutting your jaw, the wire shut, and your jaw just like.
Mine was sideways. Mine
Oh.
went sideways. My bottom teeth, because the top jaw is part of your skull. So the mandible is what's connected, which is what moves. The bottom jaw, that's your mandible. So I believe, so that joint that holds it together, when it separates, there's nothing connecting your lower jaw to the upper jaw. So they have to hold it together to make it heal. But it's a very tricky thing. You can sneeze and detach that, that surgery. But yeah, never had wire cutters for that. And I can't imagine if they left wires sticking out. I would not want them inside or outside of my mouth. Yeah,
Asking
no,
for infection.
yeah, they gave them wire cutters. Well, my orthopedic surgeon gave me a really heavy axe just in case my arm started to bother me too much. I could just chop it off. Yeah.
So did you home with an axe?
You want me to go get it? I'll show you.
Nah, I'm gonna pass.
It's a 10-pound. Yeah, it's a 10-pounder.
I was thinking like with having the jaw wired shut thing, that's like just as not. I was gonna say just as bad, but that's not bad. It's like, for lack of better words, it's just as bad as like having to go through a pregnancy while having epilepsy. You're just at so many precautions so you don't have a seizure or sneeze or go anything that'll mess you up during. Yeah, because like you said, jaw wired shut, a lot of things could happen. Sneezing, like you said. Yeah. And just like being pregnant, you just got to be so careful for 9 months. For some reason, I just imagine someone just sitting down for 9 months and just taking all precautions. Just
I totally saw it as permission to be lazy.
Yeah. I mean, I would have done the same thing if I were on epilepsy meds and pregnant. But yeah, if I had been diagnosed and then had to do that to my jaw, I probably would have wanted to be sedated for the whole time but that was 3 months. And yeah, I had 3 little kids. So it was like I had to take care of things. But yeah, you have to be careful. But there's things you can't avoid. Things are going to happen. And if it does, we'll just see what happened and fix it. It's all you can do. But I
Yes.
did kind of run out of bone on the one side, but they can graft things. And I found out yesterday, oh, I got to tell you guys. Sorry, off topic. I thought they just like used sutures and anchoring material and stuff in my shoulder. I found out yesterday that I have a grafted tendon. So they had to go to the morgue and get me a tendon.
Wait, to the morgue, you said?
Yeah,
Now you're a whole new
that's
kind of old soul.
all kinds of new stuff in here from the old. Yeah. Yeah. They harvest, like if you say that you would be an organ donor, they harvest things like ligaments, tendons, things like that. So in a situation like mine, whoops, this isn't going to work. We need more tendon. And boom, they go down, get it, attach it, and I'm back together again. And I
I'm
didn't
in,
find out until yesterday. And this is what, 3 weeks? Yeah.
I'm an organ donor, and one of my cousins, he was just like, "You better watch out." They're harvesting organ donors. They're gonna come hunt you down.
Oh yeah.
Um,
No. Yeah, no, they're harvesting autistic and epilepsy people. That's yeah, okay. I mean it's the same, whatever. I'm waiting for that one.
yeah.
But no, I'm grateful for the individual that donated those parts because I have two of them. I have one in my knee and one in my shoulder. So I'm very grateful. And I am not an organ donor simply because I've just taken too many drugs and I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to
Good.
be usable.
Anything
Yeah.
usable?
No, my kidneys are shot, my liver's shot, my heart, well, I'm not even sure about that one anymore, but still. Thank you for being an organ donor because I did benefit from that. So, but wow, that creeps me out. I'm like, why didn't the doctor tell me? My physical therapist told me. I'm like, where did you find that out? She's like, right here on the surgical notes. And I'm like, oh, ACD. That means, oh, yo, that was the tendon wasn't mine. Well, hey, the muscle balled up in my arm. It just kind of, it's funny. But I'm doing great. Just,
As it heals, it's just as much you.
yeah.
What's
Oh, yeah.
the icebreaker Amit didn't get? I don't think anybody really got it. I think
I
I only
saw
answered
that.
it. I
I've
got
The
it,
just
and
made up
everybody
your
superhero.
laughed.
own, whatever. Yeah, it's what fictional character
Hi,
would you
Mark.
like to meet?
Well,
I
think
I
I
would love
answered
to meet
first,
Wonder.
and everyone
Oh,
else kind of laughed at it, and then we detoured after that.
Yeah.
I missed it. Who do you want to meet, Pookie? And then I'll tell you who
Borny,
I want. Who?
Borny,
BJORNE, Borny?
Borny, like the dinosaur.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was a superhero, but okay. I want to meet Wonder Woman.
I was saying fictional character.
Oh, fictional character. Now that changes things because I'm thinking superheroes. That's the kind of day I'm having, I guess. A fictional character, definitely the hookah smoking caterpillar or the Cheshire cat. Anybody in Alice, anybody in
Oh,
the
okay.
adventure.
Now I remember.
Yeah, anybody in that adventure I would love to meet. Even the flowers. So
That's a good one.
yeah, that's me. I'm Alice. Hi,
Hey,
Mark.
Mark. How you doing, Mark? Amit, what fictional character would you like to be?
What I like to be. Ooh. Have you guys watched any anime?
Every now and then.
Demon Slayer.
Yeah, okay. I would probably say Naruto. Probably want to be
Yeah.
Okay.
Naruto.
You would do like that run where he runs with his hands backwards?
Yeah, like maybe you could teach me like a few jutsus. I could probably like, do like a Rasengan or something,
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think he's pretty cool. I've watched like the whole anime. I really liked it, so I'd probably say Naruto.
Did you see there was a show, I think it was like Attack on
Attack on Titan.
Area 51?
I haven't seen Attack on Area 51. No.
Yeah, there was some guy who randomly put on the internet, I'm gonna storm Area 51, and he had on the Naruto costume, and he said
Yeah.
he's gonna do the run with his head down. And then he put it on the internet and it went viral. And people were like, "Oh, we're gonna meet you on this day." You guys got to check that out. I forgot what it's on, but yeah, this guy had so many people ready to meet him the at the gate to all run in doing the run that he does. Got to check it out. Oh, AJ saw it. Okay, somebody saw it. I'm not tripping, but yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh,
That's good. Yeah.
it's really good.
For
It was
sure.
funny to me. I laughed a lot. That guy is hilarious.
Is there a show you said?
It's just a documentary, like one episode, I think.
Oh, okay.
Forgot the name of it though. I think it's probably just Storming Area 51.
Yeah, something like that. Storming areas or something. I don't know. I'm blanking on the name, but yeah, I remember
Oh.
seeing it like blowing up on Reddit and and uh and Facebook that they were gonna storm Area 51 and break in and see what's there and then suddenly it was gonna be this like big party and they got
Yeah, they were gonna throw a party
sponsorship
in front of it.
and yeah and it was like, oh man, it's really good. If you've got Netflix or I'm blanking. I'm pretty sure it had to be Netflix, right?
Yeah, I think it's
AJ said
Netflix.
it's Netflix in the chat. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
called Trainwreck. Trainwreck actually has a lot of different documentaries.
Yeah.
Trainwreck, Storm Area 51, but there's a lot of them.
There's
There's
like
you gotta check out
Woodstock
all the
99,
Trainwreck ones.
Trainwreck.
Hilarious.
Yeah. I really like the Woodstock 99 Trainwreck.
Oh yeah, that one was good.
Yeah.
That one was horrible, but it was good. And then they have the poop ship. That was crazy. How the ship just broke down in the middle of the ocean, and
Yeah, the poop cruise.
yeah, poop
The
cruise.
poop cruise.
Oh yeah, I've
Oh,
seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
That-
just like
ooh.
trapped in the middle of, I forgot where they were coming from, but yeah. I couldn't imagine just like being stuck there and you don't have toilets and they're telling you to use bags. Oh, it was crazy.
Yeah, that's nasty. Oh.
Yeah.
I probably got to get going. I got another meeting at 1 to go to for like it's a project that I'm doing, but I'll probably join back.
We'll be here.
Yeah. 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 I'll see you guys later.
All right. So I do got something here. It says, how do you know the difference between medication side effects and problems caused by epilepsy? Had seizures for 4 years, diagnosed with focal epilepsy this year. Although I've been on lamotrigine since 2020, I see a lot of people on here talking about memory issues, and they usually attribute to medication. But isn't your memory worsening something that often happens with epilepsy anyway? Damage being done to your brain. Also see people talk about episodes of aphasia, putting that down to meds when it's also one of the many forms of seizures can take. My memory is pretty bad, seems to be getting worse all the time. Issues with it started before medication, before I first showed signs of epilepsy. To me, it seems to worsen with seizures becoming more frequent and or more intense. I can't figure out how you know the difference between the med side effects. The question is, how do you know the difference between the med side effects and the problems caused by epilepsy? By epilepsy.
Timing.
I know epilepsy didn't cause my insomnia, because I can sleep pretty good after a seizure. Yeah. The side effects that it's given me, that my pills have given me, and like I said, the worst one is insomnia, and so I know that is an epilepsy. The memory, I blame it on the pills personally, but that's just personal opinion on your body. Yeah, so
I think
that's
it's
how I
Yeah,
know
about
my
timing.
differences. Go ahead.
Sorry. I started noticing changes in my memory and in my cognition well before I had known that I was actually having seizures, and definitely before I started having any medications for it. So that's one thing that I know. But it also it's something that changes with age, so it's difficult to differentiate those as well. Am I just getting older? Or are these, issues with memory and cognition changing, just, just normal or part of the, part of the seizures and, or, yeah, it's a mess. It's hard to figure out. But the memory, I know that definitely started changing before the medication and after the seizures started, but only in retrospect is it obvious that that's what was happening. So, anybody else got any insights?
I just figure it's all about the timing, take notes of what was going on before you started taking the meds, and anything that happened after I started taking those, I blamed on the meds.
Yeah, like I said, just my side effects. I didn't pay attention to it kind of honestly, like the past 5 years. And that's when I noticed like memory and stuff. And I noticed my focals, but I didn't know they were focals. So I just noticed something was weird. Something odd is happening, like the blinking and wake up somewhere else. It's like a blink of time. Just now I'm in the next aisle, or I snapped and I missed the bus stop. Things like that. Those are things I started noticing, and I'm like, these are not just seizures. Yeah, I joined Reddit for Grand Theft Auto and end up seeing someone said something about seizures, and I was like, seizures. Yeah, they was like something about the game might cause seizures, and they gave a link to epilepsy. I was like, let's check it out. And I'm here because of Grand Theft Auto, I guess.
That's a pretty cool story. Which number GTA was it?
GTA 5.
GTA 5, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Oh, it was the GTA 6 trailer that someone said someone's gonna have a lot of seizures. And it does look really good. And
Yeah.
I laughed at it, and then someone else did not laugh at it, and it got a few downvotes for that comment in particular. And then that's when they said, go check out Epilepsy, and you'll think different about your comment or whatever the case. Yeah, that's where I found that at, and only went
Is
over
it
there.
something, isn't that going to be in Florida, like set in Florida? I think I saw that the next GTA.
Yeah,
I thought that there was that one guy like with all of the face tattoos that tried to sue Rockstar for using his likeness because he was like, I don't know. I remember they had some issues and they used, he like, hold on, I'm gonna,
gotcha.
Yeah, Games in the Grand Theft Auto series have been set in Florida, most notably the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6, which takes place in the fictional state of Leonida, the state heavily inspired by Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
like Grand Theft Auto 5 is Los Angeles, basically Hollywood. And someone
they got a
actually went
Miami in there, too.
around. Someone went around and went to the actual places and took pictures of themselves at those places with like the background of the game and like then their character of the game. So there's already going to be people planning to go do that with Grand Theft Auto 6. They're obviously going to go to Miami and try to find those places because they are really, they look a lot like the places. Yeah.
They've had
So-
something on YouTube since 2023 of their South Beach. Their
Yeah,
Grand Theft
so-
Auto South Beach. So
I wonder
Wow.
if there's gonna be a spike in airboat rentals after the game.
Hmm.
That would be-
yeah,
Uh-huh.
anything
Maybe
to
we should,
capitalize.
maybe we should start investing in airboat tourist companies and in anticipation of everybody wanting to go buzz around the Everglades.
All right, as soon as we hit the lottery, we'll get to it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, after we buy that land and build the houses we need, right?
In the hospital.
Yeah, and a hospital with epilepsy specialists. I'm
Maybe
gonna
just
take
a
out.
little-
Yeah, then
Maybe just a little
airboats.
clinic.
So airboats are
Yeah.
number 3. Oh.
Yeah, there we go. We'll build you a pond, okay?
Okay, yeah, I
Okay.
like that.
We've got to
All
have some
right.
reliable travel. Are
We
we just
got a
going to get
Gotta
like
have
a
some
staff
fun.
of drivers or a plane, or what do you think?
What are we gonna put us in the middle of the Everglades or something so nobody can get to us? Leave us all alone.
Mark
Scoff.
Mark can be the gardener
But
because
we
he
still
knows
want to be able
gardening.
to travel.
Teach everyone how to cook and make food and all that.
Yeah, I'll teach you how to forage. Yeah.
We're gonna have
Don't
peppers
eat
on
these
everything.
mushrooms. Don't eat. Oh my gosh, Mark, I got to tell you this, and then I got to run. But one of my daughter's clients they're all gardeners and farmers out here, okay? Came and handed her a bag with patty pan squash, and the bottom is all peppers. And he's like, there, if you like spice, because that's how the conversation started, we like spicy things. So he gave her an entire bag of peppers. The only ones I recognize are Scotch bonnet, and the other ones we thought were the mini sweet peppers. Oh, hell no. Mm-mm. They're all hot. And I'm like, okay, I got to get Mark to help me identify these peppers because I'm not putting them in anything until I know what they are. And there's this one curly pepper. And I'm like, if that's a Carolina Reaper, I'm not touching it. Okay, I'm not touching these peppers.
The Carolina Reapers will have a really rough texture on the outside in addition to being kind of weird looking. So
Oh, shoot.
that's
Yeah.
that's something to look out for. But not every Carolina Reaper grows with that little long pointy tail either. Some
Okay.
of them look more like just regular ghost peppers or Trinidad scorpions. So
Oh,
yeah,
God.
it can be kind of difficult to identify from photos, especially if you're not don't have all of the lineage from the grower themselves,
Right, right. It's like I have no clue. This is worth. I told my daughter, I said, this is worse than a bag of mystery mushrooms.
These
I can
peppers actually have like
identify.
a pedigree now. This is
I,
sounds like we're tracing the lineage of like a show dog.
I know. It's like, what is it with these peppers? I didn't even have Mark send them to me, and they just show up. So you got some power, bro. They just showed up.
So your peppers made it up there no matter what. Go figure.
Well, I'll have
Thanks so
more
much.
for come, late November-ish, probably. The plants are a little thirsty right now. That makes them spicier though.
Oh, really?
Interestingly enough, yeah, if you stress them with a little bit of drought before the plant fully ripens peppers, then the stress can cause the fruit to be a little bit spicier. So, yeah.
That what you plan on doing? I want some spicy. My sister
I
said
mean,
for a lot
it's
of
what's happening, so whether I plan on it or not, I don't know.
gotcha.
It's one of those years.
I do got a few comments because we straight left a lot, which I like because we find out other things about people and each other and so on. But one of the comments here about knowing the difference between the side effects of the medication and seizures, epilepsy. One says, I've changed my anti-seizure medication a lot over the years. I've tried many different anticonvulsants. This is how I've been able to figure out when I have a problem of mine or has been a side effect. Side effect will go away within a week. Getting off of the drug, I also have tried increasing dosages of my medication, and that's when side effects have gotten worse. But my epilepsy started around 1 year old and continued for a couple years. Lots of daily tonic-clonics. It went away for something like 15 years, and then it's been back with me ever since. So I can't be sure what exactly epilepsy has done to me over the years. I guess I'm lucky. I'm lucky though, because my memory is pretty good. I don't think all of it is, all of the 1,000+ seizures I've had has, oh man, 1,000+ seizures. 1,000+ seizures I've had has affected my memory, but mine are mostly complex partials. I need to find out what a complex partial is. Someone who knows they had one, because I don't know what a complex partial is, and the seizures where I can be aware when I'm having a tonic. Someone told me that's a complex partial, but then somebody else said it was something else. So I want to know exactly what that is. Some people did say they knew what it was, but I think I forgot the name in particular. Yeah, it's just my memory forgot the name.
A complex partial seizure means it starts in the one area of the brain and it's like half of the brain and your awareness is impaired. It's not brain affected, only outside of it, but you're not conscious.
Okay, so two things. Two things is mine does come from the right side of the brain, and I can feel it like right here and all the way up because I have encephalomalacia right here on the side of my head. You know what that is? If not, it's soft brain tissue. So it's from basically brain trauma from my car accident. I don't know if I told you, I was run over by a car. I don't think I told you. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, that caused encephalomalacia, and I didn't have seizures. I had one when I was 5, and then I had, after 11 years, I started having them when I was 16, and I've had it ever since. So, but the complex partial that you explained, and you said, I always get the hiccups. I wonder if that's a side effect too. I talk too much, I get the hiccups. Where was I at again? Someone please remind me. Oh, what the aware thing you said? Someone, like I said, someone told me what I explained was a complex partial, but it's also a TC, and then I'm awake. I'm conscious, I can see, I can hear people. I just not in control of my body. Like I can feel myself like smacking my arm against something or my head or chewing my tongue, which is the worst, or I can feel myself gritting my teeth. Yeah. What is that, AJ? You ever heard of that? Is that new for you?
No, it's still a complex partial seizure, or it's considered also a complex seizure.
Mine always come from the right side, like you said, though. So should all
That
mine
means they
be
probably
complex
just start on
partials?
the, well, they start on the left side. That's really all that tells you.
Mine start on the right.
Just because you
Mine
feel
is
it on the
right.
right probably means it's more likely starting on the left.
No.
I thought it would start where the damaged area would be, right?
Every time I do a EEG, it shows the electrical activity on different site. So I have no idea from where.
I forgot what it's called, where they like do the scan of the head and like see my brain from the top. But they did that, and then they seen like the soft brain tissue on the side, and it's awesome
MRI?
and it's hard to explain. I think I have it on my My Health app. I don't know if you guys want to see my brain or not, but yeah, like they showed the soft area and they told me that's where it's coming from, and they didn't explain to take it out or anything. They were just like, yeah, this is where you got it at. Like he pointed this out, but on the right side for me, and yeah. They didn't say there was anything they could do. I hear about people like getting pieces taken out. I haven't even asked that.
Never
You
know
think I'd
what's
be a
going on.
candidate for that? Since I got some brain tissue that has some issues over there.
Well, like you said, if that is the main focal, if you don't have too many foci, then that might still be eligible for ablation.
Yeah, I don't
And
have
then
any
just
foci.
zap it out.
Um,
Well, a focal point is just where a seizure starts.
oh, okay. I was gonna say, does foci mean focal? Because I don't have any more focals.
Yeah, foci is the plural of focal.
All right. I do have another post here. I'm gonna read this last one and then Kate's gonna go. Says same question bugs me. Recently started having more seizure activity in the brain, some lapses and some focal seizures. So my neurologist increased my dosages of Lamictal to 150 twice a day. I also take Keppra 250 twice a day, and that hasn't changed. For the past few days of the increased dosage, I've had hand tremors, and yesterday a headache woke me up around 2 a.m. and I had another focal seizure. I told my neurologist about this, and she seems to be sure that it isn't a side effect of the increased Lamictal, but my epilepsy has been acting up recently. I just woke up from the most vivid and troubling nightmare of my life that never used to happen before. So I can relate to your question.
This one was pretty recently. Somebody asking, how did you find out your triggers? Got my epilepsy diagnosis about a month ago. Been trying to figure out what my triggers are and would love advice on how others figured theirs out. Noticed vaping might be one, since my leg twitching that prevents me from walking got worse after a few days of it. What scares me is the thought that mine could be exercising, a high heart rate. Dancer, can't imagine giving that up. On Keppra, but have a leg twitch that won't go away. About to start lamotrigine to see if that helps, and want to identify triggers. I think my focal seizures was random or triggered by being startled. I was having one like every hour. The major ones where I was seizing, I'm trying to figure out. Well, the first thing that stands out is trying to handle the bad ones, but not so much the focals. They're going to become an issue too. So the goal usually,
If you're having
prevent.
focals, there's some B12 by Nature's Made. I haven't had a focal in quite a while, so I do highly suggest it. Highly, highly. Shout out to Nature's Made. Highly shout out. Yeah, so there's that. But the other thing about what you said, Kate, the person said they got startled and went into a focal. I couldn't imagine scaring somebody and they just freeze up. That's not funny, but from an epileptic, it's kind of funny. I couldn't imagine somebody scaring me and I just freeze up. But I could see someone scaring somebody and they fall into a tonic and you're going to feel really bad. That would mess me up. Scare somebody and they fall down and have a seizure. This person's asking how to know the triggers.
Yeah, how do you figure out your triggers? And mine was just take notes, write it down, go back and review the evidence once you're all the way back, and you can, make accurate assumptions.
Yeah, so with my triggers, I haven't been able to figure them out because for a long time I've just been doing dumb shit that people with epilepsy shouldn't do, and I haven't found something to necessarily trigger a seizure. Like alcohol didn't bother me and sleep didn't bother me because the pills gave me insomnia, so not sleeping was kind of just, I'm not gonna say cool, but it was just not a problem. I didn't have seizures from sleep depression, and people would say that, and wasn't it? Alcohol, weed, nicotine didn't bother me that I know of. And there was nothing that triggered me that day, or yeah, because I smoked for years. So could have been the weed. I'm not sure.
Don't you think we're all more resilient in our younger days? A lot of shit that didn't bother me back then, you know, would probably send me over the edge now.
I think I am more resilient these days. But yeah, like I said, I haven't been able to figure those triggers out. Like lights and TV. I went to the concerts. Lasers don't bother me. That wasn't a trigger. Alcohol isn't a trigger. Sleep deprivation isn't a trigger. I think if somebody hit me in the right side of my head, it might. Haven't had that yet. I think I've got punched in the face straight on, but never just in the right side. That would be very interesting. I mean, only to me, but if someone
Or
was to
like the comment that gives them on the first sentence, no simple answer. Literally everyone is different. And that's something everybody maybe is not understanding when they're first diagnosed. That no one doctor or any professional is going to have any answers for you because everybody's condition is different.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not having focals anymore. Shout out to Nature's May. But yeah, I make sure I don't get startled, and that does sound really bad, and that's horrible of someone to try to startle someone knowing they have epilepsy. I mean, me knowing some people have epilepsy, that'll be a thing. I'd be like, okay, I should not startle them, but it doesn't sound like that person was like, I know they have epilepsy. Let me startle them. That's odd. I have people who aren't as careful, but they're not as careless.
I mean, on the bright side, the whoever posted this was worried about that they would have to stop dancing because they didn't want like an elevated heart rate to be a trigger for a seizure. But it sounds like the physiological stress that is an elevated heart rate, but that's an elevated heart rate from stress. Like, you know, maybe being scared can be a trigger for a seizure. But the heart rate itself is a symptom, not the cause. So it sounds like they should be able to, in theory, continue, you know, dancing and whatever physical activities that are probably not the cause. Just, I don't know, don't get stressed while you're doing it. Definitely a lot easier said than done.
Yeah.
And somebody else is just saying only time will tell. Because some people's seizures change, their triggers change, and even the dependence on the medication changes. Everybody's saying stress is a trigger, though. I did not want to believe that for a long time. Triggers develop more as you get older. Middle and high school, I just had to maintain a decent sleep schedule and avoid stress. So that just meant all-nighters for them. Like no more all-nighters as long as they got enough sleep. They got through middle school and high school. But then college came around and boom, I'm more sensitive to lights. Even slightly pulsing lights. So no more movie theaters or concerts or even video games. This one had to give up. And another thing is just pay attention. If something is giving you migraines, don't forget you did have seizures. So you have even more reason to pay attention to what warning signs your body's giving you.
Little off topic. There was a song by The Weeknd. It just keeps going through my head. Like there's some things I can't forget, but the lyrics to this song, just one verse, just keep passing through my head. Do you guys ever get that? I have bad memory, but I can't forget. Why does this verse keep going through my head?
Which one is it?
Okay. You know what's so funny? As soon as you said which one is it, I forgot. It'll come to me. That is insane.
I'm thinking you just don't want to sing it because it's the hills or often or something like that.
Shout out to the weekend. Shout out to Nature's Made too.
Hey Jay, you still there?
Yep.
Okay, what helped you narrow down your triggers that would, maybe offer advice to somebody else?
Light.
Did you actually
Maybe.
get that as a suggestion, like advice from somebody else, or it really was just see what happens?
I discovered that by my own mistake. I was at a concert and I started feeling nauseous when I was 14. Then I tried the second time when I was 19 and the same shit. And I avoided to go around flashing lights or stroboscopes. And eventually, after 5 years, I believe, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. And when the lights test, the EEG was done, I failed. And also, when he put me to breathe rapidly, I also failed. So these are my main triggers for having a seizure.
Okay, so based on that experience, you think the medical staff, like your team that's been treating you, has helped you along the way to at least be aware and not put yourself in a dangerous situation just
No.
because you didn't know? Oh, okay.
I took the matter on my own hands. I started to wear polarized sunglasses and wear headphones like you are doing now in the public. I usually stand out pretty well because I have earpods and headphones on over because I can stand loud noises. And I look like a stupid kid when I'm on the street, but I don't care.
No, you're in your own world. It's quiet and not too bright. So that's a happy existence.
Yeah, and crowded spaces, they also trigger a seizure, or when I'm at the concert and there are buses. I can't stand it. I love drums, but I don't like the way they feel in my stomach.
Oh,
So
those whatever that's called. You said bass, right? Like
yeah,
the
that's
bass tone, the ones that you can like feel when they play it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, I don't like it.
Well, it sounds like trial and error is a pretty accurate piece of advice then. On this next one, a little more of a bright side. Oh, no, that's not that one yet. Okay, successful despite medication. I feel like the medication is negatively affecting me at work and in sports. Are there any people here who are successful at work or sports despite your pills? You would inspire me. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know how much of an inspiration this could be, but I feel more successful on less medication.
With good at sports, they said. I think I'm good
Yep.
at sports. I think once I got epilepsy, it motivated me to do the things that it might sound dumb, like the things I should not do, which I think I kind of became a little better at some things. It was just like things, epileptics shouldn't be doing. I don't know if running track is a bad idea. Would it be? Because yeah, I always imagine like, well, no, back then I didn't imagine it, but I mean, now I didn't. Now I imagine it. Back then I didn't imagine it. I was just like imagining when I was running track, just like stopping at the finish line, just like looking around and having a focal, and everybody passed me. I was pretty fast. So football, rugby, basketball, soccer, track. There was something else, and I can't remember.
You did all those sports after diagnosis?
A few before, a few during, and after.
Okay,
Um,
that sounds like inspiration. The question was just asking for inspiration. What can you do successfully while still taking these medications? They said they're negatively affected in work and sports.
Drawing.
I kind of test myself sometimes. Like I said, since I'm getting older, like for a while I was just like not running, but I was like, let me see if I can actually do a full sprint again, and I can.
And
I
AJ
try
can
to do
draw. As long as
yeah.
the of us could get by with art.
I think I
Plenty
could
of
probably
creative
do
stuff.
it on turf better or with some cleats, but I did like 100-yard dash, a whole block, and I feel like it was a decent amount of time. So I can still run, and then like I can still jump. I can hop a gate easily. Um, some people do not, and you gotta trust your body, know yourself, know your body. Um, yeah, not afraid of falling and getting hurt. So that's why some people don't try a lot of things. They make it look dangerous, and I could fall and I can get hurt, and I could have a seizure. Can't let that hold you back from trying things because I also want to skydive, so it's on the list. And travel international alone is on the list.
Gotta get ready for that.
I've traveled the states alone, but I want to travel international alone, and that would be fucking amazing. I could imagine just like I get I get like there's a buildup I get when I do things that I know I shouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know
Adrenaline.
exactly the word for it.
Just wrote something about that. It's excitement.
There's another word for it. I do get
Serotonin,
excitement.
epinephrine, dopamine. I don't know.
Yeah, there's like a thrill to it. Like even when I'm on the bus, I'm like, yeah, I know I shouldn't be alone. When I'm in public, I'm away from people, I'm peaceful, got my ear pods on. There's a thrill to doing something that I should not be doing. Like
Like
I'm
taking a walk
alone, I'm
around the
riding the
lake with the
train.
dog.
Yeah, it's like I'm riding the train, I'm alone, I'm on the other side of town. No one's near me that I know for 20 miles. Um,
Quit bragging. All we can do is walk down the street sometimes.
yeah, yeah, that stuff is exciting. Like I said, it's the small things that count these days that we can do that adults don't do. Those little things make me feel good, especially being alone when I know I shouldn't be. Being alone and doing stuff I shouldn't be doing. I'm like, I did it. No one was here. No one will know. And I survived. So no one can say, you shouldn't have been doing that. You know, you have epilepsy. So and when I succeed at something I know I shouldn't be doing, there's a thrill in it. Gets my blood pumping. Oh, the word I was gonna say, I get a rush out of some things like that. That's the word.
That's a
Um,
good one. A lot of people were given really impressive accomplishments, saying I'm a full-time registered nurse, Cub Scout leader, soccer coach, all my kids' sports teams. I wasn't particularly great at soccer to begin with, even in high school, but 36 now. Medicine hasn't kept me from doing any sports. If anything, medication allowed me to go back to work as a nurse, driving to swim with my family. I don't know about that driving one. Hike 15-mile backpack trips, kayaking, coach my kids. Without meds, I'd be on the floor doing the silly salmon. Meds are an adjustment for sure. Don't drink alcohol, have to stay hydrated more than anyone. Keep my weight down and consistent, had to make sure I get decent sleep and anticipate illness. If you don't take care of your body, the meds don't take care of your brain, then the brain doesn't take care of your body. It's a balance, but if I don't have meds, I don't have a life. Everything goes away. I'm successful because of the meds. And that's exactly what the OP was looking for, because they replied to this saying, this is a wonderful post, exactly the role model I need. Thank you. Yeah, so sometimes people really do just find the right balance.
yeah. Like I said, you gotta know your body. You gotta know what you can and can't do. I don't know my triggers, so sometimes that's the part where I'm like, if I have a seizure, these are times I'm gonna laugh at myself because I know I shouldn't be doing it. Then I'm not gonna tell anybody. I'm just gonna go to the emergency room and then catch an Uber home. Lesson learned to myself. Unless I have like a huge scar on my face or something. Like, what were you out there doing? Yeah, been through those times. Shout out to Nature's Made.
Here's one on the opposite end of the spectrum now. Somebody saying daily seizures, sometimes multiple a day. I'm not currently medicated. I was recently diagnosed with temporal lobe seizures. I have them daily. Most days I have several. I have what feels like a 24/7 aura of DPDR, feeling like I'm in a dream and not really here. Anyone else deal with that before getting medicated? Somebody educate me on DPDR?
I don't know. BP, you said BPDR?
Yeah, they call that. No, it looks like it might be depersonalization derealization disorder.
Biological product deviation reporting.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, that's different. That's something else.
Yeah, I heard you put a B in there, but this one, derealization, might just mean they're not in the present. Like they have recurring feelings of derealization, like they're detached. And that is something we hear a lot about auras. So unfortunately, this one sounds like they need to get medicated well enough to just get the seizures under control so they can think about what's the next best thing to do. And then get to figuring out where the seizures are coming from, how many foci you have, is surgery an option? Do you want to go that route? They're saying that I think it's something you got to tell your neurologist, not a doctor, but objectively speaking, that's pretty bad. I mean, when you're having several a day, you can't make progress. If you can't
Right.
think enough to decide what's the next best thing to do, then nothing's getting done.
Yeah, I don't think I could have a life with having seizures all day. More, couldn't raise a child. I mean, not that I'm raising a child, but I have children. Um,
Still need to be present
yeah.
to do this.
So if you're not even mentally present, you can't be there for a child. Luckily, I'm mentally present.
Somebody's asking here, will my memory get better? Ever get better?
No.
Epilepsy? The meds for my epilepsy mixed with my ADHD have made remembering basic things nearly impossible. School is extremely hard. I'll have a math formula completely down for one day, and then the next I have to teach it to myself again from scratch. Does it ever get better? Good God, I couldn't imagine learning with this. History class, that would have been like a voluntary, what can I replace this with? That's really hard to remember that stuff now. And the first comment says, I felt a change when I started taking B12.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. My mind was in a bad place at the time, but when you said B12, I had to switch over to it's a good thing.
Bring it back.
Right?
And somebody else is suggesting that they put everything in your phone or a notebook. It's hard, but it'll get better. That's definitely adapting. None of these comments are saying that your memory gets better. And that's what the OP is writing back. I can't really use all these techniques on college exams. That's got to be rough. They can make accommodations, but it sounds like it's really just more time on a test. Definitely different in college than high school. Somebody says they learned to play the piano after having their hippocampus removed. Helped build back some of my memory. Oh, memory muscle. And it's great for hand-eye coordination. Been a great hobby in general. That is a different kind of memory altogether, because when you play in a song, that's like muscle memory there. Oh, so maybe they meant muscle memory instead of memory. Well, either way, playing an instrument is a good way to feel like you have a stronger memory. Definitely won't get the numbers and dates and things like that down. Oh, this one's kind of harsh. In-laws said my spouse deserves someone better than me because of my health issues. I have quite a bit of health issues going on right now. Constant doctor's appointments, ER trips, hospital stays. I'm a mom to a toddler. I found out that my father-in-law and his sister, my spouse's aunt, have been talking bad about me, saying I can't care for my kid and that my spouse deserves better. His aunt said she doesn't know how my spouse puts up with me. I'm so hurt. This disease feels like a burden. He should be standing up for her.
Yeah.
If that's
Um,
legitimately who you're with.
You
Don't
gotta
wanna
be a
take it.
husband and not stand up for your wife in front of your family. Um, that's hard. That's hard to stand up into someone else's family when they're actually there. So I understand that part. It's really hard to um, just be in a room with you. I expect you to say something at least. But that's rough. Being with someone and they're not like protecting you against what their family's doing to you or saying to you. Because that should be the first thing. You should talk to your family. You should be saying something. Because if I say something disrespectful, then you're going to be mad now. And that's not going to be good. Then we're all going to be in a
And they have
sticky
a toddler.
situation.
Her body is changing. She's going back. It takes a good like 3 or 4 years to get back to what you had before pregnancy.
Right.
And yeah, they're still working through that. So maybe a young couple, but get your shit straight. You know,
Yeah,
understand
should
what
have
your
your back.
priorities are.
Young or not, he should have your back. 100% every day, all day.
Oh, go figure. That's what the comments are saying too. It hurts because they're supposed to be family, and knowing that's how they feel really sucks. I've apologized since then, but it doesn't change anything. I know she's saying they've apologized. This one's saying there's two sides to every coin. Will the seizures make parenting harder? Yes. And that can add even more pressure on you, and that part isn't fair. But when your toddler is old enough to see all the sacrifices you made and hardships you went through to raise them, I'm sure they'll be more appreciative than words can describe. And one more thing, I know it may be how they phrased it, but your husband doesn't put up with you. He loves you. Remember those vows in sickness and in health. It's not your situation he loves, it's you, your soul. Oh, that's the truth. That's nice.
Right. I'm looking about good advice. You can't just, yeah, he should be there. But if he can't be there, maybe he's intimidated by them too. I never thought of that. He could be intimidated by his family as well. And that's the reason he isn't doing anything for you, which is very much possible. Yeah, I've met people who don't exactly have a backbone, so they just accept whatever from whoever, including family, which is fucked up because they should be the ones that are there for you first. But that's not always the case. Yeah, you got to talk to him in private and eventually tell him, I'm gonna need you to say something next time. So, because that could be a tense situation as well. It could be,
Especially if she goes into it feeling like she's a burden. If she already goes into that conversation on the submissive, I know I need to apologize to him kind of feeling, then nothing's going to be fair. Like you said, people are intimidating, especially family. But that's pretty much what all the comments say too. Another one here about a light trigger. I recently realized that bright light is a big trigger for my seizures. Hard part is that I've always loved spending time outside, soaking up the sun. Sunglasses help a little, but they don't completely do the trick. Does anyone have suggestions or things that work for you? Okay, so red light therapy, not exactly a go-to for epilepsy, it looks like. The AI description is saying it shows promise for skin concerns, acne, psoriasis, wrinkles, hair growth, but many other of its purported benefits is like athletic performance, sleep, chronic pain. That could be what this comment was getting at. I don't know. That's tricky though, because if somebody's already sensitive to light, even if they use this non-invasive, low-level, like infrared light to help That might still end up being a trigger. And this one's saying that their trigger is light too, but it's mostly from reflections on water. So that's a pair of special sunglasses for them. And haven't had a seizure with them yet. So many people with epilepsy end up just, we just all end up having to be problem solvers.
We
Gather
all
the
solve
evidence
each
and
other's
figure it out.
problems.
That too.
Hey, that's easy because everyone could just be like, I'm going through this, and then we all sit in front of doctors and they're like, you guys are weird. That should be this. And we're like, no, we're all taking different meds. That's what's happening. You guys are saying something else. It sounds like you're going through this. It's not always what it sounds like. I should say that to my neurologist next time I see him. It's not always what it sounds like.
And on that note, anyone else feel excited for switching meds? I know I'm lucky to have mild and controllable JME. And I really feel for those of you going through much tougher situations. Switching meds today, mainly because of side effects. Tried lamotrigine before, but stopped because I thought it was causing hair loss, which turned out to be not the case. My current meds work well for seizures, but have been making me irate, apathetic, and affecting my cognitive quite a lot. Briviact and lacosamide, 50 milligrams each, twice a day. Has anyone else actually felt kind of excited when switching meds, even just because of the hope of it feeling better? Yes, that was like the first 10 years of treatment. Just keep going through the meds, hope one works better. Hey Jay, where are you at on this one?
I don't remember the question.
This one is asking, have you actually felt kind of excited when switching medication?
Never.
Yeah, I was excited when I was given cenobamate, but eventually my happiness faded away because I'm always nervous, having headaches, and the seizures are still not controlled.
Okay, so not a total home run, but overall, are the side effects any better from this one than the last one? Or the control?
The last was just make me lose some weight, but like half of my weight. But eventually was everything all right. But no, I don't recommend this new medication. It does not work for me.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I'm not excited for new medications because like I feel like some of them, once they start to beginning to work, once you tell a doctor, I feel like it's working, I'm having less seizures, and they don't want you to have less seizures. They want you to have no seizures. Sometimes they'll just switch you medications. Oh, I'm having 2 a year and I used to be this many a day. Well, we're trying to get you to no seizures. So they're going to change the medication and all that stuff. You can tell them no. And yeah, I have another appointment coming up and I'm not going to start anything new, especially Keppra or Scalpri. None of those. I don't need anything to make me more drowsy. I actually like what I've been taking for the last 6, 8, 10 years. I don't know how long it's been. Yeah, I've gotten to a point where I'm between 3 and 5. Yeah, doing pretty good this year. So far, so good. Switching is not good to me. Doesn't sound fun, but then you got to worry about going down and going titrating up on certain pills and then having seizures in the meantime.
Yeah, a popular
Having
comment on
less
here is saying the
seizures
new
without
meds
it.
could be great, but they could also not work. So you could have a seizure and terrible side effects. And that's excitement and nervousness is how they described it. And that whole unknown phase for the first, what do they tell you, like 2 weeks could be an allergic reaction or something. I don't remember if it was like 2 days or 2 weeks. But that's always a shot in the dark. Take this pill and let's see if you go into anaphylaxis. But yeah, overall, if it's not working, try another med. This one we've never heard before.
I got.
Keppra? Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say I got something, but you want to dig into that? Go ahead.
Okay, this one's calling out positive behavioral changes on Keppra. Has anyone noticed the opposite side effects of what most people seem to experience on Keppra? 3 days on Keppra, and I have a toddler I've never met before. I read so many negative things, but suddenly he is calm, running away all over the place in public. Oh, isn't running away all over the place. He isn't zoning out all day. He's just slower overall. He'd become driven by a motor, which combined with balance and coordination issues already was a safety nightmare since he was 15 months old. We've only been on it 3 days, so I'm not putting all of my eggs in one basket, but I'm happy today. Anything pediatric is like hold your breath. But yeah, if Kepper slows him down, that's not surprising. Now, let's just pray it stays that way.
Yeah. Well, I had an answer, but I forgot the question. Say it again.
Positive effects of Kepper. This
There we go.
toddler was behaving. Yeah.
So I've heard people having positive effects and saying, "Oh no, I didn't have that. I didn't experience the rage." I've actually read posts where people are saying they didn't experience the rage, and they talk down on people who say down stuff about it. You're not doing this right, and you're not doing that right. Yeah, but it has done some people good. I wouldn't say it depends on your mind state, but that's what one post said. It depends on your mind state, and that was someone taking Keppra. So, yeah. It'd be easier to ask someone taking Keppra, but I've heard of experiences with people, like I said, taking Keppra and saying it isn't the worst, and they don't get the certain side effects that everyone gets. But everybody's body is different, so know your body. Good thing about Keppra, if you don't have a backbone, it'll give you one. Yeah. Yeah, there's that. You're not gonna be you. So you're gonna be acting brand new, like they say. Might be a new you. People are gonna take notice before you take notice.
And the first comment on this one was saying, "Don't get too comfortable. Those side effects will kick in on that Keppra eventually."
Right.
Those are the people who have had the worst experiences.
Yes.
But hey, love it Tiracetam every day. And I don't think that's entirely where my background came from. So we'll see. Eventually, I'll get all the way off of it.
I got something from around 3 years ago. Older posts, I love them. This one says, "You and I." Oh no, I got to read the post first. It started with the comments. Wow. It says, "Postictal issues with focal aware seizures. Is this normal? Been having seizures for 4 years and only ever focals. Diagnosed with focal epilepsy early this year, mostly deja vu, with a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach, sometimes with a very off kind of metallic taste. Occasionally, I temporarily lose the ability to understand spoken and writing language. Some stuff I can't remember because my memory is screwed. No matter what the symptoms, every time I have a seizure, pretty soon after, I have a very painful headache for a bit and feel horribly tired, and I want to sleep. If I have a lot in a day, I consider 5+ be a lot. Then I'll usually sleep for 12 hours or so. I'm on lamotrigine. It keeps being increased, and I have some time with no seizures or only a couple where I feel good and sleep is good. Then it goes to all hell and they become more frequent. Currently on 700 milligrams a day. Is this normal at all? Everything I read says it lasts about 15 minutes at most, and severe tiredness or fatigue is something people who have TC seizures experience. I've got an appointment with an epilepsy nurse next week, so I'll bring it up again if I can remember to. Just so sick of thinking about this doesn't seem right. Is that normal? A 15-minute focal? Is that what the person was saying?
That
It
would
lasts
be a
about 15
nasal
minutes.
situation.
Say that again.
that would be a nasal lamp situation for sure. Rescue med after 5 minutes, even in a focal.
It's a status. It's an
15
emergency.
15 minutes is status for sure.
Yeah, they said they're on lamotrigine, 700 milligrams. I wonder if I go up from 200 to 4. Maybe I wouldn't have a seizure every 3 months. I'm going to talk to the neurologist when I talk to him. I'm also going to tell him we're not doing Keppra. Get over yourself. We're not switching. One of the comments here says, you and I have the exact same scenario. I have TLE seizures where I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff with an immense fear. I was for a month, and then I had 4 this week. And they already upped my lamotrigine XR all the way to 800 milligrams. From my understanding, if it doesn't work, the next step is going to an RNS brain surgery. For me, right after I start sweating, feeling dizzy, nauseous, and then I take a long nap. Sometimes I vomit and speak in tongue. Speak in tongue. When it says after he's dizzy and speaking in tongue, there was a guy I met. If you ever watched the first episode, he told me that when he has a seizure, he comes back and he starts speaking Turkish. That was very interesting to me. I'm trying to get him back. First person I ever met. First person to ever join. We had a good time. Spent like 45 minutes together, the first person I ever met. And he told me that he lives in Austria, but he's from Turkey. And he had a girlfriend who didn't understand it. And I guess he said they were in the bed and then he had a seizure. And then he started speaking Turkish and she didn't understand. Which is messed up. Like, had a seizure and you're like, what's going on? Like, first of all, we're being intimate. And then you do that. And then you start speaking Turkish. And I would understand that could be rough on someone. You're like, huh? Oh, man, that would be rough. Another comment here says, how long do you think one of your focal lasts, not including the postictal period? This seems to be a very high dose of Lamictal. It does seem like a high dose. And their response was, can be from 30 seconds to a couple minutes. Get long clusters. Epileptologists use that term. Sometimes where it feels like they're coming in waves and for a long time. I've thought the same thing, but it's helped in some ways. Doctor said that if needed, he'd put it up by another 50 milligrams daily with another medication. Mentioned if that doesn't cut them down. Another comment says, sorry for the bad formatting. Can get on well with Reddit on my phone browser. Bad formatting. Another one says, is lamotrigine your first and only med? Maybe switching or adding some anticonvulsants should help prevent your seizures. So many episodes a day are horrible. You should maybe bring this up. I'm not a doctor, but it came to my mind because I have a mix of meds. Hope for the best. I do not want to be on a mix of meds. Everyone says so much about different, taking 2 and 3 at a time. I hope I don't get to that point to where I'm taking, I like what I'm doing now, basically. It's doing pretty good for me. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. The icebreaker, the great Kate. Come on, Kate.
What fictional character would you like to meet?
Oh. What fictional character would I like to meet? Well, growing up, I always liked Superman, so I would like to meet Superman. He seems pretty cool. And, if my car gets stuck or something like that, I could ask him to pick it up for me.
There you
I
go.
said Barney because I liked Barney as a kid, and it was always hilarious to me, like that costume. Like, I would love, like, as older now, I would like to be Barney and like run around and do what he was doing in the show for the kids.
Right.
Yeah, I seen a clip and it took me back to my childhood, and I was like, "Oh, I used to like Barney," and I actually went to see him, and he gave me this little stuffed bear that was Barney, basically. And he
Oh, that's
puts
pretty
his
cool.
hand and he makes a noise, and I think I got that when I had my car accident So then after the car accident, they used to say this little spot is where you left blood on it. So yeah, there was that. Yeah.
Andrea?
But Barney seems like a pretty interesting character, to be honest. It's just me. Yeah.
He would be interesting.
Yeah, like kids would love it. Yeah, kids don't watch them much these days because they're streaming stuff, and he comes on PBS, which is kind of a TV channel. I don't know if they have an app, but yeah, I don't hear kids talking about Barney anymore. But when I go to the millennial subreddit, they're talking about Barney. Yeah, we miss him. But I do have a
What's
post
your
here.
character to meet, Andrea?
Oh yeah.
I
Andrea.
don't know, really. My brain is so fried this week,
Oh.
it doesn't want to think.
Trust me, I just threw out the most random answer in the world.
What
It
was
was
Well,
that?
what'd
literally
you
just a
say?
movie that was on. I said Shrek just because that was something that was on recently. It's on the like favorites
Shrek would
list,
be
but
fun.
I'd be
Shrek would
Donkey.
be a lot. What?
Donkey
You
is
would be,
hilarious. I'd be Donkey if we had to be something from Shrek.
oh yeah, Donkey's great.
true.
I
Yeah.
love that movie,
Yeah.
but I'm kind of
Just
a
got
movie.
some little tenderness.
Yeah, my partner made me a little bit of a movie nerd. I've got tons of movies now. So,
Yeah, it passes the time. And a lot
yeah,
of times it feels like watching it the first time. So
yeah, it does. I was
that's
actually
exactly
talking with
why I get
my
away with
mother.
it.
I was talking to my mom about that today. She's like, "What do you watch?" And I'm like, "The same thing over and over again because I don't remember I watched it again already."
Oh yeah. And some of these Netflix shows aren't that bad. I found something called Orphan Black and I just realized they have like 6 seasons of it. So yeah, that's gonna take up some time.
Yeah,
If I'm not on in season.
on
Because
YouTube.
those reruns are the best.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Um,
Welcome to the club.
Hmm.
oh man,
Anybody have fun weekend plans?
come again?
Anybody have fun weekend plans?
I'm gonna go ride my new bike that I've been putting together for 2 days.
Nice. That's gonna be
Yeah,
exciting.
I got an electric, well, it's not really a bike, it's a trike. So,
Okay. We're
yeah,
doing this your
it's
first one?
safer on 3 wheels because my balance is awful, but it's electric, so it's got the electric assist and everything, so I can get out of
That's
the house since I don't drive anymore.
that's
I
gonna be
wanna
exciting.
try the electric unicycle.
That
I wanna
seems safe.
I wanna try it at least once.
Wear a helmet, please.
I wanna
Right?
try it without a helmet.
Maybe a
Everybody's
full
gonna want you in
bodysuit.
elbow pads and knee pads. Exactly.
I was saying something earlier in the sense of I get a rush from things that I know I should not be doing as an epileptic. Does anybody get that? It's like when I'm alone in public, I'm like, I'm riding this train, I'm not from family, and they're telling me you shouldn't do this, but I'm doing it. Feels good, gets the blood pumping. Um, is that odd?
What if I
I
said I
realize,
like that all the time, even before epilepsy?
That's what I was
yeah,
gonna say.
same. I realized that I was out test driving my new bike up and down the street with no helmet on, and I was like, yeah, stop. I need to go put a helmet on.
Yeah.
Some camera somewhere catching you.
I was just worried about the concrete catching me.
Yeah, that too. So you can tell where I get the rush from. Get away with it.
Yeah, I lost a few fights to some concrete, and yeah, wasn't fun.
My face did in a year and a half ago, right in the kitchen.
Mm.
Mm.
I fell on my face one time and I had what's it called, a scab right here for a while. I thought it
Yeah,
was
you told
pretty.
that story. It sounded awful. A
Yeah,
big old scab on your face.
yeah, like right here. So it was like I could tell like where I fell. I had never thought it would go away, and like after a few days, it was a huge scab, and I thought it was kind of cool. But yeah, that's only me to think stuff like that is cool. Just stuff that shouldn't be cool, like a scab.
Was something
People are
like
like,
this.
"Oh, does that hurt?" Oh shit, AJ, when was
Oh,
that?
was something like this. Your
Can you see it again?
was something like this. That was my question. You said you hurt your face, and I asked it was something like this, but like I had
Yeah, I can't. Let me see it again.
it. It's on my phone.
Oh yeah, it was similar to that. Except that's your right side. Mine was on the left side, and except mine, yours is like looks like you hit yours. Mine was like I was skating and then I just skidding on the pavement with my face. That's what mine looked like. Hey Raven,
My left side too.
you look
Welcome
like the
to the
light
Great
is
Race.
bothering your face.
Yeah, I'm light sensitive today.
Oh, okay, no problem, no
Hi.
problem with that. How are you doing today?
My fatigue is really bad, but I'm glad to be here. How is everybody?
Before anybody else
Happy to
says
see you.
anything,
Oh.
Beats Will, shout out to Nature's Mate. I'm telling you, try it. The fatigue away is insane.
Better.
What's
I do
that?
take what do you have?
What's AJ pushing?
What's that?
We can't read the
B12
label.
injection.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
It's faster.
okay.
What?
I bet.
Wait,
I don't
what
think
is it?
Raven.
What?
Everybody started talking at the same time.
Yeah, I had to stop because everybody started talking. Raven had
So
something.
elaborate, AJ. Oh, okay.
She was asking AJ, "What is it?" I'll
The
be quiet.
B12 solution, and you inject it in your muscle.
Mm,
Okay.
That's got to be fast acting.
right.
Sometimes it
Hey,
is.
AJ, Rick wanted to know what was your icebreaker? What animal did you or character did you want to meet?
Dumbo.
Dumbo. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
Dumbo? Nice.
Yes.
And did you ever get kind of a rush from like something you weren't allowed to do?
Right now, I'm not allowed to leave the house by myself. So every time when I get the chance to run away from the house, I'm like, yes, I did it. I went shopping and I'm buying a lot of stupid stuff that I don't need.
Right. It's
But
great once you get through it and you're like, I did it. And then those times you're like, yeah, I didn't get through it, but I'm not going to tell anybody because then they're going to be like, I told you so. So there is a rush from being out, and I'm like, yeah, I did this. I shouldn't be doing this, and I did it.
generally, when you are being called in, you are not answering,
Yeah.
and you end up being scolded by your parents because you did not answer the phone. Which I understand because the last time when I went by myself, I ended up being in the emergency room and my mom being called from there. She was
Yeah,
not
my
there.
mom, she called me a few times. One time, she called me and she's like, "Where are you?" She's like, "I didn't see you on the camera because there's a camera here looking at my bed, at least when I'm alone." So yeah, she called me and I didn't answer one time. No, she video chat and I didn't answer. And the next time she called, and she was like, "Yeah, I didn't see you on camera. You're not answering the phone. What's going on?" So yeah, I know what you mean, AJ. She didn't
You
exactly
don't
scold me for it though, but
wait, what?
I said she didn't exactly scold me for it, but yeah, she did call like, "You're not answering the phone. I didn't see you on the camera. You didn't answer the video chat. What's going on?" Just be like, "I'm okay. I'm just taking a walk. Uh, yeah, I do my morning walks. So far, it's
You have a microphone?
my camera has a microphone.
Well, sometimes I just installed my video camera, and my mother likes to speak in the microphone, which is pretty loud, and she scared the shit out of me. So yeah.
My mom finds it funny. She does it every now and then. I don't think you've been here when she popped up. And she's like, "Hey, sunshine." I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing something." I'm like, "Hey, mom," and we're talking over the speaker. Yeah, I've had full conversations over her talking to me over this speaker and this camera in front of me. It's hilarious. Yeah, that's me and my mom's relationship there.
The beautiful one.
Thank you. I should tell her to join right now. But in the
Raven, what would
meantime,
be the fictional character for you to meet?
Fictional character would I want to meet?
B.
Oh, be or meet?
B.
Oh. Oh, snap.
I said Borny
I
would
don't
be
even
fun.
know.
I said Borny
Can
would
we?
be fun because I liked him as a kid, and then he was a kid's person, you know, in a costume,
Yeah.
and he was joyful, and kids loved it, and he didn't say swear words or anything close to it. Yeah, there's that.
I love that.
Yeah. Or day.
Okay. I had it on the tip of my tongue and then my brain blanked out. So I'll get back to you guys.
Understandable. I do got something here though.
You
It
feel
says,
better? We'll be here.
yes, we'll be here. Hopefully another 10 hours. Yeah, we're working on that. So have something that says, have you been given advice or prescribed anything for brain fog? As most of us who are, or at least on one AED or multiple, the effects this can have with the brain fog, concentration, etc. Have any of you spoke with your medication? It says, have any of you spoke with your medication and have the provided any good advice or maybe perhaps something to balance this? Struggling to stay on track and concentrate now that this isn't all the time, but lately I seem to be wandering down the path. I've been wandering lately too. Different path. First comment says vitamin B12 and omega-3s. The next comment is by Anne, and it says magnesium and B12. A very caring neurologist had me on that after a concussion. I keep it handy, but I don't take it every day. You should take it every day, especially this one. Yeah, it's an everyday thing, night and morning. Shout out to Nature's Made. You guys been given any advice or prescribed anything for brain fog, except for the advice from me, of course? Any other advice other than the Nature's Made, you guys? Shout out to Nature's Made again.
I haven't.
I take sorry?
I haven't had any.
Tried CBD oil, which is not working.
I take obviously my brain fog today is horrible regardless of what I take, but I do take CoQ10 and that makes a huge difference. Yeah. And I take a B complex that has B12 in it.
B complex isn't working, obviously.
I just got my B12 levels checked 2 days ago and they're perfect.
Okay, that's what they say.
So
You're still brain fogging, I'm telling you.
when I take too much B12, I get too low of potassium and then my body hurts really bad.
That's why this is the perfect dose. This is the perfect dose for everyone. I'm telling you. Shout out to Nature's Made.
I'm already taking some.
Yeah, some people I also noticed that they do the one-a-days. And I read that those one-a-days, they have a daily amount of it in it. But I take mine morning and night. So I'm never just at one high at a time. It's kind of with my morning dose of pills and with my night dose of pill. And that's easy. But I have heard of people taking the one capsule and just take that every day and it's a high dose. Could be not as good for you. But also, if you want these B12, you can get them from Safeway, and you get them buy one get one when you use Instacart. Shout out to Instacart and shout out to Safeway as well. Yeah, so try Instacart and they'll get the buy one get one, and these are really good. I'm telling you. Yeah, they've worked for me, and Jeff said it worked. Rick said it worked. Rick, how's the B12 treating you? Let them know that it's working.
It's treating me really well. I really felt the difference like the third or fourth day. That definitely helps. And both my neurologist and my primary, they championed it too. They said that was a good choice. I said, well, it would have been a better choice if you told me about it sooner.
Yeah, I wish I knew about it sooner. Oh, I knew about it the same day you knew about it. We found out the same day. We just didn't home into it.
Yeah.
The first time we met, Rick was there, Brandon was there, and he said, get the B12 for the brain fog. No, he said it helps with brain function. And
brain function and energy.
Yeah, and we didn't take heed to it. We just was like, okay. Then one day I had a focal, and I was like, I got an Instacart order coming in. Why don't I just add some B12 to it? And right after that focal, I took it and never had one after it. Summer 2025.
You know, honestly, I kind of thought you all were full of it and it was a bunch of crap. But I thought, why not? I'll try it. It's just a vitamin. It's worth a try. So I bought a bottle and started taking it, and it hasn't completely stopped, but I've gone from many focals. Like I was having probably at least weekly, if not bi-weekly focals. And I've only had one, I think, since the beginning of September.
Yay. Success.
Right.
Shout out to Nature's Made.
Huge change in the amount of the focals that I've had. And I might have even missed taking it sometimes because don't take it the same time as I take all my other pills. So I might have missed a day in there, and that could be why I had it. So
with that also, like you said, I missed one, and I don't think you should miss one. I missed one, and the fatigue came back like full strength. The next morning, I couldn't get out of bed, and I was like, "Oh, I forgot the night one." And I was like, I just need to lay here another 20 to 30 minutes, and it turned into an hour going back to sleep. You don't miss that next dose. That stuff, once you start taking it, it works really good, but you might have to titrate down off of B12. But I don't plan on stop taking it because the meds take the B12 out of me. So there's that.
I usually get up and I I have my morning meds, and then I drink some coffee, and then I take my B12 gummies, and then I have my afternoon, and then I take my night meds, and they just knock me out.
Yeah.
But it's made a huge difference in my energy levels too. I'm wanting less caffeine. So it's great. It's great.
Yeah, again, with my energy levels, it's like sometimes my energy level can be a little much because sometimes if I get up to go to the bathroom at like 7 and 8 a.m., I'm just up now and I'm like, I want to sleep more. But the B12, I'm having like, I feel like I've been up for hours and all I did was go to the bathroom. Yeah, so there are those times where you're like, I think I want more sleep. You're like, I'm tired. I'm just going to go to the bathroom and come back. About the time I go to the bathroom and come back, I'm wide awake. Like, hard to fall asleep back awake. So I'm just like, hey, shout out to Nature's Made.
Once I'm up, I'm up.
Yeah. So
whether that's 4 a.m. or 7 a.m., that's it.
Another one, another comment here says, if you're on Keppra, B6 PFP variant is key. P5P variant. What's P5B variant? Kate, do you know?
Okay, that was P5B or P variant?
P5P variant.
Okay. So apparently P5P is sold for increasing dopamine. P5P is supposed to act as a necessary cofactor in the enzyme that synthesizes dopamine from the precursor, L-DOPA. So it's supposed to make it easier to be happy. And for some people who actually could have a P5P deficiency. So it's important for dopamine production.
Yeah, that's what they're suggesting for brain fog. So yeah, Kepler brain fog in particular, they're saying B6 P5P variant. Never even heard of it, but Nature's Made B12 is working for me, so shout out to Nature's Made. Another comment here says more healthy fats. Another one here says I'm on topiramate, and I can't remember where I read this. Maybe my brain fog isn't better as I hoped, but what I read is COQ10, or its more absorbed form, ubiquinol, is supposed to
Yeah,
work.
that's what I was talking about. CoQ10.
Ubiquinol? It says ubiquinol is supposed to work well with it. I have been taking it for approximately 3 months now, and I think I am noticing a difference. I started the COQ10 and then got the ubiquinol. I did notice a drop in the week and a half when I didn't have any before I got the new bottle in. Even if it's all placebo, I'm feeling more clear-headed. Right, that's what I was thinking. I didn't want to tell anybody about the first week after I started taking it. And we were together, and I'm like, I don't want to tell them, you guys. It's only been a week. And come to find out that week, it wasn't the placebo effect. It was really working. So I think I should have told you guys after day 1 instead of 2 weeks. But
Well,
yeah.
you were being safe with us.
Yeah. I was like, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just not as tired lately. Maybe it's a mind thing. And then I was like, it's got to be this B12. It has to be. There's nothing else I could think of that I've been doing different besides B12. And yeah, come to find out, shout out to Nature's Made. Raven, did you have something?
Oh, that's just the thing that I was saying that I take for brain fog and energy is the CoQ10. COQ10. It stands for coenzyme Q10.
Coenzyme Q10 is a naturally occurring antioxidant that plays a crucial role in energy production within cells. It is produced by the body but decreases with age. CoQ10 is important for maintaining heart health and may help in managing conditions like cancer and neurodegenerative diseases. And you can obtain CoQ10 from dietary sources such as fatty fishes, meat, and whole grains, or through supplements. I said neurodegenerative the first time without stopping instead of going through it and looking at it a few times. I surprise myself sometimes. Pronunciation comes out good some days. Some days it's. Do you suggest I take the CoQ10?
I think that it's worth a shot. It's worth trying. And like that person said, there's 2 different forms. One, there's ubiquinol and ubiquinone. So, one's more expensive. So you can start with the less expensive one. And if you feel like it's good but not great, you can switch to the more expensive one that's got better absorption. But I use the less expensive one because it actually works better for me personally. So I take the ubiquinone with an N, and then usually people find ubiquinol with an L is more effective, but that just wasn't the case for me. But yeah, I think it's definitely worth trying. I mean, it's probably like $25 or $30 for a bottle on Amazon that's gonna last you for a really long time.
Do you have a specific brand you take?
I do. I'll hunt it down.
No need. Shout out to Nature's Made. Nature's Made has CoQ10 and their gummies. So
Oh,
if
nice.
anybody's looking for some gummies, you know, Nature Made has gummies for everything. Shout out to Nature's Made. So far, yeah, they haven't steered me wrong yet. I will
And
say
they
that.
taste good too.
Right. They taste good. Like the first day I was like, oh, I could take 2 of these. But yeah, they taste good, and don't take too many just because they taste good. It's a lingering good taste in your mouth as well. But
The
yeah.
problem is that when you can't remember if you took them already or not.
The one that I use is by Abundant Life Wellness, and it's 200 milligrams in each capsule. I personally take 2 capsules twice a day, but that's like the max dose that you would want to take. So anyway, it's $25.99 on Amazon for 200 capsules. If anybody wants to try it, apparently I have purchased it 21 times, so I guess I like it.
I don't like taking pills, so that's why I got gummies. Yeah, I already have to take the Notrogene for the rest of my life. So.
Oh, I thought you were talking about their capsules. I don't know anything about gummies. Sorry.
Oh no, everything I take that's a supplement is gummies.
Oh, okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't like pills, so and then they're good. So.
Well, then
Don't
heck
know.
yeah, it's like eating a gummy bear.
So it says Nature's Made offers a variety of COQ10 supplements, including soft gels and gummies designed to support heart function and cellular energy production. COQ10 is essential for energy production and mitochondria of cells. You can purchase these directly from Nature's Made, or it's very likely you can get them from Safeway. Shout out to Safeway and shout out to Nature's Made. So back to the question about the brain fog. Kate, any advice on anything or anything you've taken for brain fog that you'd like to speak up on? Rick?
First thing that comes to mind is
Nature's Made?
you've been saying CoQ12 or whatever for so long. Hold on.
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, you know, Nature's Made B12, also potassium, magnesium, and iron supplements.
There's our B12.
Nice. You listened.
Talk
You
about when
followed
you
some
get one thing
advice.
stuck in your head. Go figure.
Hmm.
Give somebody the benefit of the doubt, think they actually give a shit, know what they're talking about. Sometimes they're right.
Also, if anybody's watching this, I need a shout out to any water company. All I drink is water. Sponsor me, anybody. I could use plenty of free water.
We all dehydrate easily.
Kate, you got anything?
Couple of posts, or you're talking about to answer this question?
Go ahead, anything.
I don't even know what to say when doctors ask if I have epilepsy. The answer is maybe. I've had episodes that are like temporal lobe epilepsy since I was about 9 or 10. Family calls them space time. I had a bunch of MRIs in my brain for a different condition in my late teens. Neurologist thought it looked like epilepsy, asked a bunch of questions, described my episodes pretty well. EEG was normal, but she diagnosed me with bilateral temporal lobe epilepsy based on the MRI and my symptoms. Don't you need a positive EEG to get a diagnosis though? Anyway, then she moved and nothing ever came of it. No treatment, no anything. I've had many MRIs, seen many doctors since. No one said anything about my temporal lobes other than there are bilateral changes, whatever that means. Never looked into it further. I feel like when I tell doctors I don't know if I have epilepsy, they look at me like I'm nuts. So I always answer no, and I feel like anytime I try to describe what the episodes are like, I also sound crazy. So I just kind of avoid the subject. Is it safe to keep going knowing whether or not I have epilepsy? Would there be reason to pursue ruling it out? Wow. Talk about slipping through the cracks.
Right. I don't rule anything out. I get second and third opinions. Never rule it out. Just get another opinion and see how that goes. If you don't like 2 opinions, do the best of 3. If you don't like 3, do the best of 6 or 7 or 5 or whatever the case.
Sounds like they're half of first opinion retired.
I think when you do the best of something, I believe it's an odd number. So 3, 5, or 7. It's like the NBA Finals, best of 7, or sometimes they used to say
and
Lakers
in
in
one of
5.
their
Yeah,
so they replied to one of the first comments saying, I haven't actually seen a neurologist since. So even in any testing that they've had done since then, it might not be the right doctor looking at it.
yeah. Get
Yeah,
another
this
doctor.
person definitely needs to take charge of their own care.
Self-advocacy is big.
There's this one saying, I hope somebody has the bandwidth to actually help you soon. Sorry your medical care got left behind. And this is an important point, saying you don't need a positive EEG for focal aware seizures. Just tell them you've been told you have focal aware seizures, because somebody else reminds her that, or him, that you don't even need an EEG technically for an epilepsy diagnosis, because you only have to have 2 unprovoked seizures for them to call it epilepsy. And I'm not positive, but I think they were quick to prescribe medications even before the EEG.
I think they gave me meds before I even had an EEG or anything.
Yeah.
I think I had one seizure and they gave me meds. I had another seizure and they gave me more meds and said, you have epilepsy.
I believe that's what mine was like too. They didn't really do much. They just they took me from school one day. It was like, oh, you had a seizure. 2 days later, it took me from school again because I had a seizure again in class, same class. 2 days later. Once I got to the emergency room, they like, you have epilepsy. Take these Dilantin, phenytoin sodium. Did that
And
for a
this one's
couple of
just saying
years.
that
Wasn't the best, but it did it wasn't the best. I'll just say that.
the last one just makes sense. I mean, this person is saying exactly how they feel. Thank you so much. This is all helpful. Episodes got better, less frequent after puberty, but are coming back and different now. Less spacey, more tingly. So that sounds like you could even be having different kind of seizures. Think so many years of doctors looking at me like I was bonkers made me very hesitant to bring it up. Bring somebody with you. Anybody you trust. Make the call first to have it on record the reason you're there. Do whatever you have to do to make sure that this next appointment or the first appointment with a neurologist will get something done and actually get you a solid answer. That's what they describe it as in the last their last comment. Should pursue it and get a solid answer.
Yeah, I used to take my sister with me, and she used to be like, that doesn't make sense. The doctors would always say it several times and explain it several times over and over what they meant by it. I loved it when my sister went. It was kind of hilarious. They were kind of
Rolling their eyes, seeing who's accompanying you.
it was for a different thing. It was for my hip. So that was when I had hip problems. They were going to give me pills for before surgery or something like that. You should take these to dull the pain or whatever. Sister she said what I wanted to say. Like I said, she has a little more backbone than me. And they didn't know how to accept how she was just being straightforward, I should say. Really straightforward. But I do got something here. It says diagnosis age, especially those in their 20s. I got diagnosed at almost 23. I'm curious at what age people got diagnosed. It's most common before puberty or after 60. The 20s is typically the least likely time to occur. Various studies, if it's truly the least likely, but not common. I'd really like to hear from those in their 20s or outside of the normal range, but I do want to hear from everyone the age of diagnosis and first seizure. My first seizure I knew about was when I was almost 22. Pretty sure I had a seizure at almost 20. Doctor thinks I had them longer, but no one knows. I can't remember time before or after the seizure. So to whoever you are, I had a seizure at 16, but I also had one at 6 due to a car accident. Yeah, I didn't get them in my 20s, luckily. I'm glad I got them in my teens because I never got to go through what everybody else did, like the driving, got to live your whole life driving and stuff, and then all of a sudden you just stripped of it. I didn't get to go through that. So the first comment here says, I was diagnosed at 23 to 22 as well as you after I got really bad because I was under extreme stress. I suspected I had been having seizures since puberty though. I remember I had to stop exercise because I felt off, in quote off, and saw stuff when my heart rate went up. And I changed a lot, but I didn't know I was having seizures. It took so long and so many doctors to get a diagnosis, but we thought it was something psychiatric. Funny enough, I was informally diagnosed over breakfast by a boyfriend of a friend who has been studying neurology. He just casually asked, have they considered temporal lobe epilepsy? And he changed my life. Another comment is, I've had my seizures at age 46, which doctors always think is a strange when I tell them, considering my case is idiopathic and otherwise I'm healthy because it's not a typical age for onset at all. Back to that comment, what does idiopathic mean, Kate? Do you know what that is? Usually you're searching it when I say things that I don't know what it is.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Because it's such a common medical term, I should know it.
Let Raven say it. She says she knows, and AJ
Rick
knows.
knows.
Oh,
Someone tell me
AJ knows.
something.
AJ, go.
Rick,
It means without a cause. I mean, there is no background of illness to the brain or swollen, and also when when they are doing the MRI, it does not show any abnormalities on the scans, and sometimes not show on the CT scans or on the EEG, or you have a seizure.
Thank you.
Raven?
Yeah, what she said. It's like there's no known cause.
Okay.
For idiopathic epilepsy would mean that you developed epilepsy and they have no idea why.
Yeah. I think that calls for some research. Another subreddit.
Yep. They'll even put something in your brain to get to study you and keep all the data and then maybe use it for the next generation.
Another comment here says, I wonder if those studies have been disproportionately addressed to men. My diagnosis, female, was at 44. I say that because female hormones may play a role in all this. Look at catamenia. Another comment says I was diagnosed around 23. I had been experiencing focus for as long as I could remember. I just didn't know what or where. When I talked to people about it, including doctors, they saw no problem. I'm not sure if it was a tonic-clonic or anything, but I collapsed after a focal twice in one day. Wait for it. While in a paramedicine class surrounded by paramedics and nurses. They told me to follow up with a doctor, but I was in denial for a while. It's the best place to have it, I guess. The author responded, they couldn't tell you anything else. They should have known seizure types. I was in denial for years too. I didn't want to accept it, especially since I was so far out of the normal time people get this diagnosed. And then the other person responded, I don't know, to be honest. I wasn't fully aware at the time, so this may have, and I didn't absorb it. I thought juvenile myoclonic is when you get it and I think somebody said that was in like during the hormones age, like teens and stuff.
I think JME can be diagnosed earlier too.
Another comment says, diagnosed after 3 tonic-clonics, 32 years old, idiopathic. So when they don't know the cause, would that be considered like your seizures, Kate? When they don't know the cause of your epilepsy?
Yeah, they have idiopathic on there, but I always mix up idiopathic and refractory. The one where like the drugs don't work and it unknown cause. I mix up those two terms a lot.
Would refractory mean the same as med resistant?
Yeah.
Just a better term?
That's the one they use. So if they pay for it, then that's what they have to put on the bill.
New reaction. Has anyone experienced this before? Tune in, you guys. It's a decent length. Says, I'm usually one to answer questions on this subreddit, but I'd like some insight on something that I've noticed has changed over the past month or so. I'm a 26-year-old male. I've had epilepsy since I was 3. I'm on pretty high dose of 4 meds. They are Keppra, lamotrigine, or Lamictal for those who have branded meds, lacosamide, branded name Vimpat, and eslicarbazepine, branded Aptium. Total of 5,950 milligrams daily. It's a really high dose for someone my age, and both myself and Neuro are aware. My dosage hasn't changed in a year or so. Therefore, I've had no increases in meds as my seizures are fairly controlled. If I do have a seizure, it's always a focal aware seizure, formerly petit mal, or formerly petit mal, or an absence. Maybe 5 to 20 seconds, and my postictal phase always doesn't last a long time, just a couple minutes. However, in this past month or so, I've realized that right after I take my meds, I feel really unsteady on my feet. And when I say right after, I mean I take my meds, then uneasy seconds later. That's odd to me, is that I've never felt this way, and previously mentioned the dosage later. Hasn't changed in about a year. I'm aware of the dizziness, double vision, and balance issues or side effects, but for it to come out of nowhere, is it odd to me? Yes. Furthermore, I used to eat breakfast once I took my meds, so I've recently had breakfast before taking my meds to see if that makes a difference, but nothing. I've started eating more than I used to, and still nothing. I've slept earlier and longer, from 7.5 hours to 8 hours, still nothing. The only way to balance issues, in quote, go away, is if I take my meds and then rest up for about a half an hour. I can try purposely putting on an alarm to wake me up earlier so that I can sleep this off and get up at an abnormal hour. At an abnormal hour? I'll just say normal. At a normal hour, but I'm not sure if that will be any difference, as it would technically be having less sleep. It's obviously not stress related. Earlier, as I'm employed at the moment, so I don't have answers. I really hope I'm not alone in this matter, and hoping someone has had this or experienced this currently. Thankfully, I have my biannual appointment with my neurologist in a week or so. So I'll definitely bring it up. Maybe someone here has some insight to this, and we're the ones living with epilepsy, not the neurologist. New reaction.
We are the ones living with it. So another, you know your body best is what pops into mind first.
Yeah.
They described going back and forth, right? They were having what used to be known as petit mals and then went to tonic-clonics?
Absence.
Absence, okay. So that's, I think, what they used as exchangeable terms for a while.
Oh, they said it's always a focal aware seizure, formerly petit mal or absence.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I mean the condition's not progressing, but it's also not getting better. So keep trying. If you don't feel like this doctor's getting you anywhere, go for another opinion. Ask all the questions you can from this doctor to get your use out of what they can tell you, or referrals you can get, or if you feel like you're just trying different medications too much, too long, talk to somebody else.
The one and only comment here says, hello, I'm also a child and current adult with epilepsy. I gotta start that over. It says, hello, I'm also a child and current adult with epilepsy. Okay. And ever since I started taking Lamictal, I feel dizzy and sleepy within an hour or two. Actually, I take it around midnight and I fall asleep around 1 to 2 a.m. I can literally not stand. I used to be on a whole bunch of Keppra until I wasn't used, till it wasn't used. I've been on Depakote, Keppra, and currently on Trileptal, Omvi, and Lamictal. I got off Remeron since a year, of okay-ish mental health. I also always sleep a lot. In fact, I say 10 to 12 hours usually, but I can have 6 to 8 hours and feel like shit. I usually have seizures if I don't get enough sleep. Lack of sleep and stress are my triggers, so I work part-time. Don't stress over unemployment. I couldn't really work despite wanting to.
Okay, we'll come back to that. This one was kind of surprising. Don't want to bring down the mood, but keep an open mind. Coming to terms with my death. I know that because I have epilepsy and autism, I probably will not live past 50 or so. I'm only 20, so it's definitely far away, but I can't help but think about the people I will be leaving behind. My family, my amazing partner, everyone who cares about me. It's really scary to think about. I'm not scared to actually die, just scared about what I will be leaving behind. It's been really taking up my thoughts lately. I know I'm young and shouldn't be worrying about dying. I should be enjoying life, going out into the world and doing things, and I do sometimes, but this is something that's been really stressing me out lately. Maybe it's dumb and I should just move on, and I'm not sure. Just wanted to come here and rant, and I'm sure many of you feel similar. Well, you got the right intuition about this isn't what should be on your mind. I don't know. What would you guys actually say face to face with a 20-year-old who's saying, I know I'm going to die at 50, so what do I do? Rick?
So my son was faced with something like that. He has juvenile idiopathic arthritis, and the medications he's on is going to shorten his lifespan. I don't know if he was 16. I think he was 16 when he was diagnosed with that. Anyway, the point is, you tell me live life to the fullest, because you know I've had 7 near-death experiences. Somehow I'm still here. But there's also people, they get into car accidents when they're kids. There are people that get cancer when they're younger. There's people that are outside shoveling and a telephone pole falls on them. I mean, you never know when it's going to be. So just because you think you're going to have a short lifespan, you might not. Other people think they're going to live long and they're healthy. Like George Carlin says, eat fit, exercise, and die anyway. It's you live your life fully. And however time you got, you got.
I'm kind of living an example of that right now because my I always figured that I would be the one to go first because of my seizures, and my partner just suddenly died in January, and we had no idea that there was anything wrong. So it's just you never know. Nobody knows. You do the best you can with what you got, and that's all you can do.
I'm sorry for that loss. That's the last kind of
Thank
surprising
you.
one.
It's hard, but
He'd be
you
proud.
gotta.
He'd be proud of how you're living and everything you got. You put that thing together. You say you put that together over the last couple days.
Yeah, my mom and kept saying, "Do you need help? Do you need help?" I'm like, "Nope, I got it. I'm doing it
Right on.
myself." So, yeah, I mean, you just one foot in front of the other. That's all you can do. Every day you get up and you put one foot in front of the other.
Love it. So, Pookie, this question was about coming to terms with my death. It was written by a 20-year-old saying that because of my epilepsy and autism, I'll probably not live past 50 days. And they were on here with a short little rant just asking for advice. What should I do? Should I even be thinking like this? And that's kind of what I went with. You know you're not supposed to be focusing on death at 20, especially so many specifics of like how to prepare and how to leave best behind for loved ones. Honestly, if that does give you some peace of mind, it doesn't hurt, but if you don't let it take up too much of your life, what would you tell 'em?
My only other thing that I would have to say is if you have something that you want to say to people, say it. Let them know
Yep.
how much you love them and tell them how much you care, because you never know when
When
somebody's
they'll
going to
be
be gone.
gone.
I appreciate how on the first comment here, they're saying it's often repeated, but the study shows autistic individuals have a life expectancy of age 54 is rife with sampling bias, utilized a very small sample size, and is skewed by individuals with complex support needs and intellectual disabilities. So it sounds like it's probably not even an accurate assumption that somebody who's autistic doesn't live as long. Yeah, this person definitely researched it because this comment has several links and it's probably a good 200 words. Oh, they even include examples of men and women in their 70s, being autistic with learning disabilities. Okay, so that's probably something to think of too. That some people, just the way they think is to get in their head too much and forget the actual facts, which is how the OP described it.
It says pre-surgery neuropsych exam. I have an appointment with a neurologist, a neuropsychologist tomorrow to start figuring out my surgery, and I'm so nervous and terrified that they will talk to me and tell me my epileptologist. They would talk to me and tell my epileptologist that I can't have a surgery for some reason. I've struggled with mental health issues my whole life, and I'm on medication. Also, I met the doctor in the hospital during my inpatient EEG, and he was a bit of an asshole. Is this exam super stressful? Should I be afraid of my mental health issues will not allow the surgery? I don't know. I've heard of people during the neuropsych evaluations before doing surgeries, but I haven't had to do that yet. Does anybody understand what that does, neuropsych evaluation? Because if you're going to be under it, why do they need to know if your mental health is good?
They mentioned I might have to talk to one when I was up there the other day, but I was curious about the answers to this question as well.
Honestly, this sentence provides a little perspective. They say neuropsych evaluation would provide a baseline for cognitive and emotional functioning, predicting the risk of post-surgical cognitive decline, and assessing the impact of surgery. So I'm sure there's probably been patients out there who have gone off the deep end after a surgery, and maybe that's what they're looking out for in these neuropsych evaluations, just to make sure that you're not going to do worse after the surgery, whether it's helping your seizures or not. Some people just really don't do well, especially when it comes to like these VNS and DBS, like the ones that are constantly just like stimulating your brain. Yeah, it comes down to changing your problem solving skills, then you might make some rash decisions. So it's risk assessment. You could think of it like that.
The way it's worded isn't necessarily all about the mental health conditions, though, as it is about functioning to me.
Right. That's what it sounded like to me too.
Oh, okay.
I will read these two comments because there's only two. It says, I had done this recently. There is a little discussion we had prior to asking about the condition, what you knew about it. Have you looked into the surgery options and what you learned? There was a bit about what you do day to day, for instance, work, etc. I didn't really have any mental health issues to raise. That's more of a neuropsychiatrist, which you should be seeing too as part of the workup. I responded with a few posts to neuropsychological tests, but high-level understanding is the evaluation of brain function to assess cognitive skills like memory, attention, language, and problem solving, to diagnose and manage conditions affecting the brain. There's a lot of thinking involved, and it's more about seeing how you answer to get a good baseline of you. I have so many problems. Sometimes I have the hiccups, and sometimes my mouth is just salivating so much. I don't get it. I don't know if it's the pills. I'm going to post that. I
Better than
think
dry
it's the
mouth.
hiccups. I think the hiccups come from, I don't know, or maybe it's just because I talk so long. Eventually, I get the hiccups. If you guys have not noticed.
And that's what we bring Kevin on.
Yeah, so right now I'm having the salivating a lot moment. Hey, Kevin, I'm going to read this last comment before we throw the icebreaker at you. Actually, Kate, you can throw the icebreaker at him and give him a moment.
There you go. You work on the hiccups. What fictional character would you like to meet?
While you think about it, I'll go with this comment. It says, I did my neuropsychology exam last year and I was stressed about it too. I have issues with mental health too, but the exam is simple. It's mostly cognitive testing. Lots of people with questions to test your memory, attention, language, etc. So mostly the exam is not stressful. And no, you not need to worry about your mental health stopping the surgery. Now it does depend on the type of issue. If it's addiction problem, I think they might look into it or not if it's not much of a problem. Like I'm depressed due to epilepsy being a problem in my life, and surgery can change it and improve the quality of life. Now, it doesn't make sense to not go ahead with the surgery because I'm depressed. Does that make sense? I believe so. Kevin, you ready for that icebreaker? You had deep thought time.
There we go. Okay. Fictional character. I was thinking about one of two characters. I'm gonna go with Captain Picard.
Which one was that?
Captain Picard from Star Trek.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. That was the first one that came to mind. Or yeah, I'm gonna go with Captain Picard.
Now, was that a
I said
character that
foreign.
you'd like to meet or one that you'd like to be?
Oh, B? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he rocks the bald hair pretty good. If I could be someone, Brock Simpson from Venture Brothers.
Okay.
Nobody knows what that show is, but yeah.
You've said it a few times. I haven't looked it up because every time we stop, I forget. So, but yeah, I'm gonna look it up. And there was something else you said that I had something to say to it. I forgot, but I was gonna say.
Now I'm just thinking of all the TV shows that I've looked up for, that I've heard about, so other people talking about.
One thing I
Futurama,
will
GP,
say
or
is
all these other ones.
I chose Borney because I thought that was cool as a kid. I thought Borney was pretty cool as a kid. I went to the Borney on Ice thing, so I got a little stuffed animal, and I was 5, so that was a really big deal to me. And I thought it was cool that he was like helping the kids, and he was just a jolly old dinosaur. And then purple's my favorite color. So
Raven, no, Rick did Captain America, right? Or Superman.
Superman.
That was Superman, right? I can't remember. Go ahead, Raven. Who was yours?
I would pick She-Ra or Captain Universe.
Okay, that's what it was. AJ said Dumbo. I know that. And Andrea, what was yours again?
Was hoping you remembered because I don't.
Oh, okay. No, those are the tests that I kind of expect to fail. Hey, now you can come up with a new answer.
Now
Think
I
one
got to
that you'd
think
like to
about it
meet or
again.
be.
in the meantime, Kevin, I do know who Brock Sampson is. I have watched that show, Venture Brothers, on Adult Swim.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't always remember names, but yeah, I'll just say I don't always remember names because there's no but to it. Brock Sampson, I do know who he is.
We'll be
I've
here,
seen him.
Raven.
Bye, Raven.
See you later, Raven. Hope all is well. Sleep well, or whatever you choose to do. Well.
There you go. You have fun. Yeah, somebody's talking about an EEG on this one. The flare is my epilepsy story. We finally caught my seizures on an EEG. Now making a better plan, most likely surgery. I know it's weird to be happy, but we've tried so many meds, medication resistant. Happy to be able to make better plans. This is a happy place. to be able to finally get that successful EEG that you know the doctor can't put you off on something else. Anybody else looking to get in this situation? Just talk to the doctor about what is the next step if there's any chance of getting off of these medications or less meds.
Depends on what I'm on, but if you're having a problem with medication, talking to them about getting it off, you might want to do it as soon as possible. Don't wait. If you do want to try something else, I mean, look at your options. Talk to the doctor and discuss other options. Look up the side effects before you just jump into anything, because I didn't look up side effects, and now 20 years later, I have insomnia and it's fucking awesome. So yeah, there's that. If you like to sleep, look at your side effects, because yeah, some make you really drowsy and some make you drowsy when you don't want to be drowsy and awake when you don't want to be awake and all that. That's what I didn't understand. I was taking plenty naps during the day, and then at night I just can't fall asleep. And then now that I'm not taking naps during the day because the B12, shout out to Nature's Made, is working. So now I have energy during the day and I still can't sleep. I'm doing 18-hour days, sometimes nighttime, 19. But it's working, I guess.
5 hours here too.
Yeah, 5 hours is working pretty good for me.
One of the good comments is to remind them, try and get multiple opinions. Don't jump into anything, especially when it comes to surgery. Other people writing in about how, I had the surgery, it worked well, but don't rush into it.
Yeah, don't just rush into any surgeries. Kate's the one that showed me you got to talk about it first. They'll try to sell you anything. Kevin, how'd they talk you into getting a VNS?
Well, trying to think back. They said there is another alternative. We think it would be right for you because the medication is not working and your seizures are getting more severe. Yeah, that just seemed like the right choice because it was getting really, really bad at that point with the myoclonus and myoclonic seizures. So I was pretty much really desperate to try anything at that point.
Yeah, I can understand.
Maybe I should have researched it more, but I'm glad I did it because it seems like it worked. I mean, yeah, they didn't do much talking into. I mean, it was just it was a very, very scary time because the seizures were very severe, and yeah, it just they described what it was. It's a very simple procedure, and I always say that, and yeah, and, they just described what it was and how simple it is and what I had to do, and yeah, it didn't seem that complicated. And they said
And
if
nobody
that
left you with
doesn't,
the impression of being like immediately seizure free, right?
yeah, they said it's not going to work right away, and
In other words, you're still taking meds for another year or so.
yeah,
Gotcha.
I didn't feel pressured or anything. It was just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's what they're writing back in some of the comments from everybody that says they're glad they went through with the surgery. And, they leave a sentence in there saying, I have a prospect of being or a possibility of being off medication in a few months. OP writes him back, wait, you're still on medication after surgery? So I don't know where that impression is made, but nothing is immediate, that's for sure.
Still looking to get down on medication because I'm still on a lot of medicine, I suppose. And yeah, but yeah, I am lowering medicine. Just I'd like it to be faster, I guess. Yeah.
Somebody's writing, when I got on a treadmill for them and produced a seizure to order while wired up, they still couldn't find the focus, so they couldn't operate. Shame, as they convinced me it could be the answer. Well, that's timing. That's just not the right EEG at the right time. I gave up vigorous exercise and got it under control. I just didn't like getting built up until I was looking forward to brain surgery and then being let down. Yeah, that's understandable. So this one saying they solved their problems by just getting off the treadmill.
I got something, Kate, unless you want to keep going with those comments.
Nah, you're good.
All right. It says doctor mentioned surgery. Posted 3 months ago. Not sure if my panic attacks were seizures or not. I had a 72-hour EEG and they are focal seizures. So I'm having those along with TC seizures. I've been on the Motrigine, topiramate, zonisamide, and I'm still having seizures. So we're trying to increase the zonisamide, but if it doesn't work, she thinks we should try Xcopri. But she brought up at least a last resort I did not expect. The last resort I did not expect. Surgery. She said the seizures are coming from a small part of my left temporal lobe, so that would be an option. I knew the EEG was more than likely to come back with something, but I guess I just didn't expect to hear that. I have a while to go before I would be at least. I have a while to go before I would be a last resort, but it was shocking to hear. Was that shocking to hear?
Yeah, if it's not what you expect.
Yes. And I put it off for a long time.
I can't tell you if it's shocking to hear, but I'd be shocked if they asked me to do that. So yeah, it shocked me. Just random surgeries. But I hope it did work for you, and I hope to see you soon. Because I did speak to this person, and they said they would come. Oh, did you have something, Andrea?
No, I just said their story sounds a lot like mine. It's like you start having seizures and then you add meds and add meds and add meds. And then they're like, have you thought about surgery? That's right where I'm at. I just got transferred for surgery assessment. That's what I'm doing now. So, because I'm now on 4 meds and there's not much else they can do but the med lottery or go check me out for surgery. And they seem to be getting worse. So,
The first comment here says, I went through the same thing a year and a half ago. First was a 3-week EEG, and it's not as bad as it sounds. Once they found the area, the device, what's best next? It's not as bad as it sounds. I had surgery and racing sailboats 1 month later. I still get blips, but they are thinking anxiety attacks are the causes of my seizures. No grand mal so far. Happy so far. Another one says, I had right temporal lobectomy. Previously tried Lamictal, Zonogram, and other AEDs. Currently on Aptium, Briviac, Omvi, VNS implant, and Nasalium as my rescue med. I can understand where you're coming from. Being shocking to hear. What are your thoughts on the surgery option? Is that something you want to pursue? And the author wrote, I'm really torn. It's definitely something I would discuss more before considering. The other person responded, totally understandable. If you want to talk about it anymore, I have questions, feel free to DM me. And last comment says, I had a doctor's appointment today and surgery was mentioned as an option and it kind of scares me. I want to do the overnight EEG where I stay in the hospital to see if they can learn more, but I'm not really sure about surgery and possible side effects. Yeah, have they ever told you guys anything about the side effects from those surgeries? Kate and Kevin in particular? Like after the procedure, was they talking about it? Did they talk to you about any side effects? I'm sorry.
First, yeah, they did say there was going to be some irritation, possibly some voice changing in the throat. Um, but besides that, they said not many, and they were right. There was not many side effects, but um, I think there were more. But I think I always get a lot of sore throats, and I think it might. I can't prove that. I can't come to that conclusion, but there's not many side effects to this. No.
RNS being a more invasive procedure, all of it was about infection. You know, make sure this heals properly. Don't let anything get infected, and you have a chance of, no unintended second, what would be like the fourth surgery or something.
Are you guys having any side effects that they didn't bring up?
I mean,
No.
I don't know if it's responsible for the memory or anything that I've just been blaming on the seizures.
Kevin, how's your memory?
Oh, it's fine. The memories. I think the drugs still affect it. It doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't hurt anything with my neurological system or anything. Um, if anything, it's supposed to help. I think the VNS is given to people with really deep depression, like really suicidal depression. But um, uh, I I just think my memory's just not that sharp. I need to get out more. I need more exposure, more stimulation, stuff like that. It's got nothing to do with the VNS.
Could that be from the meds that you're still taking too?
Yeah, I still think they're clouding my sharpness and not just not as bright as I used to be. But I think that can be fixed. I think I can. I'm just a little rusty.
You
Yeah,
just out of practice.
yeah, I need to get. Yeah,
I do have something here. It says I can't have any jobs or volunteering opportunities. Ideally, I want to be a zookeeper. I volunteered in zoos and worked around animals, and I also went to a college and have a degree in animal husbandry. Name of the degree has left me. Sorry. Everywhere I'm looking now has you needing, in quote, full driver's license. All zookeepers' jobs have been needing it too. I can't have one because I'm having too many seizures. I've even been turned away solely because of the epilepsy. I'm depressed and I feel like giving up. There's this crap on top of other problems. Here's hoping the third brain op will fix things later. I'm dying. The two comments, one says, I'm feeling you with my environmental science degree. And another person says, have you tried Xcopri? I wouldn't say give up on trying to work. If you like to work, I'd love to work. I like to work. And if my family would allow me to go back to work, I would. But yeah, I got to hear from them if I decide to go back into employment because I fell on fryer and then, yeah, I had jobs where hit the cement and all types of stuff. So it's like a forced retirement or resignment. So I was forced to resign. But yeah, don't give up if you don't want to. If you can do it, try to find jobs that you can do. Or just get disability and fall back and yeah.
Don't forget, you can still work on disability. Just not a lot.
You guys, any advice to that?
is there some area that doesn't there's nothing in the animal area that you can do. I mean, not even possibly uh, secretarial or administrative. I mean, there has to be something. I mean, connected with animals that this person can do. I imagine um, um, I something connected with the animals that doesn't involve seizures or that won't the seizures won't impede them from doing. Like something with uh, clerical. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
No, like you said, don't
Rick,
give up.
yeah.
I first of all, I kind of wonder if you could be an assistant, or there's some other, you know, like group type of activities that they might be able to work in. And depending on where they live, might be able to get public transportation, either discounted or free. Same thing with Lyft or Uber. I know that they offer some of those things in some places to get doctor appointments discounted or free. Might be able to do that for work too. It depends on what type of assistance or what type of laws they have. So you definitely do some research about that. And see if there's any, this is probably unfulfilling, but if there's any remote opportunities, helping zoos and other, let's say, animal preserves and stuff, do research, fundraising. There's always people that need to, be on video calls to present, try to get people involved. So maybe kind of pivot towards that type of thing temporarily until they get things under control, seizure wise.
There actually is one more comment here, and it's actually really long, so I actually will read it. It says, I was in your boat for quite a while in my life. I have refractory epilepsy, meaning that my epilepsy likes to break through my meds eventually, and we have to find another and another drug that might work. I went through all that work for a degree and struggled to find gainful employment because I kept having seizures that would affect my attendance and they'd have to let me go. I didn't really take life seriously after 2 or 3 jobs. I figured I was stuck in that life and I was really depressed about it. I honestly didn't know I could get better, to be honest. Then a doctor had referred me to an epileptologist who tried a combo of drugs I honestly didn't even want to be put on because they are both controlled substances. One being a benzo. I honestly said no the first and decided to use another option, which didn't fix my seizures. I was still having breakthrough seizures at least once a month. After finally waking up from a particularly bad seizure, I agreed to the combo he offered. It was work to get used to. I mean, it knocked me the fuck out for a year, if not longer. I still work with the side effects of that benzo, but you know what? I've stopped having seizures. Nice, congrats. I got my license back eventually. I started a new career, which has hardly anything to do with computer science, which is my degree, and I am definitely at a high watermark in my life. Now at 47, I am paid to travel the country, and I make good money at that. I consider myself successful and have goals. I have dreams and aspirations. I have pretty good life. It didn't happen overnight, and it wasn't given to me. It took years to get here, but hey, what else do you have to do with your time? Take my tag, take my tag to heart. We are playing life on hard mode, but that doesn't mean we can't play. Oh, I like that one. You guys agree with playing life on hard mode? I think we're playing it pretty easy.
I don't know. Some days feels different than others.
So that depends on which day it is and how you look at it.
What do you do when you're scared to go to a neurologist? I'm 17. I've been having seizures for about a year now. I went to the hospital after my third or fourth one. When it was finally witnessed by my family, they gave me an MRI and did a bunch of tests. But when they didn't find anything, they gave me papers to get an EEG. Keep in mind, I'm a minor. I'm not the one. I'm not the one being told anything. My mother keeps most of them from me. I was told that they said that I probably have epilepsy, but I can't say anything before I see a neurologist. I know my mom called and tried to get me seen by one, but I was told that my insurance or something like that won't let me go until December at the earliest. I get more and more scared after each seizure, the most recent one being earlier today. I'm so scared. I'll get scared and hurt my brain. I'll get seriously hurt or get brain damage before I see a neurologist. I keep scaring my family, and I'm not even trusted to do things I used to do all the time. I don't want things to get even worse. Are you scared to go see a neurologist? No, personally, I'm not. You got to get to know these neurologists, and you can't just let them take advantage of you. And then you can find one you like. I mean, that's how it worked for me. I pretty much just met a good one and I stuck to him. Not everyone's a good one. So like I said, I say it all the time, get you a second opinion. If you need one, a third, and best of 5, best of 7, best of 3, however you look at it. But second opinions are sometimes good.
Yeah, always second, third, fourth opinions, and I always advocate for that. Find somebody you're comfortable with. If you don't like what they're saying, or if you're uncomfortable, find another one. I know it's difficult with insurance and that this person is a minor. I don't know the situation if they can suggest having an additional person come with them. I kind of picked up a little bit here and there that the mother is not saying everything. Either could be like my mother doesn't understand, or it's a controlling thing. I'm not 100% on that. So kind of see if there's somebody else that could advocate, either a sibling or another family member could either go instead or go with. That way, kind of help balance things out and hopefully get some more information. I think that's probably more of why this person is scared, because they don't have all the information and they kind of have somebody controlling what they're hearing.
Yeah,
Um,
basically,
Yeah,
if you
that's
feel like anybody with you knows what questions to ask. Go ahead, go.
yeah, that's good insight. I remember being very young and just hating going to the neurologist, and I would skip appointments and I just never dealt with just the whole concept of having epilepsy. Didn't deal with it very well, but eventually had to get my mother to come with me because just having an outside viewpoint really sheds good light on the situation for the doctor. Because in my head, I was doing good, even though uh, my seizures were not, they were very bad. And so I was like, all right, doc, I'm fine. Let's get out of here. But my mom was like, no, he's having very bad seizures. He needs to change his medicine. So I added a second medicine, and that helped a lot. So it definitely really helps to have a second person there to help, a second opinion with you.
One says, if you are in the U.S., depending on the state, you are considered an adult at a medical setting, and you do not have to have your parents' consent or present for the doctor's appointment. At 17, in about 48 states, if not all of them, you have complete control of your medical interventions. Nice. Do you have a family doctor you can go to in the meantime to get started on medication? The doctors can diagnose epilepsy because it requires oftentimes an overnight or multiple day EEG to look into epileptiform brainwaves associated with epileptic seizures. Sadly, it's going to take time, lots of time to get the proper diagnosis. I've been trying since 2020. In January, I'm still just DX'd and quote generalized seizure disorder on trileptal with breakthroughs still every 6 to 8 weeks, except September 4th and September 12th, which were the 2 closest consecutive seizures I've ever had. It's not uncommon for specialists like neurologists to be booked out months in advance. Some folks can wait up to over a year. I'm kind of confused about your mom in quote, keeping info from you though. Did the ER doctor talk to you when they went in? Have you not had follow-up appointments with your primary care doctor? And the author responded, they spoke to me, but I was out of it and confused. The second my mom was available, they asked her mostly everything. My primary doctor didn't say much when I saw them. They just gave me a referral for an EEG, and all information from there was given to my mom. Hey, Jeff.
How's it going?
All
Hi,
right.
everybody.
We got a
Welcome
person
back
here
to
who
our
said,
favorite warrior.
How you doing?
All right.
we got a kid
Hi,
here,
Trish.
a
Hi, Rick.
17. Oh, say that again?
I was just saying hi to Kevin, Rick, and Andrea.
Oh, yeah.
They
He was
weren't
here
here
earlier,
earlier. I
guys,
was
straight from the
Hello.
EMU.
zooming live from the EMU.
Fresh out of the EMU. Oh, the comment here, Rick, the question here was just a 17-year-old. He was saying, I'm scared. Are you scared to go see a neurologist? And I'm scared. No, I'm not. I think this person is more scared, might be going alone or something. Yeah, I'm not scared to go see one personally. But what he's saying is he has to go do all these tests and stuff. I'm assuming that's why he's scared. One of the comments here says, make sure when you see your doctor, you have written down what questions you have. Also, make sure you get written down anything important that the doctor says. The doctor should understand you, have brain things going on, and might not remember what they say. Even if you're a minor, the doctors still have an obligation to tell you what's going on because you're the patient. I suggest you call them or talk to them and tell them what's going on. I suggest telling the neurologist and don't run from them. It could help. It cannot help, but you can't know if it can't help if you don't try. Has anyone else ever been excited for switching meds? For those who didn't hear that one, anybody ever been excited for switching medications? Me personally, no. I think I'm at a good point where I like the one I'm at, and it's no fun trying to switch over and titrate and up and down and all that stuff.
I was happy to switch off Keppra.
I'd always be able to be happy to switch off Keppra. But also, I remember when I got off of Keppra, it was cold turkey. It was just a switch right over to lamotrigine. I didn't titrate down or up or anything. It was just like, take this lamotrigine, take 100 this week, and next week take 200, and then I was up to 200. But yeah,
That's how it worked with me also. To stop
yeah.
it and start taking Ficompa.
Yeah. Some people were really confused when I said that I didn't titrate up or down. I just jumped right into it. But that's how it went. I didn't get to choose that. I just was told that. Rick, go ahead.
Oddly, every medication change is something I'm happy about and looking forward to because I want to find the one that doesn't cause me to be a zombie and sleep 13, 15 hours. When Keppra, everybody around me was happy I got off of that one. That was one also that just like you guys just jumped right off of it. You know, I was happy to get off the Depakote, and I'm right now happy to get off of what am I on now?
Impact.
Lacosamide, yeah, Vimpat lacosamide. That's right. I finally am able to say Lacocam. No, now I can't say it because I'm stuck. Anyway, I'm getting on to Lamictal now, so I'm happy. Things are going a little bit better with that. So the short answer is I'm always happy and looking forward to when I'm changing medications.
Lamictal is lamotrigine, right?
That's how you say it.
Yeah, lamotrigine is Lamictal. There we go. So I do have another one here. It says, I'm an adult, but I have the independence of a young child. Have you ever felt like this? I still live with my mother into my late 20s, yet I feel like I'm being coddled and treated like a child. I can't walk to a local shop on my own. I can't go to a pub and enjoy a drink alone. I can't even use my fucking heater anymore in case I have a seizure and burn the house down. It's pushing me over the edge and even have thoughts of suicide because I'm so unhappy. Has anyone else ever had this or still have this to deal with in this type of life? I hate it. Here's hoping my third brain surgery I'm having next year will get rid of it. Been there, the on the edge. Yeah, been there. It was many years ago. And I believe I was on Capra. Don't give up. You gotta lose the independence. Do what you can to make yourself feel like you have a monster independence. Find something comfortable that you like to do. Otherwise, all you're gonna think about is losing your independence, and it's gonna suck. I mean, personally, I can't say that sucked, and that's all you have on your mind is what epilepsy took from you instead of what you can do after you have it. 20 years in, so I can just say it takes time. Don't rush it. And you are in your 20s, so yeah, living with your parents is great sometimes. Yeah, stay with your parents as long as they try to keep you there. I mean, you need someone. You can't be alone. So I do suggest if you're going to live with someone, let it be your parents because they don't want to watch you die. They'll take care of you. At least that's what my mother did. Maybe she's one of a kind, but yeah, parents are, I'm not going to say they're the best because everyone's parents aren't the best. But yeah, I feel like my parents care more than anybody else does, including people in my general circle or within miles of me.
Yeah, he's right. Parents are a blessing, and it does. I was way worse off many years ago, and now I'm many years seizure free. So it does get better. So, or it can at least, and a lot of us are better off many years later. I'm assuming, I don't know, but yeah, just wait out the storm. It's not the end of the world. And just you can, yeah, just all right. You're living with your parents. It's not that bad.
One of the comments here says, I understand entirely. I started having seizures at 24 with nothing before that, as far as we know. Currently 29 and feel like less of an independent adult than I did when I was 19. Someone else said, this hits. 31 and feeling less independent than I was in my 18s to mid 20s. I feel pathetic. Don't do that. Don't feel pathetic. Comes with it. Just pray for the best and put one foot in front of the other and keep going. Yeah, don't give up. There's always a better day. Another comment says, I'm 31. I still live with my parents. I want more independence too, but for seizure safety, my girlfriend doesn't even want me to move out. You have a good girlfriend. Well, the heater has a safety to shut off when it's tipped. So that's just inhumane of your mom. Not all of them have the auto off when they tip over. One more says, for this thread, I wish I've had a picture of when I fell face first into the heater and it looked like the victim of a velociraptor attack. Remember that was one word. But I really feel your pain. When I was stuck in the house, I even started gaining memories back when I was a child. Very strange stuff. Move out. I'm not being sarcastic either. I bet you know your limits, and you're an adult. There's nothing you can do or she can do to stop you. I'm not suggesting you move across the country either. Maybe it's a tiny studio apartment above the pub within drinking distance of your mom, even if it's just a bit to give it a try. Hopefully, you're in a situation where you can consider this. Everyone is different and how it reflects on their family. I'm just trying to put into words what I hope you want to hear. Regardless, best of luck. I don't suggest moving upstairs from a pub. it's actually kind of loud. And then if you want to go to be a, it might turn you into an alcoholic. Never know. There's some people who know to go to the bar and get water and talk to friends, but it's not, I would say it's not the best environment for an epileptic, especially if you have problems with abuse of substances or alcohol. Oh, there is another comment here. It says, how do people let their families treat them like this? I see it all the time. And this a few years ago, I found out my mom had told someone about seizures recently that I had had. I told her that she violated my privacy and would no longer be informed about my epilepsy. It hasn't come up since. That was it. End of story. Stand up for yourself. Set some boundaries. My God. OMG, I just found this community and I relate so much. Got my first seizure at 15. Life has never been the same. Can't give you advice, but all I can say is what you're feeling is valid. I sincerely hope you can get better. Me too. I hope you get better. Losing your independence sucks. Find a situation that works for you. I moved in with my sister. It was a great opportunity. We have our good times, and also find people you can tolerate. Don't let it get to 6 years down the line and you're like, oh, I don't know why I'm even here. That can suck. Don't wait till forever to find out you made a bad decision moving with someone. I do have a post here, you guys. It says, I need to ask. I really need your opinions if anyone has an experience with phenytoin and Topamax. I have an appointment soon to discuss this option, and my doctor and I want to know your feedback. Thank you. Phenytoin sodium, that was Dilantin. It was cool. It's one of the oldest drugs I've heard. I don't want to try it again. I guess it was cool. I think I was taking it like 3 times a day, and I was in high school. So I could say it kind of worked because I only had 2 seizures in high school after having epilepsy. I mean, after being diagnosed, I didn't have any more seizures at school. I got 2. I got diagnosed. They gave me phenytoin, and the rest of my seizures were either on the streets with friends or at home. But it helped, I would say, for the morning, I guess, because I took it in the morning before school. And then, yeah, it was good throughout the day. But that 3 times a day, I felt like was a lot. Sometimes I'm not home 3 times a day, or now I got to keep the pills on me. Yeah, stop complaining.
Taking meds 3 times a day is a no for me. It's hard enough to, I mean, 12, I don't even do 12 hours a day anymore because I felt like I was just, if I try to take them 12 hours apart, then I kept forgetting. Felt like it got too late and I just wasn't in the right place. I wasn't even listening to the reminder. So even now, I only take my meds like closer to 9 or 10 hours apart. It works.
Well, you don't have like a designated time?
But the reminder goes off at 9 and 7, like 9 in the morning and 7 at night. If it's a night where I'm just not going to sleep, then the sun comes up, I'll take the meds before I take the dog out. So, if I need to take the meds before I get to doing something, then that's the only time I'll really switch it up. But it's usually within like 2 or 3 hours of 9 and 7.
Anyone take Dilantin or Topamax? Yeah, that's what they're looking for advice for is, yeah.
Yeah, I take Topamax. I've been taking it so long now that I can't really tell, but they say it slows down your cognitive ability. The
Dopamax.
yeah, Dopamax, right? That's the nickname for it. Is it really that's the main and worst effect of it is, yeah, it really just it's a big problem for your brain and speech. It's a big speech impediment. So that's what you need to consider.
Yeah, the first comment here says Topamax was a great drug for me. Worked well for 7 years, no issues. Then the dose got too high, and I switched to another. Dilantin didn't work well for me, made me irritable, and had to really work at not snapping on people. Kind of like Keppra, just realize everyone is different, and the meds will hit you differently. Another one says they kind of miss each other. And finding my cocktail that works, Topamax was great for me. I was on it for 7 years by itself. And then doctors suggested finding a new med because of the long-term effects like kidney damage. Dilantin was a few years later after Vinpat and Lamictal. Like I said, it's different for everyone, and you kind of got to find your own cocktail that works. First meds, new meds.
Kind of feeding off of that one, this person's asking how to balance side effects. What kind of supplements are you guys taking to help balance out the side effects of the meds? Number one, with plenty of replies and, upvotes, is cannabis. Poor appetite, insomnia, anxiety, and focus, not a side effect, but cannabis makes me a social, outgoing person. I was an introverted shut-in. Marijuana has been a godsend. This is the way. Yeah, so that is definitely the number one. For nausea, some people take nausea pills and just leave the headaches alone. If it bothers me, I have to take painkillers. But in the past, I was faced with ataxia. I stopped treatment immediately and suddenly. Weight loss, hypoglycemia. In this case, wore a sensor, and when blood sugar levels dropped severely, took glucose pills. Yeah, maybe some people really are just more prone to side effects. This one sounds like they had a rough time. Oh, coffee and cannabis is another one. They say exercise, good sleep, healthy eating habits. I eat mainly locally sourced meat, eggs, cheese, and fruit. So, yeah, what do you think about side effects?
Read the question again. I had an answer, but I forgot what the question was.
What do you supplement to balance out the side effects of the meds?
B12, shout out to Nature's Made. It totally stopped the focals, like to a halt. Like I left them around the corner, like they're just not here anymore. Yeah, so there's that. And then I forgot what else I was gonna say. Oh, yeah. Any other side effects? Only other side effects I really got was only real side effects I got was insomnia. I didn't have any other than the side effects of the fatigue. That shout out to Nature's Made. The B12 would give you a little more energy. I'd say do that and knock away some of that fatigue. Yeah, it's very helpful in that department. But any other supplements I have not tried yet. I'm going to try the COQ10 by Nature's Made gummies. Shout out to Nature's Made again. I heard they're pretty good, and I forgot what it was for again, but Raven said it earlier. I'm going to take it just because.
Brain fog now.
There we go.
I'm gonna try them too.
Yeah. For the brain fog, I don't have much brain fog, but I say a lot or I don't know if that's brain fog. I say before every answer.
Is that the COQ 10 or 12?
COQ10. Raven said it's good for brain fog.
Yeah, I was going to get some of that recently, and I just didn't for some stupid reason. I forgot or something.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting some. I don't know. I don't really have too much brain fog. I mean, depends on what you call brain fog, because, like I said, I say a lot, so I don't know if that's confusion or brain fog. Yeah, so I don't get much brain fog, but I would like to try it and see how it helps. Anybody here take pregabalin? It's
I don't
for
think so.
okay. It's for focals. Says anyone here on it or try it? I see really good things about it on different subs. for focal seizures. My epileptologist put me on it. It's my 9th or 10th med to try. Anyone ever try it? No, we have not personally. No one here, but there's some responses. It says I have a prescription for it, but for something else, I have a prescription for it, but for something else. I haven't touched it yet. That is interesting considering that I suspect I have focal seizures and the EEG hasn't been able to detect it yet. Another comment says I was on gabapentin, which is a weaker version, made me ultra constipated. I gained 50 pounds and it didn't help at all. Took it like a year. Took it for like a year, a quick one, and then quit. The withdrawals are brutal. Lost all the weight in like 2 months. Some people say they lose weight, and that's a good thing from some meds. And some people say they can't hold on weight, and they're 6 feet tall and 200 pounds and stuff like that. I'm glad I'm not really keeping on weight. To be 6'2", do you guys think 170 to 180 is a decent weight? I want to get to like 200 and be like a little solid, you know? Maybe put on a little muscle, you know? But
I was gonna say, I think you're technically underweight.
yeah, my ID says what I guessed I might be. So yeah, I guessed I was around 170. And then let's see. Oh, on my ID I put 181. Then I got a paper copy as well.
Anyone with TLE recently struggle with depression in between seizures? I've had to stop taking Lamictal and Keppra. Lamictal really improved my mood. I hadn't realized I'd been depressed all my life. I just thought it was my personality, constantly pissed off and feeling like I could cry, but I hid it well. Feeling awful again now. I have catamenial RTLE, right temporal lobe epilepsy, and PMDD2. So it's some kind of diabetes. You guys know PMDD? Oh,
Post-menstrual something.
premenstrual
think.
dysphoric disorder. Yeah. So that causes emotional and physical symptoms like mood swings, anger, hopelessness, anxiety, fatigue, bloating. And they are debilitating enough to get that diagnosis. So this one definitely is 2 pretty volatile medications. So the comments, I mean, have we ever taken that combination? I've been on the Keppra, but not Keppra with Lamictal. You guys?
They took me off Keppra and put me on Lamictal.
Oh, okay. Did you notice one did better than the other for, your moods or the seizures?
Oh yeah, I was an angry suicidal psycho on Keppra, and that's why they switched me over to the other one.
Lamictal, yeah.
Same here. This donut is delicious. Little donut around here, little donut shop around here. They took me off of Keppra, like Andrea said. They took me off of Keppra, and they put me on. What'd you say? Lamotrigine.
Lamictal.
Generic Lamictal, which is lamotrigine, and I've been taking it for a very long time now. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes it might be 6 years. Sometimes it might be 8. I don't know. It might be 10.
I'm still taking it along with everything else.
Yeah, like you said, it changed you or whatever. Yeah, it took me. Yeah, like you said, it took you out of those psycho stages. Yeah, I didn't have that afterwards. I was pretty much a little less emotional because I think I was so emotional that I think the anger was the bad part of the emotional. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it was just awful. Everything was horrible.
Yeah. It's like there's no good in this life anymore. It was the only one I thought about walking into traffic. So I mean, when you think about bad stuff like jumping off of cliffs and stuff like that, then
And those kinds
My
of feelings
partner-
didn't. Go ahead.
My partner came home for lunch one day and I handed him the gun and all the bullets in the house. And I said, you need to take this to my dad's gun safe right now
Okay, so
because it's
you
not safe to
used
have in the
any,
house.
Good
Right.
move, Andrea.
Yeah.
definitely. So these feelings didn't come, precede seizures. It was and
It was
all
just all
day,
the
every
time.
day.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
all the time.
I was screaming at grocery cashiers.
Hmm.
Well, you ask for 20 cash back. Don't look like a 20.
And she rung up my grocery wrong.
Oh, she had it coming. You got 2 for 1. You better get your 2 for 1.
She didn't do anything wrong. I just thought she did. That's the
Oh,
problem. I
okay.
I think she was training too.
You're like, it's not you, it's me.
Right.
You're her most
Totally
valuable
not you.
training.
I'm gonna yell, but don't take it seriously. It's me, it's not you.
Oh, the manager came over and everything. It was a good time.
So yeah, somebody else is saying I have intractable bilateral TLE and thought it's never been diagnosed as catamenial. My epileptologist recognizes the increase in activity and increases my medication around my menses. Has anybody ever had to take more medication at certain weeks of the month? It's
I
never been like
haven't.
that for me. No, I've never heard of that before. So maybe that's what these epileptologists are so proud of, just making shit more confusing. I used to be so positive about my life, and now I find myself being so negative, rarely truly happy. I feel alone. Good luck. Try to smile today. Wow. And that's the comment on the post asking, do you struggle with depression in between seizures? Okay. So the less medication, the better is what I got out of that one. This post is titled Deflated. Had an appointment with a mental health and well-being coach to talk about my seizures. After an hour and a half, 60% them talking, I came away feeling deflated and even more isolated by the experience. So this was with a mental health and well-being coach to talk about seizures. Totally didn't serve a purpose. Okay, it's not that they weren't trying to be helpful. They were very enthusiastic. I just don't feel like they got it. I don't think anyone can unless you live it. They said they wanted to inject me with confidence so many times that it became annoying, mainly because they thought that was a big barrier. My seizures are random outside of obvious triggers. I can walk around with not a care, and one will happen. It doesn't matter how much confidence I do or don't have. What I need is assurance, and that's something no one can give me, even with the meds. I understand this, and that's what I need help mentally coping with. Being told to own it and be unapologetic if I have a seizure in public is one thing I need to work on, I will say, but I'm more bothered about being a danger to myself and others. My last public seizure was crossing the road, and last indoor tonic-clonic, I cracked my head off the corner of a unit and fell down the stairs. It doesn't feel like that is something confidence can fix. And the more I think about it, the more insulted I feel by it. It feels like the mental health around having epilepsy just isn't understood enough, in my opinion. And I hate to say this, but their younger age made their optimism and advice seem naive. They did say they looked up about epilepsy to better understand it. I'll give them that. Just needed to purge my pity party. Can't help pessimistically going along with through the motions sometimes because I'm so tired with the loneliness epilepsy brings. Okay, so nobody's ever recommended me to a mental health or well-being coach. They were so much quicker to try to put, just prescribe another antidepressant or something. But I don't think I ever really went to the doctor with that intention. But I did say, I feel slow. I didn't feel happy at, something that I think I should have been happy at. But then they just switch the meds or add another one. Nobody ever made a referral to like a happy specialist. What about you guys?
Yes, they have referred me to mental health people.
So did you
And
get that inject you with confidence line?
not really. And I didn't really get that feeling. They just said I don't know, it was quite the quite a route of people. At first they said, you're at risk for depression. And then they said, you should go somewhere. I said, where should I go? He said, that's on you. You find the person. Okay. So then I looked someone up and and then they said, we can't help you here. We're not the right people for you. And I had to find another person. And I went back to the place where I was originally got that. I don't know, because the place I went to was for people who were really, really messed up. No offense to them, but he was just a counselor. You know, I needed a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist. It's just a long story, and oh my, these people. Um, yeah, and they all suggest the same thing, you know, medicine. I didn't want to take more. I want more behavior therapy as opposed to medicine, but I don't know. It does seem like they don't really understand.
So you think the OP kind of hit the nail on the head with just saying, you know, between their age and their overly optimistic, enthusiastic vibe, that it just definitely didn't get them happier. Said they
I
came
don't know.
across as naive. Their advice seemed naive, and they didn't understand epilepsy. So that sounded like the downfall.
I think there is. I think there's definitely uh, definitely a chasm between understanding this particular disorder and yeah, uh, uh, they don't know what makes this particular disorder unique, you know, and what makes this what links this to
Certain symptoms for certain people and things like that.
yeah, you know, because like I said, it's an invisible disability, and because it's disabling in so many factors in life. You can't drive, you can't participate in uh, things in life. You cannot be one of your fellow uh, uh, you can't drink
Peers.
or anything. You can't take part in so many things in life, and it's just so disabling and degrading and
Oh, Andrea said
humiliating.
take a bath.
Yeah, yeah, and these there's just hundreds or thousands of things you cannot do. You just don't feel like a normal human being, and these people just do not understand this, and and they just want to throw a pill at you and say feel better. What the psychiatrists do, and they just assume you're sad like everyone else. Well, they just don't know why you're sad, and it's because of I don't know.
No, I mean that kind of lines up with this first comment here. Andrew, what do you think about that? Have you ever been advised to seek out a therapist or some kind of life coach?
I got food in my mouth. Hold on.
Best
I'm in
time.
therapy, so yes, but I totally understand what you're saying, Kevin, because I'm constantly hearing stuff from my therapist that's you got to get out, you got to do this, you got to think more, positive, or have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And it's like, that's completely unrealistic for my situation, whether it be physically unrealistic or financially unrealistic, whatever it may be. There's in some way she just thinks that it's some simple workaround that I can snap my fingers and make it happen, but she doesn't realize I have to call my children or my mommy if I need to go to the grocery store. And I'm almost 48 years old.
Yeah, these quick fixes are not reality. What do you think, Jeff?
I guess my perspective, like usual, is different because of my age. I don't, I mean, yeah, sure, I had much more freedom when I was driving, and I can still drive if I really wanted to. I haven't been told not to, um, although I don't want to. I don't want to take the chance of hurting someone or killing someone, and I don't understand why that's not more prevalent. That people are, and I guess I could almost understand that in somebody that's younger because they haven't had the lifetime of freedom that I had. But still, I mean, to me, you should make the most of it out of every day and not sit around and be depressed or feel, you know, sad. If you feel sad, you're going to be sad. And if you feel happy, you're going to be happy. It's really simple. And I had a therapist when I was in California, and when I came back to PA, I had another therapist. And a couple of weeks ago, I said to her, I don't need therapy anymore because I get all the therapy I need on Tuesdays and Fridays. And she thought that was great. Uh, as the buzzer is going off in the EMU as I'm saying that.
You are still the most well-rounded individual that any of us have ever met. I promise. You are the mentor. Hands down.
Thank you. But I mean, seriously, I got depressed over this. And then one day I said, fuck this. What am I depressed about? If I'm depressed, I'm going to be depressed.
Just be happy.
Yeah. Don't worry, be happy. And since then, I just make the most out of every day. And if I
Hey,
don't feel
Jeff,
good,
did
I
we
don't
ask
feel
you,
good.
did we ask you if you had a chance, what fictional character would you like to meet?
Would I like to meet?
Either meet or be. We've answered both.
I think I would like to be Bosch from uh, the Bosch series, and I'm trying to remember who the author is now. I would like to be him, or else the head of Israeli Secret Service, Gabriel Alam, who's another one of my.
Okay.
Those are my two favorite characters. I can't remember the authors. So I would like to be either one of those. Bosch is a really cool cop. And Gabriel Alam is a stone killer, but he's a nice guy.
Okay.
I think I want to partially change my answer. Jeff, mine was Borny because Borny was a big part of my childhood, especially when I got hit by the car and I couldn't go, I couldn't walk. I believe we went to a Borneo on Ice thing, and it was cool. I had a little stuffed animal, and I lost it. And well, I grew up. I could say I didn't lose it. I grew up. I don't know where it is. But yeah, that'll be so cool. Just like Borneo was like my child therapist. Kept me excited. Like something's coming on today. We're doing something today. Then he's all excited. He's all jolly with all the kids and stuff. And yeah, I remember he sings songs. He's like dancing and stuff. Big purple dinosaur. Yeah, that was a decent part of my childhood. But if I could be someone else, I just thought of it. I'd be is it Brian O'Connor? You guys know who that is? Brian O'Connor from Fast and the Furious.
Ah,
Okay.
I know who it is.
Yeah.
Well, if you say Vin Diesel or Paul Walker, that might make more sense.
Well, the character, his name was.
But yeah, it has to be a fictional character. You're right.
I don't want to be him because he's dead. I mean, he's not necessarily a fictional character. He's him.
Yeah.
Um,
Forget I said it.
yeah.
I'm just trying to see if Prime will let us watch Bosch for free.
Well, if we get to change our answers, because I want to be Letty then, because I want to be able to drive like that.
Yeah, that's what I
Letty
was
is
thinking,
hot.
driving and sliding around corners. I tried
Yeah,
it.
she's
It was
hot
so
too.
fun.
All right,
I
maybe
don't
we'll
know how
watch
they do
sci-fi
it.
this weekend. It's action tonight.
I tried to do some drifting. It kind of worked, except I just kind of skidded instead of drifting because I came to a full halt. I know how they just like keep going and slide and slide. I was on the brakes. I didn't know how to do it. I was like,
All right, well, you didn't
stop.
you didn't flip. Oh,
No, I didn't.
that's the best we can hope for.
But I swung around and it was like, oh, everybody was like, what are you doing? Like, oh, I'm trying to do some Fast and the Furious. Like, please don't do that with me in the car.
You think?
Yeah.
All right, so the comments about the therapist. The first one saying that it sounds like you just didn't click with the therapist. Seek another one who has a history in therapy for chronic illness and depression. I went to a psychiatrist because he had neurology training and therefore at least probably had treated epileptics while getting his MD. And welcome back, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
All right.
More of the comments agree. OP is saying, yeah, you're probably right. I just didn't click. I'll ask to explore this avenue next time. Hope it works. Haven't seen a therapist in a long time. This is another comment saying I moved away, didn't seek out a new one. I didn't get better for a long time. Honestly, I got worse. The best thing for me has been getting the right AED. It's totally changed me in positive ways. Wish you all the best. So yeah, some people really do just blame it all on the meds. A lot of reassurance about it's not your fault. It's understandable to be hopeful, but unless they have experienced epilepsy themselves or someone close to them to see what it is, they will not ever understand. The only possible source from a mental health counselor standpoint is one, finding someone who specializes in dealing with individuals who have serious life affecting illnesses like cancer, and of course, types of epilepsy. You need someone who does not have to research epilepsy in order to learn about it. Your needs are so far ahead of your capabilities or of their capabilities. And yeah, that's well said. That's definitely somebody you can tell has been in this position too. So yeah, I'll stick with Tuesdays and Fridays.
Yeah, see a therapist. That's what I suggest. Someone you can talk to would be good too. Maybe like your wife or something. Or is it a woman? A woman marry women. So yeah, if it's your wife or husband, find someone to talk to. You don't need a therapist every time.
Username is
They
Davis
are
Belch.
pretty good.
So yeah, I don't
But
know.
they're pretty
Good
costly.
listener. You can find yourself a good listener.
There you go. I got Kate. So I got a post here. It says, shout out to Nature's Maid. It's not what it says. But
Shout out to
I had a
Nature's
seizure.
Mate.
The post says, I think I had a seizure. Last night I was outside in the bar with my friend, only had 2 or 3 drinks, and suddenly I blacked out, fell into my friend and woke up to my head and neck tremoring and was super dizzy. I couldn't talk or move other than nodding, and other than the nodding of my head and neck that I couldn't control. I was super confused and shaky for a few minutes after. Was it a seizure? Should I go to the doctor? First one, yes, go to the doctor because you don't know exactly what it is. And you had 2 or 3 drinks, so it could be a lot. But a seizure could be that. You didn't say if you had epilepsy or not, but yeah, go see a doctor. It possibly could be a seizure. Just don't assume it's a seizure because they're not taking your word for it these days. They want to put you in an EMU and all that stuff just to prove you have epilepsy. But so far that does sound something like a seizure, especially because wait, the neck tremoring when you woke up, that part I didn't understand. I haven't had neck tremoring. I never woke up to the tremoring. So but
That could be something from shock.
Then the super dizzy part, I have woke up super dizzy, and always the paramedics were like, lay down, you got this, you're falling over and stuff like that. So yes,
Do you
you
guys
should go
ever
see a
come to
doctor.
with like eye twitches? Not even positive that you had a seizure, but for some reason your eye twitches a little bit in the morning or after waking up.
No, but now that you say that, I was talking to this girl and she was telling me that I was having facial jerking or like twitching when I first met her. And she was like, that's what I thought was weird. And she said, I thought it was weird and you never brought it up. You just continued the date. And I was like, I didn't know it was going on. But yeah, I was like, yeah, it was like maybe a few months ago. I was like, I haven't seen you in like 3 years. But you're just not going to tell me that my face was twitching and that's why you don't talk to me anymore. But yeah, facial twitches can be a seizure. And I think that's what I was having. And when she explained it, I was like, I kind of told her that sounds like a seizure. And being that I don't remember, it's also very possible that that was a seizure.
I think when it happened to me, that was 2 weeks after splitting the pills. So that's what I'm gonna blame it on. Hasn't happened, and since then. Oh yeah, I should have wrote it down.
Yeah, I think that could have been a seizure, and I forgot to point out that story because we have talked a lot about stuff like that recently. But I can relate to anyone who's been through the face jerking, not the lips and the eyes and all that, but yeah, not that I remember it. She said my face, it looked like I was going like this. She said, like winking. She preferred to it as you look like you were winking hard. So this is I was going like this. So yeah, there's that.
A couple days ago, somebody posted, "Is it hard to make friends?" I don't know if it's hard to make friends or I'm just too shy. I don't know if it has anything to do with epilepsy. And that was it. So this is just a question for some advice. One of the popular comments here is, I'm not really going to answer your question, but I think making friends can be really difficult because medications can make you tired or depressed. But one of the main reasons is that epilepsy can affect your confidence. They put asterisks around that. Friendships are hard to maintain, and it's even harder when you have a condition and take medicine that makes you feel sick. For me, it used to be difficult to make friends or even leave the house, including going to school, so I hardly had any friends. Now I feel more comfortable with my epilepsy, my medications, become a completely new person, much more outgoing, and it's easier to talk to people and make friends.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
and
hard to make friends. I'm really good at making friends and talking to people and but to keep friends around, that's the harder part. To keep them around once I've had seizures in front of them, that's a different story depending on their life. Like I have friends that I still call friends, but they have their own lives. They have children and stuff like that and stuff now.
Andrea said it best. They just
Yeah.
need to come hang out with us.
Yeah. I wish I could have a friend come join us. He watches my podcast, and he's like, "Yeah, that's really cool." But like I said, I don't
Come
have
on
like
over.
a huge crowd of friends besides you guys. You guys damn near feel like family. So you guys know things that my family doesn't even know, which is odd when you say it, but it's easier to open up to people who understand it than talking to someone and they're like,
But it's so much more reassuring to know that nobody here is going to focus on those facts and let it define you. We
I
may
don't
not
want to
even
talk
fucking
to someone who
remember.
looks like I'm telling them about a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
You're not gonna treat me like my mom.
Right.
Thank you.
Or that, or it just seems like you're just talking to somebody about your problems rather than just trying to have dialogue.
They either look like they're in awe or they're looking like, you
They're
gotta be
planning an
kidding.
escape. Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me. That doesn't sound true.
Mhm.
It sounds like a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once they don't look like they're paying attention or their jaw drops like they're just so confused. Yeah. Yeah, my friend, I don't know. I think I kind of ghost people too. When I feel like you just don't want to be a friend, I'm able to just be like, all right, then you don't want to be a friend. But I did hear the thing that you said earlier, Kate, about it could uh, mess with your confidence as the medication or whatever the case. But one of the side effects of lamotrigine is boosting confidence. I read that. It was Google.
It boosts it?
Boosting
I thought
confidence.
that was
Really?
libido.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Libido.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Might as well just call it the
Hey,
same
babe,
thing.
you hear that? Lamotrigine boosts libido.
I don't provide medical advice. I'm not
And
licensed at
confidence.
anything.
I'm gonna hit that on the wiki.
And yeah, and it boosts your confidence. So yeah. There
I
was
think I
a
have like pretty
Oh.
decent confidence. I think it comes in waves. I think most of the stuff that hits from that, it's more like in the post-ictal phase, and I think that's where it makes it. I think it's like a two-way street with the confidence, especially when it comes with epilepsy too. Because when the post-ictal phase hits, depending on how long it lasts, it makes you seclude yourself as well.
yeah.
But
Mhm.
that's a survival response. I mean, think about how easy it is to get used during that postictal phase. Anybody around you
Yes.
could get over so easy.
Mhm.
And a lot of the comments here are good indications of that, saying, I know the feelings with my epilepsy is I've only made friends who use me.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
especially when you're uncontrolled or switching meds or it's just that whole
Yeah.
gear of changing,
Mhm.
that's risky to be a
Yes.
social butterfly.
My best friend, he's like the little brother I never had. We were really good friends. I still say we are really good friends, except it's like people think you ghost them because you're not on social media. I'm like, I didn't ghost you. Ghosting you would like be like blocking you and not answering your messages. I don't even go to the app anymore, so not seeing you post stuff on Instagram and your life getting better and all that stuff doesn't mean I know that because social media, and that's what people expect you to be like really active in the social media. Like I don't know what people's
Mhm.
birthdays are.
Expectations, yeah.
People are
Yeah.
like, you didn't wish me happy birthday. And I'm like, I don't know your birthday. I've never known your birthday.
Mhm.
But there is 500 people that follow you that know your birthday because it reminds them.
Yeah, that's a big problem I have too, because I don't have like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram. I mean, I have Facebook so I can keep in touch with family that's everywhere.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't have any of that social media stuff.
Yeah. And my Instagrams, they are dull until every now and then I post a picture, maybe twice a year.
Mhm.
But other than that, like knowing people's birthdays and stuff who feel like we're social media friends for the last 20 years or some shit. Yeah. They think, oh, you're not really a friend. You didn't call me. You didn't message me when my birthday was this day. Well, I didn't know. You should have told me 20 years ago.
You call me on my birthday?
Right. Um,
I mean,
yeah,
this
my
one
best
sums it
friend.
up kind of
Last time
similar to
I
what
talked to my best friend, he called me and borrowed some money. Haven't heard from him since. And I gave him some money. So yeah.
Like, where's
And
my
I did say
Starbucks
borrow.
gift card?
He said, I get paid in a week. Can I borrow this? I needed some money to get to work. I'm sure you got to work because but
He
yeah,
didn't call
it's
back.
pretty easy to get in touch with other people because
Mhm.
like I said, I didn't really get in touch with him because I didn't have his number for a long time. Or the number he had changed or whatever. Last time I seen him was 2019, and then it's been like 3-year periods ever since, but it's been like 6 years since then. And that's all it took is for me to get on social media. And people have like big social media presence. And I was like, hey, how you doing? Long time no see. He messaged me back in less than a minute, literally. I was looking at it, and then you see the little bubbles like the person's typing. I was like, oh, okay. So that's how I get in touch with you because obviously text messages and kind of do the bubbles or the let you know. Yeah. I don't know how shit works for other people, but yeah. Social media is the easiest way to get in touch with people, come to find out, which sucks because you have a phone as well. Some people
I don't know. I
just,
think it's when an iPhone texts an Android, you can't tell if it's been delivered or read.
yeah, no.
That's my theory. I don't know.
No,
Which one?
because I've texted you before and it said red after that. But then I text you on my iPhone, it says red anyway too. So, but on my Android, the messages did say red. And then someone else who told me that they messaged me off an iPhone said that my messages said red. And I was like, I don't even see that on the screen to where it says that you read or whatever the case. But
It's in the settings.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I can never tell if it's how to let that work. But yeah, this friend thing, they're saying that I don't personally find it hard to make friends, but it could be a part of you is worried that people will think you're having epilepsy and being scared to be your friend in case you have a fit in front of them. So deep down, you just try not to make friends. I don't find that it could get that deep unless you've like actually been traumatized about having a seizure in public or literally lost a friend because of it. But that's, I mean, you've got to be able to come to terms with the fact that that was their issue. If somebody can't handle seeing a seizure, that is part of who you are. So they, I mean, the follow-up comment saying they don't deserve to be your friend. Better off
Mhm.
without them.
Yeah. I'm more or less nowadays, like, I stopped getting embarrassed or afraid of having seizures in front of my friends. Now I get more frustrated because I'm afraid somebody's going to call an ambulance and then I got to bail.
Exactly. So the ones who give a shit
I got
will
to give
remember.
everybody
They'll
note
know
cards when
enough
I
to
come over.
remember. Set the timer. If it goes past 5, get the Nasalam. If it actually goes to 10 minutes, then you can think about calling the ambulance, but like only if
Yeah.
I'm bleeding or something.
Yeah, at that point, but everybody's good guys. And then it's like sometimes it's embarrassing or frustrating, like if you lose your bowels and stuff. But if they don't understand that, then I mean, F them.
And you love the day after, even if it wasn't like a bad one, if you do trip or stub your toe on something, somebody comes flying around the corner. Like,
Yeah.
what's the matter? Where are
Nah,
you?
I like sometimes like with one of my buddies, he's really funny. He always gives me crap the day afterwards, but it's always like the drunken walk of shame.
Yep.
But some days are better than others. But yeah, you just gotta learn to look at the light side of those things.
Yeah, you have to.
Mm-hmm.
People
I
saying they
haven't
had a rough
learned
time in
that
high
yet.
school.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You got a motor scooter thing.
I've
What is
not
that called
had a
again?
seizure in front of anyone other than my partner who just died. And my mother-in-law, I think I had one in her car, and I think I had one in front of my son, but that's it. Both the one and anyone other than my partner, they were both in cars. So they were driving. It's not like they were, I don't know. But yeah, I've not ever had one around anyone really. I've been by myself, home alone. So venturing out for me is a little scarier than just venturing out.
Yeah, I'm not saying just go venture out and have one and just be like, hey guys, here it is. But
No, I just I'm still kind of worried about it, but I
Yeah,
gotta get
no,
over it.
understandable.
No, I mean you're taking this perfectly, like smaller increments. Just go to the start by going down
Yeah.
the street, then to the park, then to maybe the corner store one of these days. But
Yeah,
give it like
gotta
a
live.
month in between. If it is the catamenial a thing for you?
No,
Okay, so
never
yeah, it's
know.
not like you're gonna have to wait like a month in between.
So no, I'm gonna go. It's one of those things in the back of my mind.
Always, always. But you have your
My
helmet
friend always
and you
tells me
gotta.
he's gonna. My friend always tells me he's gonna take me to one of those trampoline parks so I can't get hurt and I'm just gonna bounce everywhere.
I want to
That's
go.
kind of
I've been to
rough.
one. I want to go
Oh,
again.
you did?
Yeah.
I've
Last
heard
Was it
time
they're
cool?
fun.
it was for my son's birthday, so I didn't get to do too much jumping because there were so many kids there too. And the
Yeah.
trampolines, when I was jumping, I just looked like the biggest kid ever. And I'm so tall that it just looked so awkward with me jumping and so many kids around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just imagine people were like, look at this guy. Those little kids.
Yeah. The place looked pretty cool though, and then they have like the indoor skydiving too.
Yeah, and they also have the I want to do the rock climbing one. I seen
Mm-hmm.
that. That was pretty cool. They were having like there was people in there with their kids, like 4 years old, that were rock climbing, and I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm just here to drop off some Uber Eats food." Those kids were like 20 feet high in the air, climbing the wall, and their parents are just looking up at them, and I'm like, "What if this kid drops?"
Oh, we got health insurance.
Right. Hopefully, but it could be a rough one. I do have
So
something
making
else
friends
here.
doesn't have to be a problem for us either.
Say that again.
I was just saying, overall, that post tells us that making friends doesn't have to be an issue for us. We just have to work up the courage and go for it. We'll still have those little worries in the back of our mind, but it doesn't slow you down.
Just tell people too, like you don't have to meet people locally in person either. I know people think that they're locked down through that by epilepsy and stuff, but like me and my wife, we met online.
Me and my wife met online too.
Yeah, so it's like it don't feel like you're tied down to where you are. You have the opportunity to let yourself out here. I mean, like think of it right now. There you got like all these people commenting on posting on Reddit. They're out here conversating and making friends and doing all these things. Like, how did we all end up here in the first place? I mean, look what we're doing now.
Me? Just kidding. So yeah, my work wife is Kate. So yeah, we met on Zoom. It's pretty cool.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah. Sorry if I'm not looking. I'm cooking tacos right now.
It's all right. It looks good.
Don't you know it's dangerous to cook? I got that
Yeah.
lecture at the doctor the other day.
Yeah, my wife's standing right here, so I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm just teasing you.
The thing with me is I think it's I wouldn't say safe for me to cook, but I have such bad memory and attention span that I could be scrambling something and then I'm like, oh, let me get a cup of water. And I get a cup of water, then I'm like, oh, maybe I should go sit down in the room. Then I forget I'm cooking. I go sit down. I start watching TV. Next thing you know, all the water is boiled out of the rice. And yeah.
That's why I
You
try
should
and
stay out of the kitchen.
No,
Yeah.
that's the thing. When you get in the kitchen, you shouldn't leave. I mean,
Yeah.
for that kind of issue.
Yeah.
timers.
But you're not gonna go in
Winder
there and
timer.
fix something to bake and then walk away. So
I can
Yeah.
turn around and forget what I'm doing.
That's what I'm gonna say. When you start cooking, get one of those like little crank winder timers. So then if you walk away, it'll buzz off on you.
Yeah, I had a friend make fun of me. Well, I wouldn't say he was trying to make fun, but he was trying to be funny about it, like trying to make me laugh too.
Mhm.
He was like, "You're the only person I know that would watch water boil." And I told him if I don't watch it boil, I'm not gonna come back. I'm gonna come back and there's gonna be no water in the pot. Yeah. But he was amazed when I said it. He was like, "For real? Remember, it's that bad?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's that bad." Yeah, it was.
Can you use the small one? Okay.
I do have a post here. It says, "What do you do when someone has a seizure?" Yesterday, I was watching a child, 13-year-old female with epilepsy, and suddenly she let out an extremely loud scream, began to cry, and her body became rigid. Fortunately, fortunately enough, her mom was nearby and ran to take care of her. She brought her to school. Oh no, she brought her to the ground, and that was when she began to distract the other children nearby. I was told once in passing that she had epilepsy, but in that moment, I was unsure what to do since I, at the time, only knew of her. It was only after I realized what had happened. One thing I am just curious about is if this is normal for someone with epilepsy to scream and cry like this. I previously worked in a school one-on-one with student with seizures, and multiple times I was able to assist her as one was happening. Of course, I know all seizures are not the same, but I am just curious. I would also like to know the best way to assist someone in that moment. I really appreciate anyone who is willing to take time to explain and educate me on this, and thank you. What do you do when someone's having a seizure? One thing you don't do is put a wall in their mouth. Don't do that. You're gonna have a really messed up wallet, first of all. And I forgot the other reason they said don't do it. But the funny answer was don't put the wallet in the mouth. It's not a good idea. That's a myth. Yeah. Anyone watching this, you see me having a seizure, don't put your wallet in my mouth. It doesn't help me not bite my tongue. I'd rather bite my tongue than your wallet that's been in your pocket for I don't know how many years.
Yeah,
What do
that's
you
kind of
guys
the first
do?
thing
How
that
do you
comes to
tell this
mind.
person? They want to know what do they do when they see someone having a seizure because they work with a child.
Well, I mean, if they're still up, lead them to the ground, but don't hold tightly onto them. Get some padding under their head, put them onto their side, of course. And then, I mean, you just gotta comfort them and let it ride and time it.
Yeah, time it and help them get to the ground.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because there's not a whole lot you can do when someone's having a seizure.
Yeah, especially if it's your first time seeing it. I mean, obviously, this isn't the first time seeing it, but they want to know how to
Yeah.
help a
I mean,
person. So,
yeah. I mean, of course, you get medical assistance or get somebody to get medical assistance. But you need to get that person on the ground, get padding under their head and put them on their side and let them ride it, time it, and make sure it's not status epilepticus. And then, yeah.
and another thing, because they said fortunately the mother was around, and since you're at a school, one day she's not going to be around. So that'll be a good idea is to ask the mother, what do you think I should do with your child having a seizure?
Yep, good point.
You could be like, I heard this, and I heard I can do this, this, and this. Don't tell her you learned it from Reddit. I don't know how that's going to go. But
Yeah.
you
Did
could
she
be
say
like,
she worked at the school?
yeah, this person said they worked at a school, worked with children,
Okay.
and I worked on 101 with a child who had epilepsy.
Okay. Did she work at that school with that kid though?
I think so.
This does sound like the kind of dedicated employee that just really wants to receive the training
Yeah.
that's not being made available to her.
That's what I was gonna say. I would get the parents' contact information as well.
Oh yeah, that'd be a big one. Instead of having to wait on the office and
Yeah,
whatever.
dealing with that. Mm-hmm.
So Josh, now that you settled down,
What's up?
what fictional character, here's the icebreaker. What fictional character would you like to meet
Or B.
or be?
Oh, here we go. I can show it to you right now.
Okay. That activated an accent?
This guy right here.
Ooh, what's
His
the name
name
on
is
that one?
Tyler Stern. He is the main character in this book.
Nice. I gotta
Yes.
check it out.
That's actually the new one out of the series. There's 3 books before it. That's the new one that just came out last year.
3 books before that one, so it's not a trilogy anymore?
Not anymore. The
Oh.
last 3 came out when I was probably about 13 or 14. They came out, and my grandma actually introduced me to the book series, and it's about like magic and assassins and stuff like that. And then he just came out with a new one last year.
What's the first one called?
It's called The Night Angel. The first one is called Way of the Shadows.
I'll have to go look for it.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, if you have trouble like concentrating on reading too, they have it on Audible.
The thing with me with reading is I'm better reading when I'm reading out loud.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble, like I lose my place a lot, and I
Yeah.
have to go back and back and back. And
Yeah. So if I read out loud, I'm pretty good. But reading in my head, like I said, I'll read the same line a few times before I just choose to tell myself, okay, you have to read out loud. You're trying to do this and you know better.
yeah, he has another book series called The Black Prism too, if you end up liking that series of books. So check them out.
Yeah, I have checked out audiobooks though. I actually tried to write one too, but yeah, those are pretty good. But I do like reading because some things like typing and reading, I feel like they keep me, like if I kept autocorrect on, I might forget how to spell some words. So I turned it off because some words I actually want to remember how to spell instead of clicking, oh, there's the word, there's the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually really enjoy spelling. I used to like doing that when I was a kid, like in elementary school. I used to like doing like the spelling bee stuff.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the thing about reading is that'll be a good thing to read because I like reading. I'd most likely be reading in my room, and then my sister would be like, "Who are you talking to?" Most likely, it's what would happen.
Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys check out my new song?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I put it out today.
First one, I couldn't. That's what I was gonna say. I read the poem, but I couldn't get to the audio one. I kept having trouble downloading.
For the new one?
I didn't realize it. I read the new one.
I post the one I posted today.
Yes.
Oh no, I didn't see that. I think it was one yesterday. Maybe I seen.
Yeah, because all of them should have audio. Toaster got it.
Okay. Yeah, I probably did something wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she got the audio for it.
Yeah, you never know. I might have not with this memory.
Yeah, I'm having issues with those drive links too, because it keeps switching back to where people have to accept it.
Yeah.
Or like where I have to share it, and it's irritating the crap out of me.
I got another question for you. How's your memory?
I had a doctor's appointment today, and that was a fiasco. My wife did most of the work.
Lucky you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my luckily my mom works at my doctor's office too. That's why I actually started going there in the first place. Because she's like the back office manager or whatever. So my primary care, she works there.
Back to the post when it said, "What do you do when someone has a seizure?" It also asked, "Do you guys know anybody, or have you experienced screaming out before a seizure?" And I have seen a video of Sailor Mom when she was on here. She showed us a video when she was standing there above the stove and she was like started screaming. She called it a anime horror ghost. She was like, "That's what I looked like." She's like, "I just looked up and bent back and started screaming." And when she showed us the video, her husband like just came in the room and grabbed her, and she was just like looking up and screaming. Then yeah, then she was cool. But
wow.
she was playing the video for us. he ran downstairs and almost hurt himself trying to get to her because he thought it was happening again when she was just showing us the video. Yeah.
Wow.
Gotta get
Wow.
him a gift.
I've never had that happen to me. I've done like the air push where it's like, but I haven't done like a scream.
Oh yeah, she's done a full blown scream.
Wow.
Before you, Jeff, with me, I think I have sleep paralysis, so I'm still going through that process of talking to a neurologist. But there's times where I wake up and I can't move and I can't talk. And then it's like I'm trying to talk, I'm trying so hard to talk. And finally, when I get it out, it's a scream at the top of my lungs. I've done that to a significant other that I was in bed with. And she was like, "You wake me up all the time like this, and this is becoming a problem. Talk to your doctor," so on and so on. But so far, I haven't seen anybody for it, and that was 4 years ago. So there's that. Jeff?
Wow.
Yeah, Liz said I screamed a couple of times before seizures. Other than, I mean, I don't know about it, but she's told me that I have.
You guys ever go back to your childhood and turn to a toddler? Yeah, one time I was like, just crying and whining and like pushing people away and stuff like that, acting real immature. Yeah, it's like whining and walk away when someone asks me to do stuff, like crying, and I hate to do it again, but it was more like then pushing people away and walking away. I seen it on video. I seen the video because the camera in my room, and I was like, I love my mother. I was like, she handled that pretty good because I was acting like an asshole / child.
It's a seizure. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a seizure.
Well,
Sucks. I do what Josh does a lot. I get that air purge. It's like like all the air comes out of my lungs.
Yeah, like
And,
where
yeah,
your ribs are almost just flexing all the air out of you.
and it hurts. You know,
Yeah.
if I'm still aware, it hurts, or afterwards,
Yeah, the
that's the
morning
first
after
thing.
you can't even breathe.
It feels like I got like either kicked in the ribs or the corset was too tight. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wish I would have gotten in a fight. It'd be a lot better excuse.
I just keep thinking I wish it wouldn't happen in front of my son because when he imitates it after, there's no way I can get through that without laughing or crying. The noise, he imitates the noise, the motion, and even after the fact, yeah. He
Well,
stood
hey,
there.
at
He stood
least
there
you
the whole
know.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I honestly trust his reenactment more than anybody else.
right. It's like a real life video. It's bless his heart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son was he was around 9 when he tried to like show me what was happening during a seizure. And then once I asked him to show me after that, he thought it was hilarious. So he would do it all the time. Well, not all the time, but he would do it time to time. And I'd be like, stop doing that because you're gonna do it in public and someone's gonna say something, or you're gonna do it to the wrong person and they're gonna do something to you. And him and my daughter, they're now 14 and 15, and they find the how he did it hilarious. They look back on what they did when they were 5 years ago. It's like, remember this? It's hilarious. And yeah. Oh, shit. But yeah, kids are the worst at times and the best. And there was a post here that said, what do you do when someone has a seizure? This person had a 13-year-old student have a seizure and they didn't know what to do. Yeah.
Seizure first aid. Yeah. I'm working on it. I think seizure first aid should be taught in in physical education in gym, like it used to be. And I know in high school, well, middle school, we learned CPR back in the 70s.
We did
And I
too.
don't, yeah. So, but did we learn seizure first aid? Yes. So, and we were also told that seizure first aid helps when you're with somebody, just like we tell people, just treat me like I'm drunk and I'm throwing up, get me on the ground, whatever. We were told that it's helpful also with somebody who's intoxicated. So we were taught that in school, and I think it needs to be more of a requirement than an option. But what do we do? Yeah, the first thing you do is get them to the ground. Yeah, we know the protocol, right? But we
Yeah.
need to get more people learning it. Yeah.
Yeah, they do
Yeah.
need to learn that more in schools because, yeah, my situation, I've said it a few times, but when I had a seizure,
Yeah.
my first one at school, the teacher, she actually left the room and ran to the office to get the nurse instead of calling the nurse. I don't know exactly what happened the second time, but somebody who was there told me what happened the first time, and she left the room and ran to the office to go get the nurse instead of just coming and trying to help me.
Yeah. It's a panic response, because you don't know what to do.
Yeah, he told me it was the
So,
scariest thing he'd ever seen. He said
Mm.
recently when I seen him, he was like, last time I seen you, you were like entangled with the desk and the chair, and
Mm.
the teacher left when you had a seizure, and I was crying. And I was like, I'm so sorry I put you through that, because he was sitting next to me.
Yeah.
And he was like, do you think it was the computer? And I was like, no, they didn't know what they were talking about. They're talking about it's because I was sitting in front of a computer. I'm sitting in front of a computer 13 to 14 hours a day now, and it's not doing anything at all.
Right.
It was just time for the seizures to poke their head out. Epilepsy was coming. It was just a matter of time. That was the time. Yeah, they thought it was the computers because it was in web design class, and then like it happened in that class, and then a few days later I went to the class again, it happened again. They were like, it definitely has to be the computers. It's the only thing it could be. That's what they jumped to.
I'd
Has
be
to
like,
be
okay,
epilepsy. Yeah, so
Yeah, the only thing it could be, according to them. So, okay, in your limited scope of knowledge, okay, that's fine. We'll let you think that. But I'm going to the doctor, and I know I have epilepsy, so yeah, no. I mean, how many
Thanks
of
for
us?
verifying the time of day it happened. Twice.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, I'm good, thanks. But it's like how many times I can't even tell you how many times I've heard it. It's like, oh, well, you need to come back to Jesus. Or, it's a vitamin deficiency. This combination of supplements will help you. Try these herbs. The only one that I did try, well, I can't say that, but cannabis is my favorite. But I'm one of the first people that will say it does not cure it. I cannot use just cannabis for my seizures. And I know that some people can. I know I can't. So I'm not going to be ignorant and say, oh, this is a cure. And if it's not working, there's something wrong with me, which is what, a lot of people will try to tell me. It's like, no, no, this is kind of a brain thing. They don't say that to people with Alzheimer's. Oh, you're possessed. I mean, seriously. Sorry.
one of the comments here for what do you do when somebody has a seizure? One said I had 2 tonic-clonic seizures, both time apparently screamed right before seizure started. I was being told because all the air gets pushed out of your lungs really quickly, so therefore you scream. Another comment says some people scream, some don't. I know that crying is especially not out of the ordinary for functional non-epileptic seizures. How do you respond? 1, move any object that the seizing person can hit on their way down. 2, put a towel or a soft object under the seizing person's head. 3, start a timer if the seizure lasts longer than 5 minutes or person's breathing is distressed, call 911. 4, do not pin down the seizing person or obstruct their mouth. 5, if they have a rescue medication, administer. 6, once the person wakes up, speak gently to them and help them orient. I have focal aware seizures, so I can tell people around me what I need. Recently, I had two people next to me who responded very differently. One tried to force into sitting upright and hugged me very tightly. The other one just asked if I needed. Depending on the seizure, depends on your response. If they can't communicate with you, like I am able to do during mine, just ask what they need. If not, go with some of the other recommendations. Yeah, came to the right place to ask that question. Deja vu and psychiatric symptoms. My tonic-clonic seizures have become more frequent recently. I'm a 24-year-old female neurologist, just started me on Keppra, in addition to zanisamide. I think it's just an aura because I frequently have seizures after, but I have been having the craziest deja vu and feelings of existence looks like
Existential.
existentialism. EXISTENTIALISM.
I think she meant like
Existentialism.
extension. Yeah, extensionalism.
Extensionalism.
Existentialism.
Never
Something
heard
like
that
that.
word in my life. But I have been having the craziest deja vu and feelings of whatever you guys said that word was. Anyone else? It's very intense and overwhelming, more so than the post-episode confusion at times. The deja vu I do not get, but the person said they have auras. An aura is actually a seizure. So you're having seizures. They don't always turn into tonics, but it is a seizure. I don't have those deja vu psychiatric symptoms. Anyone else?
I get the deja vus beforehand, sometimes on my tonics. I'll get those really heavy. Sometimes I'll hear the specific kind of a chorus of a song, or I'll kind of go back in time a little bit, like deja vu wise. It almost feels like that. But a lot of the times it's this very specific chorus of this song that I get the deja vu aura.
So, Genki, I didn't hear you.
What song?
You guys probably wouldn't know it. It's actually called Alice by Pogo. It's where they took the old Alice in Wonderland movie and they took a bunch of cuts from the music and the dialogue and chopped it up and made a song out of it.
You're right, I don't know.
What?
Yeah,
You have a huge Alice fan here. Okay, since I was a child, I gotta find it by Pogo, right?
it is a very weird song.
Okay, I'll get it in a minute because I cannot get up right now. But
I'm not saying it's a good song. It's a
Okay.
weird song. And the chorus on it, for some reason, like I can listen to it, but for some reason when I have like the aura feeling, I just hear that.
No kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
I've had some crazy focal clusters that turned into like a psychiatric episode. And I can kind of relate to that deja vu thing. And I know sometimes like because for me it was only when it was severe. But I developed what my doctor called is post or interictal psychosis, where I literally would lose touch with reality in between those focals. And having the deja vu or that impending doom on top of an altered mental state is so frightening that I freak out in between seizures. So they think I'm having a psychotic break. And it's like, finally, we got doctors here to agree that that was the case. And it's like, okay, this is not fake. okay, this is real. She needs more than just, I needed more than just Vimpat. But yeah,
Yeah.
I experienced that several times. And they're like, oh, go to behavioral therapy, go to a psychiatrist, and a psychiatrist said you need a neurologist. I'm like, I already have that. Thank you for the fun. Like 6 appointments later. Um, but, I'm a firm believer in therapy. Behavioral therapy helps. But it doesn't help when they're real seizures. It only helps when it helped me distinguish like a panic attack from a focal seizure because they were telling me that I had psychogenic, I had PNES. And I'm like, okay, I could, but I also have epilepsy. But, that was an argument for far too long. So I'm like, okay, I'll do the therapy, no problem. And I got more out of it than I thought I ever would. But it did help with that feeling of I'm not quite sure what's going on, and having that tool to get centered again and say, okay, everything is fine, but without it, yeah, I was really, really messed up. So I wonder if that's what's happening, if it's kind of like focal clusters that are showing up as the deja vu kind of thing, Sorry you guys can't see me, but I am beat. I'm beat.
To the comments here of the deja vu and stuff. Well, the first comment says, I read up on focal aware seizures. Mine are like deja vu mixed with intense fear, like the world is about to end, and I've gone through it before. Like I've jumped back in time, but I forgot what was coming. Another comment says, mine started as these partial focal seizures is what it is called. Mine eventually turned into convulsing and falling to the floor, but I still got the deja vu feeling right before. So I know it's going to happen mixed with water mouth. I take Keppra and gabapentin. Hope this helps. I hear a lot about gabapentin, but a lot of people say it's for diabetes as well, right?
Nerve pain.
Nerve pain. They gave my mother some of that stuff. She didn't exactly tell me why they gave it to her, but
There may be other uses, but it was primarily used for nerve pain.
got one that says seizures and sleep. I just had a short seizure and it lasted about 30 seconds where I was aware. I felt it coming before. I was standing when it started and couldn't move with my tongue, being like twisted. And I was trying to move but couldn't. So it's hard to explain what the seizures feel like. This is my second one while awake, aware. In the past, I've only had them during my sleep. I take 2,000 milligrams of Keppra twice a day, consistently at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., with 25 milligrams of Excopri only at 8 p.m. I definitely feel like it was my lack of sleep today to blame this one around. I slept at around 3 a.m. and woke up around 5 a.m. to that feeling I was going to get one, but it didn't happen. I couldn't sleep again due to the fear of actually having a full seizure at 8 a.m. I took my morning Keppra and literally 5 minutes later, I got the same feeling of one coming, but nothing happened. I didn't sleep again until around 8:30 a.m., waking up around 12. I know it's probably due to lack of sleep or the problem is that it's so hard for me to sleep nowadays due to anxiety. Due to the anxiety I get and fear before bed that I will have another seizure. I could lay down and have my eyes closed for hours without sleeping because of this and just don't know what to do, sadly. Does anyone else have any advice? Is there any safe I can take to help me with sleep? Thanks. Me? The laying around for a few hours and stuff, like you said, just laying there, not be able to sleep. That's what I do when I have insomnia. I just lay there for hours, and it's really, really frustrating when you just can't fall asleep and you're there in your thoughts and you're trying to find things to do to make you drowsy. That sucks. And, advice for it? I don't want to advise you to smoke weed, but I'll say what I do. I just smoke, and that helps me sleep and it helps me eat at times.
Yeah, if you can find ways to get your energy out too, That really helps. If you can do some like indoor exercising in your house and stretching and stuff like that, just a way to get some energy out. That helps me sometimes. I have some trouble sleeping. Luckily, I have some stuff right now that's helping me sleep. But if I do have trouble, because I do have trouble with anxiety too, um, but trying to get some of that energy out, especially when you're pent up and stuff like that, it's really hard, and that boosts the anxiety, just being stir crazy as well.
Yeah, with the insomnia that lamotrigine is caused, it's like I'm laying there for some hours, and eventually I notice that I'm still awake and I'm not dreaming. I'm just laying there
Yeah.
thinking.
How much lamotrigine are you taking a day?
200 twice a day.
Oh, 200 twice a day?
Yeah,
Damn, I'm 450 twice a day.
I want to go up.
Yeah.
When's the last time you had a seizure?
2 weeks ago. I had 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I want to go up. I'm usually having them 3 to 4 times, 3
Yeah.
to 5, I say, a year.
Yeah.
So far, I'm on 3, so I'm doing pretty good. We're making it through the year at a steady pace. So that
Yeah, before this, it was the springtime, so I had a good run.
Yeah. Yeah, I got mine wrote down right here. 3 of them right there and 1 aura. Yeah, so it's hard to say with what certain people can do to go to sleep. I just say, sometimes I just give in and I just play video games until I get tired or watch TV until I get tired. Sometimes I just edit a video and eventually I just start nodding out and I'm like, yay, finally tired.
Yeah, put some lo-fi on. Lo-fi helps me.
I can't find anything to help, but I will look into that.
Lo-fi music. I'll help you out big time.
And the only response here to this is medical THC. I don't suggesting you smoke weed. I suggest finding medical THC. Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I like that suggestion of exercise and trying to get into a good routine, because right now my rhythm is off. My sleep rhythm is off. But try to get into a good uh, eating habits. Don't drink too much caffeine or anything, especially after a certain period, a certain point in the day. No sugar, especially. Just try to eat good food and good exercise. Just get into a good rhythm.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
think.
take any caffeine after 6. I completely cut out caffeine. I don't do a lot of sugar unless it's out of like natural sugars like fruit or anything like that.
Mhm.
But yeah, a lot of that type of stuff. Try and cut a lot of those what do you call it? Preservative type stuffs and fake sugars. That'll really help out a lot too, depending on how your diet is.
Just a good lifestyle in general. I think that really helps.
Yeah, that helps stress.
There's one here that says, what do you say to someone who is depressed? My brother has epilepsy. He has said plenty of times that he is depressed, and my family doesn't believe him.
Hard one.
What do
I
you?
don't even know what I want people to say to me when I'm depressed. Sometimes. I mean, honestly, I know he says he's depressed, but just try and get him through it. Try and do things for him to get him through it. Don't focus on his depression. Don't do things like that. Help him get through his depression. Don't that's what I would do. Understand his depression. Don't try and ignore it and push it aside. I would try and understand it and help him through it. But don't feel sorry for him. Don't do things like that. Don't let him stew in it, and try him build him up and bring him out of it.
What do you think, Jeff?
You know what I think? He should come here every Tuesday and Friday at 12 o'clock Pacific, and his depression will be resolved. It's quite simple.
That's
Helping mine.
All right, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
And listen to them.
it
Listen to
is
what
not.
he has to say.
So some of the comments here. One of the comments that I thought might be a little helpful was the first one. It says, I'm here for you. You don't have to go through this alone, and it's okay to feel how you're feeling. If you want to talk or just need someone to sit with, I've got you. I don't think this person read that right because this is their sibling but yeah, they're here for that person if they're trying. I don't think they read it right and read that this is the person's sibling, not them. Yeah. Another person says, how can I help? Another one says, have you tried to keep him happy instead? Everyone's dad at some age. Seek help. The pain he feels will pass, and I'm going to be right by your side until he does. All the way. I'm here whenever or wherever you need me. The world will not be the same without you in it. Someone says, tell him cheer up. Blue skies are going to clear up. Put a happy face on. That is not something I want to hear. Cheer up.
That's got to help. We can.
Huh?
That's got to help. How can you do better than that? Just tell them to cheer up.
Unless it's coming from you, it wouldn't work.
This sounds like everything every
I mean,
football
for
guy.
me, it wouldn't work either, Kate.
Yeah, how they put it is like cheer up. Blue skies are going to clear up. Put on a happy face. In that moment, that's not what I want to hear. I might say some disrespectful things after that, like, the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? You're not going through this, or just react, just all irrational. Yeah. Yeah, epilepsy. For some reason, I can't take people talking about epilepsy who don't understand it. And you say things like that, cheer up. Someone said, just be there, ready to listen, tell them some silly jokes, maybe bring them some snacks.
Yeah, pretty much. Take them out so you can go break some stuff. Like I was talking about one of those rooms. You can take them where you can go break some stuff.
Not to mention have one rolled.
That was Jeff's idea. You always have one rolled. Someone said for guys only. Let's get a
I
beer.
had 4 rolled and I left them at home.
One here says for all the guys, let's get a beer. Epileptics don't drink. Well, actually, they do. Let me stop. I know quite a few. Should not drink. Josh, do you drink?
Every blue moon.
You drink Blue Moon?
No, like every once in a blue moon.
No, I mean Blue Moon is the name of a beer.
Yeah, no, I know. I do blue moon.
To me, beer kind of tastes like water, so I don't drink it unless it's beer pong.
I'm actually a big fan of Japanese whiskey.
Japanese whiskey. We have some Japanese jelly.
Oh yeah, that stuff's good. The one in the little plastics.
No, it's not in plastic. It's like in a big glass jar.
Oh, okay.
Give me a second.
Not as good as Japanese whiskey, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But for us, it's close enough, no?
Yeah, probably.
The Japanese whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. Anybody ever discovered a food or a drink that you were surprised might be a trigger?
I have
Never
problems
had any
with
allergies. With what?
ginger.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, at least you got it narrowed down.
Yeah. But I've always had issues.
Some people have trouble with hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate?
Yeah, somebody, I don't know if they were on here or if it was in one of the chats from the other groups, but clear enough, clear as day, hot chocolate. No,
So it's like cocoa powder in general?
Miss. I didn't want to go into it, but I just, it was replying to a comment and they just wrote back clarifying, yeah, no Swiss Miss ever.
No, I can't do Swiss Miss, but Hershey's is okay.
Right?
I'm name brand only.
All have our preferences. Okay, here is the product.
So it's honey pomegranate. And
Oh,
everything
okay. So
else.
it's like jelly, not the dessert jellies.
Oh no, jelly.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, honey pomegranate. She
Right.
said she got it off a TikTok shop.
Oh.
It's really thin, so I mean,
Hmm.
I don't know how she used it as jelly. I mean, it's not really thin, but yeah,
They use less sugars in it, so it
yeah,
doesn't thicken as much.
yeah. 235 calories, which is really good.
Hmm.
Oh, it expires in July of 2027.
Before the jar has been opened.
Uh, before the jar's been opened. Everything's in
After the jar has been opened, everything goes bad. And
everything is in some type of Mandarin. I don't know which one because there's like a bunch of different types of Mandarin. Um, being that Chinese is not actually a language, it's um, yeah, honey pomegranate. Ugh, that does not smell good.
It doesn't smell like honey pomegranate no more.
I've never actually smelled a pomegranate, but this doesn't.
Oh, really? Pomegranates are great. They
Okay,
smell.
yeah, I'm sorry. It does smell good. I think the first whiff wasn't good. It smells really good. Um, yeah, it's everything's in a different language. So, yeah, like I said, it's in some type of Mandarin. I think the ingredients they use are probably what keeps it lasting until 2027.
Mm.
This was made in the United States. It'll expire in 2 days.
So how they treating you, Jeff?
Pretty darn good so far.
Yeah,
All right, all right.
You know, I mean, I'm the roof's pretty comfortable, and you know, hopefully we'll get some results.
Doing the
Okay, so
EEG.
nothing on
live?
record yet.
Sorry, Josh.
I said you doing the EEG live?
Yeah, the EMU.
Ah, gotcha.
It's either. I hope it's 3 days. They told me it was 3 days, but then they just said it might be 5. But
Oh, nice.
I'm not staying for 5.
Did you skip
Yeah.
any doses?
No, and they were going to skip a dose tonight. But I had some heart issues earlier, so they don't want to do anything tonight. They're afraid I might sue them if I die.
You know the truth.
Yep.
Door open. If you weren't sweating buckets in like 30 minutes, like you're on the West Coast. Like good for you.
Hmm.
Anywhere else, damn near anywhere else in this room, if somebody had a door open, we wouldn't have been able to like breathe after half an hour.
Oh God, yeah, it's like 100 and something here with like 98% humidity.
Where are you at again?
Houston, Texas.
That's
Armpit.
expected.
Huh?
So that seems a little expected, right? This time of year.
Oh yeah. Well, pretty much all year. It's like we haven't had our winters are maybe like a month and a half long now.
Yeah, our
Condolences,
Dust
winter
Josh.
storms. The only
our
thing I'm gonna
winters
remember
are a
by
couple,
Texas is the dust storms.
Yeah, we got a hurricane last year.
like with water and all that.
Yeah, it was mostly wind. I lost power for 11 days. And then so we didn't have water either. So that sucked. And so we were just sitting there sweating it out for 11 days in this house. Like, it
Oh
was
my goodness.
horrid. Like trees like smashed people's houses and cars. Like I was outside talking to my neighbor and we're just sitting there chatting, and then you hear this big snap and a friggin' tree fell and smashed all his cars.
Does insurance cover that?
So yeah, insurance covers most of it. The only thing that sucks is like Texas is on its own power grid, which is CenterPoint Energy. It's separate from the rest of the United States. And so it took way longer than normal to get the whole power grid ready. and get everything turned back on. Like some other areas in Houston, they didn't get power for like almost 2 months.
Is that including water, or you just didn't get power?
No, some of them including water too.
Was it like one of those, like, I remember in Hurricane Katrina, they were like bringing everybody those cases of water, going door to door doing that?
So it wasn't as bad as Katrina,
But
because
FEMA
there wasn't
still,
like the
you still
flooding.
got a FEMA response.
Huh?
I think he's talking about that FEMA response where they came
Yeah,
to
we
you
did.
with like
We did have
necessities.
like FEMA response and all that, and we have a grocery store down here called HEB, and they went out and actually let people stay at the grocery stores and charge their vehicles and their iPhones and phones and computers and generators and stuff, and let them get gas there. But they were running out of gas a lot of places and stuff like that, and water and things like that, and so people were having to travel like hours away to just go get water and food and things like that. But flooding wasn't bad. It was mainly just wind damage.
I was just, when you talked about like running out of gas, it made me think about like COVID. Everything was like taken off the shelves and stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty much like
Shelves.
a lot like that.
Everyone's preparing for a quarantine.
Hey, let's shoot our
Yeah.
prayers up to Rick tonight. That's how it's looking up there.
My dad, he went shopping for the pandemic, like when everyone was shut down or whatever. And he just like got so many canned foods that he liked, and they're all still on his shelf. Most of them expired last year and stuff like that. He stocked up a lot of canned goods. I was gonna throw them away, and he was like, "No, no, no, those last forever." All right.
Don't you
Yeah,
touch the chicken noodle soups.
my buddy, he bought a bunch of those like 5 and 10 year MREs.
Yeah, he has all kinds of soups and beans and baked beans and raviolis and all kinds of stuff. Soups, nice good soups, steak soups and all kinds of stuff, but they're all bad since last year. Most of them. And he didn't want me to throw them away. But I do have a post here. It says, focal aware of seizures. Did your EEG ever pick them up? I was just preliminary diagnosed with focal aware seizures and started medication, Vimpat 200 milligrams. My neurologist is pretty doubtful that these will show up on an EEG, and I'm not staying in a hospital to be terrorized at that stage. So my question is, how often do these show up on ambulatory EEG, and did that affect your diagnosis? Did it change when you could drive again? I'm a stay-home mom to a 4-year-old, and a primary concern is getting these under control. I'd love some words of encouragement. First comment says, I've only ever had focal seizures, and thankfully my EEG picked them up. I learned from my EEG that seizures come from my right temporal lobe. My EEG also gave me my epilepsy diagnosis. Brain surgery thankfully helped me, but anyway, it's definitely possible for EEG to detect these, just much harder due to how they usually happen pretty deep in the brain. Good luck. Anyone ever have an EEG not pick up their focals?
I always have a pain in the butt time with EEGs. I have better luck with MRIs and stuff.
It was just always the focals with me. The EEGs picked up on the tonic-clonics, but they determined that the focals just, I must be lying. That's the vibe I got anyway. So not taking the meds, skipping 3 doses and 2 more hours after that, I would definitely have enough to get them the data they wanted. But that was beyond focals.
Someone said my partials were never picked up. Sadly, is this common? I don't know. Another one says yes, and I'm so glad they did, because that was such a low point in my life, and my mom kept telling me how unlikely it is that they find anything. Yes, during my EMU stay, unfortunately, that was used to justify me needing an SEEG before deciding what was the best course of action would be. Also, I learned that some of my seizures started as focal aware, then to unaware. SEEG. That's the one where they put them in your skull.
Subdural.
Yes. We've had someone on here who had that when she was on here. I don't know if you guys remember, but I didn't remember either until I edited the video. So
Like with the
So
gooey
she had
gel?
she had the whole bandage with the electrodes implanted.
yeah, she had them in her head, and then she had like the wrap thing, and then you could see the
Yeah.
little things sticking
And
out.
they wrote on mine, do not remove or do not change or something. They wrote something across my forehead and I thought it was hilarious.
I got a few of these comments I can go through until you're ready. One said I have a few focal awares in the EMU, but they weren't picked up on an EEG. But I did have a quite bit of epileptiform activity. I haven't yet had a seizure picked up by the EEG. EEG never detected mine. I'm in the UK. You're not allowed to drive with focal seizures. If medication controls them, then you can drive. I am taking Keppra plus the Motrigine for mine. Mine have been under control since 2016. Congratulations to you. Round of applause. Another one says, for my son, yes, most of his seizures come up on the right temporal lobe and right frontal lobe and are focal aware. My husband's focal aware seizure showed up on his 5-day EEG. He had a seizure first night and the EMU. He also had epileptiform activity in his first 15 minutes. Kate?
Yep, already. JME, longer sleep is a trigger? Question. I found that if I wake up by alarm, let's say 7:30 a.m., and I'm way less vulnerable. Even after a heavy party until 3 a.m., I would still be more safe than sleeping to something like 11. Someone else found that sleeping, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I guess like sleeping late is a trigger. For me, it's not just sleeping late, but it's like switching it up. If I've been on a routine of, 3 to 8 for a long time, then I switch it up and go to sleep at like midnight, then wake up at 4. That might be a rough day.
Yeah, I feel that. Like, I feel like my schedule is pretty concrete of the times that I sleep. So if like the next night I like, oh, I stayed up till 1, well, the next morning I'm still gonna wake up at that time I usually wake up, and now my sleep schedule is all screwed up.
And the dog will back me up on that all the way.
Uh-huh.
The comments on this one are saying I have JME, so relaxing in general is a problem. I can't do breathing exercises either, rather be wired on caffeine than any level of sleep inertia. Sleep inertia, anybody familiar with that?
Never heard of it. Let's see.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Sleep inertia, temporary state of grogginess and cognitive impairment. Sleep inertia is a temporary state of grogginess and cognitive impairment that typically occurs when waking up from deep sleep or REM sleep. It lasts anywhere from a few minutes to about 30 minutes, and it usually resolves as brain transitions from sleep to wakefulness.
Yeah, that part is annoying. That's happened a lot of times where I'm like right in between that awake asleep thing, and that's when it hits. You
Okay,
guys
so
have
it's
that
like when
seizure
you're
as you wake up
almost
thing?
about to fall asleep and you pop out of it.
Well, it's either that or waking up,
Uh,
where obviously after the seizure happens, I don't remember waking up, but somebody will say I started to roll over, open eyes, or like not awake, but definitely not asleep anymore, and that's when it hits.
yeah.
Are you describing like having seizures when you wake up, or
That's when they're more common for me, but this sleep inertia term that one of the commenters used, I think can describe either, temporary grogginess, disorientation, and impaired cognitive function. So it's either as you're falling asleep or as you're waking up, that any level of sleep inertia might be a trigger for some of us.
because I have JME and I pretty much, yeah, I have that whenever I wake up, you know, or I had that, yeah.
Almost like a jet lag feeling.
I would wake up and the seizures would start, the myoclonic seizures would start.
You ever like threw something while having a myoclonic? Like cook it and then do all that?
Didn't matter.
Promote
Anything, I had
a
to,
lot of stuff.
like, uh, like when I was younger, I could go on like 3 hours of sleep or 5 hours of sleep, but now I'm like a little older and I I gotta get 8 hours of sleep or you know. Um, the problem was if I woke up and I tried to go back to sleep, then I would start having seizures. So if I closed my eyes again, and then like for some reason my brain would start going off, dude, and I don't know why, you know. That was a huge trigger. Trying to go back to sleep was a huge trigger. That was very bizarre. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe it's something to do with that sleep inertia thing.
Yeah.
You started to go back into it. This person is questioning their dependency, saying, well, damn it, number 200 and something, I forgot. Some of us really depend on our caregivers, and I'm one for the moment. Mine is ready to pop after this long, dark night of the soul. It's been the opposite of a good time. What are some small things I can do between shakes to show her love? What can I do to show her how much this means to me? Thoughts? Okay, well, don't be that hard on yourself. I don't know.
Say that again, Kenny.
I guess just show support. This one is saying that they're really dependent on their caregiver for the moment, and he wants to know what are some small things I can do between seizures to show her love and how much this help means to me. I was suggesting don't be so hard on yourself. What do you think, Jeff?
Talk to her. Tell her how you feel.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Mm-hmm.
I think once you let people know how you feel, it feels good knowing that the reassurance feels good. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you care and all that, but showing me that reassurance and telling me stuff when I'm in a vulnerable moment or state feels good.
Also, they'll
Gotta
know
be
they're
willing
not
to
being
hear it.
taken for granted and that they're appreciated for what they're doing for you.
And in such a vulnerable state, she'll believe you, for sure. Doesn't come across as just being dramatic or whatever. First comment is saying, if you're able, and I know this is old school, but if you can, get a few boxes or bags of her favorite treats, chocolate or ice cream, and maybe some flowers. Share some, showing love, and just being an awesome kind of person you are, making sure she knows it is the most important thing, and smoke a lot of weed with her. There you go. Do whatever you can to get along. Anytime anyone brings me somewhere to get stuff, I get a little silly secret something for them. This person likes fruit. Okay, here's kiwi. Or if you want something more personal, words on paper go a real long way. Even a small, I can't put into words how much you mean to me, thank you, written down is something they can hold on to. Very good question, by the way. I hope you feel better soon. Hats off to the caregiver. Oh, and then somebody suggested a playlist too. Somebody else says chocolate and candy.
I mean,
Yeah.
who doesn't like chocolate and candy?
Right? Just got diagnosed. Hi all. Had my first seizure 2 days ago, 24 male, and just got diagnosed with epilepsy from my EEG results last week. I'll most likely be put on Keppra starting today for 2 years at the very least. Just wanted to vent because I've always lived a healthy life, never saw this coming. We'll have to get used to some lifestyle changes from now on. Any encouragement or advice? Well, you're approaching it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let yourself think that you brought this on at all. What would you guys say to another newly diagnosed 20-something?
It takes time. Don't react right now. And they probably gave you Keppra because that's the gold standard. They give the first one. Don't just accept anything. Talk to your primary. Tell them you don't like Keppra. Pay attention to how it does, and then say you don't like it or how it works with you, because everybody's body is different. It could work for you. It could not work for you. Don't react off the first week. Don't even react off of the first year. Just try to keep yourself in the best health possible and try to get better. But if you judge your life off of the first year with epilepsy, you might be like me on the edge of can't react off of the first moment. Let it settle in. Let you maybe, let your family tell you, okay, I see the change in you, bad or worse or whatever the case. And don't let it destroy your relationships, because the anger from the medications I've heard destroy relationships, and not from just Keppra. Just sometimes personalities change and you become a little more angry or a little more dismissive or whatever the case. There's been all kinds of stuff people have told me. Yeah, that's it. It takes time. Just keep going. Like Jeff always tells me, put one foot in front of the other. Just keep going. Don't give up. It's going to get better, but it's going to get way worse before it gets better. I'm going to say that. It's going to get way worse before it gets better. So prepare for the worst, but it will get better in due time.
And one thing I would say too is, I mean, it's hard to do, but stay aware of your emotional state. Be aware when you see yourself. If you see yourself going to dark areas, try and learn to ask for help. Ask other people, ask your doctor, counselor, things like that. Just ask a friend, come on here, ask us. I mean, things like that. Because, like he said, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna be a B word or whatever you want to call it, and it's gonna be a fight, and it's a fight for everybody. But we're all here for each other.
And during this process, let's say, you're gonna want to, but never blame yourself. It is a tough process, and you're gonna want to feel guilty, but don't, people around you to help you. It's okay to depend on them. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to just you know just ask for help from people. I'll just say that again. So just do all that and let it all happen. Okay, it's not, you are not the problem, and we all feel that sometimes. It's very natural.
Yeah, you might feel guilty or a whole lot of different feelings, but at one point I was afraid to ask for help. I felt like I can do this, and I'm going to keep trying to do it without asking for help. And that was part of the denial. Like, I don't need anybody. I can do this. You can't do this alone as much as you might think you will be, as strong as you might be or think you are. Epilepsy will show you that you are not Hulk and you're not the strongest man out there and you can't do everything and that you need help. So don't assume that you can do this alone, because this is not a fight that you can fight alone. Some people, I guess they can. Some people live alone and all that good stuff, but I don't suggest being alone in this fight.
And don't try to ignore it. That's what I did. I tried to ignore it for years, and it hurt me physically and mentally. And so don't ignore it. Don't push it aside. You're gonna have to face it.
And that is part of the denial I went through. Just I got this. I don't need anybody. It'll get better.
I didn't go to doctors, nothing like that. Just ran away from it.
Does anybody think they honestly would have been strong enough in those first couple years to do something like learn about it. One of the commenters suggesting my advice is to learn as much as you can about epilepsy. If you have questions, ask the doctor, look up the side effects on the meds, report anything concerning right away. If something worries you, it's important that they know. Bring your family to the appointments so you don't get a doctor that doesn't take you seriously. Remember, epilepsy is different for everyone. Don't assume your experience will be the same as everybody else's. And don't take any information you get on Reddit too seriously. So that's all great advice. But I don't think I was in the headspace to be that good of a patient for the first couple of years. I was
With
still
me,
just trying to
I was
keep
in
my
high
license.
school, and no, I wouldn't have been that strong to go look for help or anything like that. When I got it, I was in high school and I had quite a bit of friends. So I just like totally ignored my epilepsy and tried to just act like it wasn't there, and I tried to just go about life like a regular high school kid when that wasn't the exactly best idea. And then I would have my friends like not necessarily hiding seizures, but that would be the definition of just not telling my mom that I'm having seizures in public. And just so we keep having fun. Don't tell her I'm having a seizure, call the ambulance, they let me go. We'll go hang out and keep continuing what we're doing. Wasn't the best idea, but it got me here, which I guess ended up good. But yeah, don't ignore it. The denial, it'll take control of you. But yeah, if I go back to the time where I got it and I was in high school, I think I'd do the same thing. If I was thinking like I am now, or I had the knowledge I do now, then I'd not. But thinking of me back then, I wouldn't have done it. Even if someone had advised me, go look it up. I was just running around with friends and ignoring the epilepsy, just hoping a seizure doesn't happen. That's about it. Ignored it for ages. Might be generations. Yeah, I ignored it for a very long time. It's part of my denial. And I broke down and cried, I can't do this. I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna walk into traffic and stuff of that sort. Yeah, the stress will make you want to give up. It's gonna be stressful.
There's a couple more encouraging comments here too. Saying, I hear you. I was diagnosed 4 weeks ago after my first grand mal in June. Healthiest I've been in years. Hitting the gym 4 days a week. I did a 5-day video monitoring in the hospital and didn't think anything major happened until they did the light strobe testing, which triggered seizures, of which I didn't know. Just felt weird and shook or shock type feelings in my head, like myoclonic jerks, which I had experienced a couple times in the middle of the night before the big one. On the last day, they delivered the news. I held back tears as I was not expecting it. That's rough. To have the EEG and not even realize you had a bad one. Hey, right at the beginning, maybe that's how it was. I could never imagine having a tonic-clonic and not having something big. That's rough.
I don't always bite anything.
Oh, even on a tonic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't always, but sometimes my jaw hurt because I'll do the like possess.
That's one of those like random muscles that you don't even know you had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Popping the jaw out of socket.
I clench and grind all the time, so you're in danger if you put anything in my mouth when I'm having a seizure. You're never gonna get it back.
Taking fingers.
Probably take your arm off.
Someone told me they did a circumcision.
Oh wow.
Imagine that.
That's one to remember. I wonder if they got a timer on that one.
I was wondering if they got a second date.
And the last comment on this one just said it was a rant about Keppra, how horrible it is, and if anybody tries to prescribe it, find a better neuro or get to an epilepsy center. Keppra age is real. Yeah. So that was the last one.
But it works for some people. That's the thing about epilepsy meds is you never know. What makes one person a raving lunatic works for somebody else.
And at different points in your life, that medication might not even work the same.
Right.
Keppra in the 20s, in my 20s, was not Keppra in my 30s.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed it.
Well, for all those people that Keppra worked for, bless their hearts.
Right. I'm very happy for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I've considered going back with Capra, even though it had horrible side effects.
Yeah.
I mean, before it might be different now. I don't know, because your body changes over the years.
I would
You
go
might
for a
not,
list of pros and cons. What's
yeah.
good about how well I'm managed now? What do I want to improve if I go on Keppra? Get you a little Venn diagram going and see which side outweighs the other.
Some people, they have to like put work and other things into play. You know, like I can take
Schedules.
this. Some people are like, okay, fuck the side effects. But for people who have jobs and they're like, I need to make sure these side effects are something I can also work with, then that's
Yeah.
a different subject.
You
Yeah,
still
because I'm
have
in
to
sales,
function.
and customer service, so I have to deal with people and stuff like that.
You taking Keppra?
No, I'm lamotrigine and zonisamide. Yeah, I'm staying away from that stuff. I'd be a crazy person.
I think lamotrigine and zolmismide is a good common combo.
Yeah, it it hits and misses, but it's the best one we've gotten so far.
Yeah, I've heard that Keppra and what's it called? Lamotrigine works better together. And they tried to give it to me. Well, they did give it to me. It's still over here in a box, so that tells you a lot.
Yeah, I've done Keppra, Briviac, Vimpat, and Depakote. And then that one that starts with a G, I can never remember the name.
Gabapentin.
Yes.
That's the only one I know with a G. That was
Yeah,
easy.
I was like, I can never remember the damn name. But those are all the ones I've done so far. But this is what I'm on now.
Okay, you guys, I need you to tune in as I read this one because it's not that long, but there is no comments. So I'd like you guys' comments. And it says for adults. So we're all adults here. It says helpful advice navigating adult life with seizures. My focal seizures have severely worsened in the past few weeks. I have been hospitalized for not regaining consciousness. I wake up daily with bruises and my mouth covered in blood or sores. And I am constant physical pain, headaches, back pain. My legs feel heavy. I'm in my early 20s. I just moved post grad and started a new job, and I already missed almost 2 weeks. I found a great neurologist starting me on a new med regimen, which I think is starting to help. I feel less stiff from the levetiracetam, Keppra. The Keppra added to my other seizure meds, already taken, and have a bit better memory. But they revoked my license, and I am worried about my position at work. I have been embarrassed. I have been in embarrassed incidents, and struggle greatly. I feel trapped, weak, and constantly confused when I come to. I guess I'm just asking how people cope. It's easier when I was in school and people were more understanding. But now I'm an adult and without family around and trying to navigate this, and it has gotten bad. How have others managed to lead normal? And I know this is a relative term, adult lives with dealing with serious seizure disorders. I live in constant fear and discomfort. Thanks. I'm going to start with one Jeff always tells me. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Keep going. Jeff.
The thing is, if you live in constant fear, you're always going to be afraid. So you have to find a way, and for everybody, this is different, to get over that. You just can't live your life in constant fear. I mean, you can, but you're going to be terribly unhappy and afraid all the time. And it's no way to live, especially with epilepsy, because you're having a hard enough time.
To cope, I say you just find things that you like to do and people who you don't mind being around, like people who make you feel comfortable. I find things that I like to do, and so far I've went from hobby to hobby to hobby to hobby, and I've just been jumping around from all kinds of stuff, spending too much money on stuff that I didn't like. Well, not didn't like, but it changed in some time to help navigate. Coping is just find things that keep you happy. Could be an
Yeah.
animal, could even be a pet, things that keep you happy, and possibly people that keep you happy. Don't be around people who stress you out. Second and third and fourth chances, hoping they don't stress you out again. I don't do that. If I figure out someone is always going to put me in a stressful situation, second and third time, I'm probably just going to be like, maybe we can't hang out this time. How do you guys navigate and coping?
It was tough at first because I used to be a kind of social out there guy, but then once you started seeing people kind of disappear out of your life and stuff, especially when you get into this condition and things like that, and then you start people pushing you out of your jobs or friend circles or lives and things like that, you start to realize people are dicks. and but you need the but people are also really, really good. And they're all out there and you can find them and you can find things you like too. And it's really easy to do and you just gotta look for it. But don't be intimidated by it.
That's encouraging. Don't let it slow you down. Don't be intimidated.
Mm-hmm.
How do you cope, Kate?
I wouldn't say I pretend I don't have it, but I just let it be part of the daily schedule. Take the meds. Don't do anything too stupid, and don't let it hold me back.
Hey, Kev,
So,
how's your coping skills? What do you do to cope these days?
not much. Can't say I haven't tried, but I have the worst social skills in the world. I am worst with people. But when I go out and try to talk to people, like I join social clubs and stuff, I'm awful. I'm just, you know,
Stop it. You're not awful.
Nah,
oh
man.
man. No, 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 no. I mean, uh, I just don't get along with people, you know. Yeah, and that's cool. But but that's what I do. I at least try. I try to gotta get out of the house. You gotta at least try. So, but
What's the next event you're going to?
I don't know. I'll find something. I think there's a tennis league coming up. Might do that.
Oh, nice.
AJ might be able to give you advice on that. She's got
Yeah, I'm gonna do a
rackets and
paddle thing
experience.
tomorrow.
I thought you were joking,
Who, me?
Kevin.
Oh,
I'm a really good tennis player.
Oh,
really?
nice. You got to teach me.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
What kind of racket do you use?
I don't know. One with a handle. I don't know. Yeah.
I play tennis too.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about this before and how much I hate pickleball.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I just don't think you're
Yeah.
time. Yeah, I'm actually going to a paddle opening tomorrow.
I'll do ping pong or tennis, but no pickleball. Right. So It's the bastard child of tennis and ping pong.
I agree with you.
Very popular bastard child, though.
Yes,
Yes,
it
you're
is.
right.
It's a moneymaker.
I got something, guys. It says they just keep sending me home. I was throwing up all night because they wanted to start antibiotics due to a kidney infection I caused straining myself during a previous seizure and ended up having one in the bathroom. Good thing my wife was there to call the ambulance. How do you move forward? Sounds like you should sue that hospital. No, I'm just kidding. Um, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that happened to me 2 weeks ago. I got a kidney infection from the seizure I had.
Oh, from a seizure in particular?
Yeah, it. I guess I don't know exactly how I did it, but that's what they told me happened. I guess from the seizure, from the straining on it, there was damage to the kidney, so I guess I wasn't processing things right, and then it caused a kidney infection, and then it caused my platelets or whatever on my liver enzymes to be off as well.
So did that take longer to recover than the actual seizure?
No, I didn't even know I had a kidney infection. I didn't even feel it at all. They told me about it. I was like, what?
Okay.
Like I felt like crap from the post-ictal stuff, but they're like, you have a kidney infection. Probably because I felt so crappy from the post-ictal. But I mean, they pretty much did the same thing to me. I mean, you get out of there. I mean, they're going to discharge you. You have a seizure. They're going to give you the antibiotics for the kidney infection, and you're probably going to feel like crap, and you're probably going to throw up and stuff like that. And the stress from that, you may have another seizure. I mean, there's not much you can do about that, and there's not much
But they're
they
not
can
going
do.
to keep you inpatient just for that.
Yeah, I mean, the most they can do is hydrate you and monitor. But I mean, if they've already treated and stuff like that, like what they did to me, they pumped me full of Valium, gave me a bunch of saline. They're like, we don't want to see you here anymore. And so I went home and took a long nap.
For whoever posted it, though, they, sound like thankful for the wife being there. Something happened when nobody was around except for her or something.
Well, I mean, if they were in the hospital room, and they're sitting in the bed, there's probably not going to be somebody on their bedside constantly.
Oh, okay. I didn't keep track of the
Yeah,
original. I
if
thought
they,
maybe
if
it
they just
happened like
got
on
up
the
to
way somewhere.
No, if they were in the hospital room and they just got up to use the restroom, I mean, yeah, they could have fallen. And yes, that's good. Their wife was there.
Okay.
But I do have another post. It says, I'm so sick of clusters, so sick of this benzo break. I still have almost a month to see the epileptologist. Since mid-July, I've had maybe 5 free seizure days. Just in August, maybe 3 seizure free, maybe 6 days of no clustering. I'm blessed. Not all my focals are doom panic inducing, but having about 8 focal seizures in a day for a month tires you out, especially the ones I rather have. They only bug me if I think or move. Then I can take hours to recover from them. But as long as I'm not taking any benzos, right? Oh, because these are more than likely originating from my schizophrenia. Said schizophrenia. Someone said this word, schizocephaly. That's what Mark told me. Schizocephaly, originating from my schizocephaly cleft. I'll need an SEEG to officially diagnose these. So yay, sorry. Um, yeah. Yeah, it said, but as long as I'm taking my benzos, right? And it said I'll be okay as long as I'm taking my benzos. The only question mark there is right. I don't take any benzos to know what you're talking about. So I heard that benzos aren't good to take, but we need them for rescue meds.
The only time I really have clusters is when I have my breakthroughs. So I can't. I got really nothing on this.
They
Yeah.
had me on benzos long term, but
Like,
I know it was bad for you. Like if you're on that for like 5 to 7 years, then something's gonna be wrong with your bones or your liver or your kidneys or something.
I've never been on them.
When they
Good, let's
started
keep
me
it that way.
on them, I was sorry.
No, you're good.
When they started me on benzos, it really did help that in addition to the VNS, it helped with the myoclonic clusters. Um, I'd like to get off them soon, but my neurologist is very resistant to taking me off that. That was the one drug she did not want to lower me off. Um, yeah, because yes, she said we could lower you to a pyramid. Yes, she wanted to lower me off that, but not the benzos, not the clobazam.
Let's say not yet.
I guess not. Yeah.
I got another kind of post here. It says, do you ever have hazy days? Of course I do, but I'll read it. It says, let me explain. Sometimes I'll have a day that feels really hazy or maybe like an aura-y. Kind of like a whole day. It feels like I'm about to have a seizure, but thankfully I don't. My head is this little tingly, typical of an aura all day. My thoughts are kind of jumbled together enough to operate and communicate, but still a bit jumbled. And then the next day, a lot of my short-term memory is gone. It feels like the previous day was longer than usual, and the day before that feels like it was a week ago. So like my sense of time is shot for a while, but I never have an actual generalized seizure. Does this ever happen to anyone else? It's like being in a seizure mood all day.
all the time.
Yeah. It's one of those where you're like, it's coming, it's coming, it's gonna come. I feel like this is just overbearing, foggy day or hazy day.
And you're doing your best to stay busy so you can't feel that way, and you're just fucking everything up.
It's like when you have a burp that's stuck in your chest and you can't get it out.
Yep. So we do have hazy days. Kevin, how are your hazy days? Even though you're seizure free, you are controlled. Do you have those hazy days?
I do. Depends on the weather. The weather is really bad. Like hot, humid days. I still use the magnet. I'll you know, gotta stay hydrated. Those are the worst days. I really hate humidity. Um, and bad sleep. Humidity and bad sleep. Those are the worst. That's just awful. Those are my hazy days. Yeah.
What part of the country do you live in?
I'm actually in Philadelphia. It's pretty good weather. But it's just the air quality. The air quality in this city is not very good.
You guys don't have a lot of humidity and stuff there?
We know we do. We get really humid days, but it's the air quality of the city is not
Just
very
all
good.
the stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of pollution in the city, and yeah, that can really make it just awful, you know. So yeah, those are the two. Yeah, I have my hazy days. Yeah. It doesn't add up to seizures, but I always use the magnet. Oh, always laying around just in case.
When's the last time that you felt like you had to use the magnet?
I used it for show a couple times, on the podcast, but um sometime during August, probably. I was probably really not feeling it, just awful weather. That's what it is, you know. Yeah, August. September's been.
Josh, if you didn't know, I don't think you did. Kevin is who we call the champ. I told him I'm going to send him a championship belt. He's been seizure free for 6 years.
Oh dang!
And he still comes here, even he's not having seizures, and he's still coming.
Dang!
Yeah, he's the champ.
But now everything.
Dang! Congratulations, dude.
I'm gonna get one. He also has the VNS though, so he got a cheat code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bionic Man.
Over here, $1 million man.
I seen this championship belt on Amazon. You can get it, decorate your own symbols and stuff. I'm gonna send that to you. He holds it up like this, 6 years seizure free.
7 years in November, yeah.
Hey, don't brag.
What's it for if I can't? Yeah.
Then it has to be this one first, and I guess, and then the other.
So some of the comments from this Hazy Days comment. One says, sometimes on those days I feel like I'm just doing things on autopilot and I don't remember much of what's going on. Been there. Another one said, time is an illusion. Life is a blur. That's my mood. I'm a rose. My days are like this more often than not, unfortunately. One says, oh, I'm not alone. Almost every day. Oh, I hope I don't grow into getting those every day. Someone says, I'm having a day like that right now. Yes, I've been diagnosed with epilepsy, but allegedly also PNES, so I'm feeling like the last person to have any idea what an aura is. But this happened to me recently for a full weekend. Very strange, very strange. Literally me, yesterday evening. Sometimes I have these after a seizure, like a glass is on the edge of a table. It feels like maybe something is about to happen, but you can't be sure. It's so weird and still exhausting. And my memory of the phase is still a mess afterwards. I'm with you there. I know that phase, and my memory is going downhill. Do you guys ever feel like your memory is getting worse, or do you feel like it's at a plateau ever? I feel like mine has got to a plateau to where it's worse as it can get. Do you guys feel like yours is getting worse than it is?
I feel like mine is getting worse with every medication they keep adding to it, or, up the dosage or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like my memory I feel like it's at a point where it's just at its worst. I don't think it's going to get any worse than this, because I've gotten to a point to where there's some stuff I can remember, and I know my short term is gone. So there's that. But
What's short term?
what was the question? That's short term.
Right.
Yeah, that's how short term it is. I can turn around a circle and forgot what I turned around for. It's like the story I explained earlier. Like I'm cooking, and I'll turn around to the sink to do something and forget I'm cooking and head out. Yeah, like I said, sometimes my memory is so bad. Like I said, I can be cooking and I turn around and get my phone off the counter behind me, looking at the screen of the phone, then I walk off into the room and forget I was even cooking until the house is smoking and the rice has no more water in it. And it's hard to get out of the skillet. Out of the pot. So yeah, I've been through that. Memory is ridiculously horrible. Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed unless the smoke alarm didn't go off. I probably would have still been sitting there.
Yeah, I don't like it when people when we say our memory's really bad and they're like, oh, everybody's memory's crappy or something like that. And you're like, no, you don't get it.
Right. I hate when people try to say, yeah, I do get it. And I'm like, no, you don't. And they're like, yeah, no, you're not understanding. You're still not letting me talk. So I don't feel like you understand.
That goldfish in the bowl? I have more
And
in
then
common.
they try to
with
throw up
him
some
than
example,
I do
like
with
I can't
you.
even remember my social.
Yeah.
Missed medication. Out of nowhere, I took a TC seizure in April 24. By May 24, I was diagnosed with epilepsy and started medication. I've only ever had TC seizures. My partner is convinced I have nocturnal seizures, but I'm finding it hard to word it to my neurologist. Also, as it started recently after diagnosis of TC seizures, is this common? Basically, my partner says I will start twitching my hands and feet repetitively and intensifying. Then I stiffen up and jolt. He compares it to the excursion of Emily Rose during the bad scene. I mumble and or whimper, then I'll stop. There's been a few times I've woken up in the morning with my tongue or cheek bit. However, every single TC seizure I have had, I lost count after 15. I have always wet myself, but at night, and I don't during these episodes. I have not wet myself during the night. Is this something worth mentioning to my neurologist? On top of constant headaches for weeks after a seizure, I'm also wondering if anyone else has ever stopped taking seizure pills because you were seizure free for an extent of time. If I miss my pills for a day, I always take a TC the following day. Does this mean I'll never be seizure free? I'm taking 500 milligrams twice a day of Keppra. First
Go down
comment.
to 250 and you can get a pill splitter. You can split those 250s in half.
I don't suggest stopping meds unless a neurologist tells you to. Kevin, what do you think about that? You're seizure free. Think you're just going to throw those pills out, let them expire, or something like that?
Never.
Never.
No, I am gonna throw my pills out. And
Have you ever contemplating not taking them without talking to your doctor or neurologist?
no, I would tell my doctor everything, anything that comes along. I would be very clear with them. Tell your doctor everything, so they could adjust this medicine. That's very, very important that you be upfront and clear with your doctor. So, yeah, that's very crucial.
I make sure to tell the doctor everything and I get a response.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's not going to go away. I think I heard this person say it's. I don't.
Yeah. It
But
says,
don't
does
let
this
them
mean I'll
think
be?
too that like, go ahead.
Oh, it just says, does this mean I'll never be seizure free? That doesn't mean that. Just because you're on 5 milligrams of Keppra, some people go seizure free on Keppra, some don't. I'm not a doctor. Don't take my advice, but I don't suggest stopping your medication. And yeah, don't stop your pills just because you're seizure free for any extent of time.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I stopped taking my meds when I was younger because I went seizure free for a little stint, and I was like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna stop taking these. That ended up actually making my seizures worse when they started up again.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
I know someone who said he was having seizures. What did he say? He was having seizures when he was a kid, and they stopped, and then he started drinking and started doing crystal meth, and then it came back. And he said they came back worse, but he had only had them when he was a kid, and then drinking and then drugs brought him back. He said he felt like it was 10 times harder, and they haven't left ever since. And he's like my age now.
Yeah, well, alcohol and methamphetamine can lead to seizures in general. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just putting it on a speed run.
Yeah, he's clean now off of the methamphetamines. But yeah, he said it's rough kicking the alcohol, and he does want to stop. He will be on here today. He usually joins
Wow,
late.
that's good. That's good. He kicked the speed though. That's a heck of a thing.
Yeah, he actually said he only got addicted to that because someone told him it was ketamine, and then they found out once they were doing it that it wasn't ketamine, it was crystal meth, which actually sucks. That's like being, isn't that like being what's the word for it? It's like giving somebody a roofie, like giving them something they don't know what they're taking.
Yeah, that's like the whole fentanyl thing going.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's rough.
Just giving people random stuff. I don't even know why people do that.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Toaster. Welcome back.
Hey there. Good to be
Um,
back.
yeah, we missed you guys. How you been?
I have a massive headache going on, so don't mind me if
Gotcha.
I'm hanging back a little bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, the nighttime round is coming. We're packing up in here.
I know. I want to stay up for. I want to try to stay up for that. I took my medicine because, well, Rick knows. I went downstairs after you sent me that, and my dad was going over everything. He and my mom were making lists to go to the grocery store and everything. So we're going to be
Yeah.
well prepared for the when the big storms hit. I know
Yeah.
this
So,
isn't a big storm, but it's already starting to affect my brain. What about you?
well,
Are you getting pressure headaches?
actually, I guess that's what it is. I didn't realize it, but now that you mentioned it. So for everybody who's not aware, we have actually two hurricanes or one hurricane and a tropical storm that's now supposed to come our way 1 year after Hurricane Helene came through. So yeah, it's going to be some fun times.
So you and Toaster are going to experience that because you're both North Carolina. So
Yeah.
Well, we're the
Toaster, how's it
Carolinas,
looking
yeah.
where you're at?
Yeah. So
Uh-huh.
she's north, I'm south, but we're close enough to each other that, I guess I can
I'm
drive
the
over there
south
and
of
see.
North Carolina, and he's the north of South Carolina.
Yep.
Say that one more time.
I'm in the south of North Carolina, and he's in the north of South Carolina.
Okay.
We're
So
both
I
near
guess if
the
you want to
border.
look at it, she's in North Carolina, I'm in South Carolina, but there's only like a 90-minute drive between us.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Threw me off. South and the north of the north and the south. It was a lot, I mean, to deal with in a few seconds in my head. But I do have something, you guys. It says pre-seizure rage. It's day 5 in the EMU with my husband who is having an SEEG. It's so tough for him. I've done everything in my power to help, be supportive, get him everything he needs, cooking for him, donut runs, coffee runs, honestly, anything to make this experience easier, as it's the third EMU stay in 14 months. The other 2 were regular EEG. In the 24 to 48 hours before the seizure, especially in the EMU when he's been withdrawn from the drugs, his personality completely changes. He is aggressive, manic, and his rage is usually directed at me. Never physically, just yelling, anger, demands, accusations, paranoia. I went through this for 8 years before he was diagnosed. I now understand what it is, but it is harsh, so cruel. It just kills me inside. He never remembers it, and when I let him know what happened, he feels terrible remorse and apologizes. This time, we decided that as soon as it started, we just call red card, and I should remove myself from the situation. I did that tonight, but it just angered him even more. I'm sitting here now waiting for a call because I'll go back in when he has a seizure. Do others experience this? How do you cope? I do see a therapist, but when it happens, I'm just devastated, even though I know it's not him.
He's saying he has it before his
I
seizure.
believe this is a wife of someone who's having it, and I think she might be talking to. I think she might have been talking to caretakers, but
Like the husband's having the rage before.
yeah,
Okay.
pre-seizure.
I get like the rage. My wife has to deal with my rage afterwards, like the post-ictal rage.
Pre-seizure rage. I never heard of it,
Uh-uh.
but I'm not saying it's impossible because the stuff these days, anything is possible these days.
Yeah, especially seizures are triggered by stress.
Yeah. Toaster?
Just weird thought. If it is a type of aura, oh wait, they said they were in the EMU. If it was a type of focal seizure, they would have seen that. Never
Uh,
mind.
But they don't always tell you,
That's
especially
true.
if that overtakes any kind of like tech coming in and looking at the little lines. Sorry about that, Rick. Go ahead.
yeah, that's rough. I haven't done that I know of.
Rick,
But then there's seizures I don't remember the beginning and all that stuff. So no one's ever told me about pre-seizure rage. But then again, my circle doesn't really tell me much about my seizures, so I wouldn't know anything about mine, to be honest.
What you got, Rick?
My mother told me.
Yeah, so I get really snotty and mean before I'm having auras or having a seizure. And my wife and a few other people let me know. I said, at first they didn't let me know, and then they would talk about it afterwards. I said, listen, if I'm having a personality change, you need to let me know. That way I'm not over someplace having a seizure out of the blue. That way, it's kind of like a heads up. So I kind of get a little bit mean and not nice when one's coming. Not a full rage, but there's definitely a change.
Okay. One of the comments here says, I'd report them in this state and show them, not to punish them or make them feel worse, but to share what you have had to experience. And the author responded, I so wanted to do that tonight, but he would have hit the roof. I can perhaps get EMU tapes. He accepts that he does it and apologizes and feels awful. So do I. It's hard to take him. It's hard to take when I'm exhausted too. Another comment says, I had this as a teen and I got carted around to various psychs. Diagnosis didn't even come until my 30s. I'd been on seizure meds from a psychiatrist before that. I'm sorry. It's just as awful for us. If it helps at all, I know it probably doesn't. I wish I could explain this instability feeling and how you feel like you're always in some weird parallel reality and have mood issues. And then when seizures are controlled, you realize how much easier life is for people who don't have them. You forget what that even feels like. That's very interesting. And for pre-seizure rage, I wouldn't understand. I don't know. Because sometimes when I do remember my pre-seizures, it's kind of I'm doing nothing and then something happens. And like I said, quite a bit of mine have been alone. Can't relate to the pre-seizure rage. Kate, I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got similar faces, whatever. You can confuse us.
I was looking at you and he's under you from the thing that it's looking at.
Come on, you're usually sharp as a tack. Okay. The pre-seizure rage, yes, people have told me you're a bitch not long before, I go into one. But I still don't believe that's like an every time thing. And sometimes I hear that and then don't have a seizure. So I don't think it's consistent enough to say that it's a thing for me. But if other people have made note enough times and maybe even seen proof, then that could be a thing. Like I think Toaster got it right by saying it's like an aura. If it's definitely a behavior associated with a seizure, and that's part of the seizure. Having people around to tell you the truth is very useful.
I had was on a video call yesterday and I had this feeling just like hit me like right here, and it just kind of like went up to my neck and then up to here, and it kind of stopped right here. And I felt like I just had like a big vein right there, like all the way through, and it just hurt like right here in particular.
Is it hurting when you lay down?
Yes.
You have a pressure? Like when you lay down, does it hurt almost like a pressure?
Yesterday it did. It doesn't always hurt, but then again, when I just paid attention to that, I do sleep on the side that it's on. I wonder if that could cause nocturnal seizures.
No, because I was talking to my doctor about it today because I'm having that same freaking pain and it's like a straight line right
Yeah.
up about
Like I
right.
keep doing this and it
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
go
almost
away.
like
It
a
feels like you
pinched
just need to
nerve. It almost
stretch.
feels like a pinched nerve because I can't like pop my neck or anything.
Yeah. That's how it
Uh-huh.
is. I always feel like I just need to stretch it and it doesn't work. Like it's
I
hard
know
to
exactly.
explain like
Yeah,
stretch.
talk to my doctor about that. That's why I was
Yeah.
asking if I was like, when you lay down at night, I was like, does it almost feel like it's like heavy pressure?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh, what'd your doctor tell you?
Huh? She said
You
keep
were
an eye
talking to
on
your
it.
doctor?
Yeah, she said keep an eye on it, but it was probably a pinched nerve or something from the seizure.
So not this is how we're gonna fix it?
Huh?
Yeah, any recommendations
You know,
on how
honestly,
to
I could
try to
probably go
sleep?
to honestly, going to a chiropractor would probably be a good job.
Okay, because as an aside, we talk. I forgot where it came up. Damn it! But we were talking to my son, and I think it was at. I think it was at the. I think it was at the. Yes, he's in therapy because I'm a good mama and we both need it. I think it was at a therapist's office where they were recommended to sleep on the I think it was the right side for digestive health. I don't remember. Never mind. I don't know where I'm going with this.
My wife says it's the left for digestive, and then you might be right for the right side for what you were saying. Because she always tells me when my stomach's hurting or whatever, she's like, lay on your left side. But honestly, I think she just wants me to cuddle with her. I
Well,
think she's wanting me.
cuddles is awesome because well, that's why I have a dog.
One of the comments, Josh, the last comment, question in the chat was for you.
Oh, what's that?
It just asks, are you a heavy metal? Are you heavy metal?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm a big fan of all music. I like a very, 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 very small amount of country. You gotta get me really good with it. But when it comes to rap, I like old school rap. I don't really like anything past like maybe 2005. And then metal pretty much mostly across the board, probably nothing past like 2008. Probably after like Warped Tour stopped getting. But then I also like the oldies stuff from like the 1920s to like 1950s.
So that country, it's when the blue moon comes into play. That one beer and a blue moon.
Yeah, now country's really big down here, and so it's played everywhere. So sometimes you gotta just enjoy the background music.
Anybody ever had a temporal lobe lobectomy?
They said that wouldn't fix the
Yes.
seizures because I had too many foci.
Wait,
Yep.
someone said yes?
Yes, right.
Temporal lobe, resection, lobectomy, interchangeable words.
All right. Tune into
I
this.
have a giant bubble in my head.
Tune into this one then. It says, question for those who've done a temporal lobe lobectomy. After 2.5 years of tests, appointments, and 2 separate 2-week EMU stays, I've decided to go forward with a temporal lobe lobectomy because of my situation and what I've been dealing with for pretty much my whole life. I'm not asking people for people's experiences or pros and cons of surgery. I've gone through all that with various others in person as well as with my surgeon. I was wondering about the scar that you can on the side of your head. How long does it take to heal? I know it may vary from person to person, and obviously it's visible, but post-op, I don't think I'll be going out much anyway. I'll probably be sleeping and taking Tylenol nonstop. Haha. I think they're asking about the healing process of the scar.
Oh,
It sounds like they're just worried about being seen with a scar. Don't be embarrassed. Those are warrior scars.
these are warrior scars, and it's cool question mark club. And honestly, if you grow your hair long enough, you won't see it. You can't see mine unless you go to the scalp. It's just a very thin line. That's a question mark along the side. Took a while. What actually took the longest to heal was a screw hole thing, whatever, in the opposite side of my head, where they screwed it in to, keep my head in place, I guess. That whole divot thing took longer to heal than the scar. Now, I do admit though, there is this cool but weird, almost numbness. If you run your hand over your scar, you can feel your fingers, but it's different. I can't describe it any more than it's numb. Did
But I
that
mean, that
answer
is
it?
scar tissue. That is scar tissue, just like a C-section or any of those other procedures.
Yeah,
It's scar tissue.
but
But
the
you got right.
hair,
Oh.
yeah, the hair grows back.
Does the hair like follicle like grow on the scar? Like
Oh, not
Just that
itself.
one little slice.
Yeah.
like if you were like to put your finger over the scar, like would you feel hair the whole time?
No, because there's no hole in the scar.
Or is there like a part right there?
There's a tiny, like, pencil thin scar. But the hair around it, yeah, but the hair around it grows, so it covers it up.
When you say a pencil thin, do you mean like the pencil or the writing?
Pencil tip. Pencil tip thin.
Pencil tip thin. Okay, that's what I was trying to see.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, because I know a pencil, but I was wondering,
Yeah,
is it
that's
like
actually
writing
pretty
pencil
thick.
thin or is it the
It's,
size of a pencil? But gotcha.
No, just right.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, Reed. Same thing.
So my the first brain surgery, it left me with a scar that looked like SpongeBob, so we put Google eyes on it. But then the second scar, I was hoping for a question mark, but they had to go more underneath my ear, so it's more of a big letter C. But what I do is I shave
You
my
gotta
head
show us
now.
that for Halloween.
Okay, I got pictures. I'll have to show you. But I like I'll shave my head every now and then just to show things off because I'm fine with the scar and it makes for a good conversation piece.
Yeah, I remember you told me he was like, I like to show my scar every now and then. He was like, that they gotta know that this guy's been through some shit.
Yeah, that way they know I'm serious.
It's like this guy's got a nice scar.
I've never actually seen any of these implants before.
Kate, what's your scar like?
Mm-hmm.
Did you
I
shave
got
your head for it?
They only shaved the back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever lost anything in the front when they took the skull from here. The device, this one was the electrode on this side and then one on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only place there's still a scar that doesn't grow. It's just this one little strip back here. But
And it goes on either side?
well, I had to get the depth electrodes, so it's like a little pencil looking thing that, obviously metal, but they put one of those on both of these sides. I don't remember what lobe they had to get down to, and then the skull is out of here with the that's where they put the little battery pack and I don't know,
Mhm.
motor or whatever you want to call it, and that all grew back too. So the
Yeah.
only place that didn't grow back was the one incision in the back.
How much does that push off the skull?
I
Like,
mean, if when my hair is actually wet, then you can tell. You can always tell when you feel it, but you really
yeah,
can't tell when you see it.
yeah. Can you feel that though? Like
Yes.
on the? Oh yeah.
Yeah, every incision, every like modification, you can feel all that.
You can, yeah. Oh, that's gotta be some kind of feeling.
It's just annoying. Sometimes I don't even like
That's
sleeping on it.
what I was. That's what I meant by it. Some kind of
Yeah.
feeling, like nails on a chalkboard.
Does it
How
ever?
fragile is it? Like, do you have to be really careful? Like, what if you bump your head?
They suggest that I go to the hospital, but
Oh, I didn't even
the
think about that.
the last bad one was a lump on the front, on the total opposite side, so I got away without going to the ER on that one. And anytime there's anything that happens around the device, as long as nothing's acting up, then I don't see it as an emergency.
Yeah. Yeah, they're encased in metal, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
the idea is that if there's any swelling around the electrodes, they said that could just trigger more not zaps, but whatever they call it,
Mhm.
more of those than necessary, and kill the battery basically.
Gotcha.
Um, do your scars ever itch? Are you guys with scars?
I don't
I
think say
have.
it's anywhere more than the rest of the head actually.
Now that it's done healing, no. I mean,
Oh, that's
and
true.
yeah, while it was healing, it was itchy, and I don't, I can't count the many times I've heard toaster, don't stop it.
I have
What
a
about
I
you?
would say mine itches.
brow,
Okay.
where it split it in half from having a seizure, and that thing itches like crazy.
Sorry about that. Sorry that happened to you.
Nah, it was fun.
Rick, seeing you unmute your mic, I thought you were going to explain.
Oh yeah, mine gets itchy. When I shattered my elbow and broke my arm, that took years to stop being constantly itchy. But I'm like a year and a half out with the brain surgeries, and it does get itchy. Not horribly like but definitely I know it's there.
I wouldn't
I
call
just
it
hate the natural
itchy,
part.
just really nice to scratch. Does that make any sense?
In Toaster's language, yes.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
just relief.
I do have something here. It says, I have a kitty. Do any of you have any pets that help with your seizures? I've read a couple stories about how cats have helped humans, even helped a dog during a seizure. I'm curious if anyone else has any stories they'd like to share. First comment says, yes, I don't know if she's been around before any of my seizures, but after I have a seizure, my body is really weak, and my cat comes and becomes very cuddly and concerned and purrs so loud it actually does make me feel a lot better. Does anyone have pets that you feel like may be consoling you, I guess? Or I've heard someone say they had a dog and they had a seizure in public, and then she woke up and the dogs were like there. The leash wasn't even connected in her hand anymore, but she said the dog was still there running around her. So, I mean,
That's the goal. But my dog, I still think just wants the treat.
just wants to what?
The treat. Like when I come back and I'm still kind of confused, not into it, the dog is sitting there, and her whole expression and body language changes when she realizes I'm not like out of it. But if I'm not handing her a treat and family's there within another 30 seconds or so, then she'll go off and do her own thing. So in public, yes, she sticks around, but when she realizes it's not for the treat, she gets out of the way because she had a bad experience with EMTs.
What the EMTs do to her? Put her in a crate?
Just got rough, pushed her out of the way. She tried to get in, and I don't know, some douchebag acted like she was biting or trying to bite him, and I don't know, screamed and smacked her.
I have a Chihuahua. The little Chihuahua. He's not even really mine. He's my sister's, but I live here. So yeah, I seen a video when I did have a seizure. and I was on my bed, and I could just like see him like looking up, trying to look at the top of my bed. I guess all he could see was my feet. So he was there when I was having a seizure, but he was on the floor. Since he's really little, he wasn't able to look at me. And then he's getting old, so he isn't able to jump up on the bed much. He has to like take his time and jump. It's hilarious when animals get old and they can't jump anymore. Josh, is that a cat?
Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, there's two of them.
Do they pay attention when you have a seizure, or do they come around? Do they purr?
Huh? One of them does. The other one, I don't know what he does. One of them though, he doesn't do it before, but afterward, you can tell he's like super concerned, and so he doesn't really want to be anywhere else but around me. But it's
What are
hard
their
sometimes.
names?
Shippo and Kai.
Nice. Where'd you get those names from?
Shippo is from Inuyasha, and then Kai is short for Bon Kai from Bleach. And I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can see them. Here, let me. I got the one that is the cool one. Well, I mean they're both cool, but he is right here. What are you doing, buddy? Come say what's up.
Really little.
He's actually pretty big. The camera just makes him look small.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a big cat.
Okay.
But and then the other one's right down there.
Oh, okay.
And then I have a French bulldog, and he's in the kennel right now.
Oh, nice. You got a whole little team. What does he do during the seizures? Does he seem a little bothered? Or?
Nah, he's a puppy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does not understand that, and he is way too hyper. He'd probably just run over me a couple times.
You still
If
got your
he's
camera
still a
turned
puppy, you never know what he'll pick up on.
Huh?
If he's still a puppy, you never know what he'll pick up on
Yeah.
as he grows. Because, well, I wouldn't quite call my puppy a seizure alert dog, but she definitely alerts afterwards. Well, afterwards. Jude's really the one that's the alert dog.
The
He's
only
the
thing
number one.
the only thing that dog alerts me with is his stinky farts.
A few of these comments. One says, yes, my boy does. He comes over and curls up with me. Love him so very much. Another one says, absolutely. My little kitty buddy would come running to me and cuddle every time I was feeling seizure-ish. I lost him to cancer earlier this year. It's been very hard. Sorry to hear that. Someone says, yes, my housemate's cat seems to know when I'm going to have issues. He'll find me, stare at me, and just keep meowing like, sit down, sit down. He started showing up at my door right after I totaled my car from a TC. His name is Nugget T Buggins, and he's my seizure cat. He also a grubbing stoner who looks like a fuzzy, chunky Cinnabon. Oh, and yeah, he snores. I told my epileptologist about it, figuring he'd think I was insane, but he didn't. He said, sometimes animals sense that stuff. I wish my dog would, so I'd stop having them while walking her. Yeah, that would suck to have animals and you're walking and then you have a seizure.
Oh man, that was like a killer cat name now.
One said, my cat just hid and my cat hides and runs. I scared her badly and I still feel bad about it. Oh, so it's like one time you're scared of them, they're like, I don't want to see a seizure again. And I get the vibe, I'm just going to leave. Anyone think the term aura needs a rethink and focal seizures need to be understood better? It's not anything you'll hear an epilepsy specialist talking about, as far as I know. What people say when they ask about auras are usually focal aware seizures. Of course, for a lot of people with epilepsy, they can be warning signs of more intense seizure. They should be taken seriously. In the UK, even if they're all you've had for years, it's still not legal to drive. Not sure about other countries. You can go into the state epilepticus with them, and that is really horrible. I know from a lot of experience. Maybe it's just my frustration from having focal epilepsy and barely anyone outside of my neurologist and local nursing team understanding or accepting that I'm having seizures and they make me feel like crap. I've had a lot of people online say, "Oh, that's just an aura." Then when I say I don't have convulsive, they say I'm totally healthy. Tried giving this a tag, but doesn't seem to be available on the mobile site. I think they should just know more if it's a seizure. Yeah, because like when they say focal, it's a focal seizure. But yeah, if I was to like tell my dad I'm having an aura, probably wouldn't take me as seriously. But yeah, if you add seizure onto the end, they get real more. Like I could say, they didn't really care when you just say aura. They didn't think anything of it.
Am I lucky enough to have people around me that all I really do have to say is aura, and that's it?
Bless
They're
you.
in okay seizure
They're
mode,
great.
and it's okay if it doesn't go into a seizure. They don't get upset. I'm sorry. I wish I had saved it, but I was an idiot and didn't. I was looking like back at like 4 posts, and there's so many people out there that don't have just one person, just one person in their life that, oh crap, I'm losing the words, that understands that yeah, that understands the medicine ruining you, understands the wandering thoughts, understands the, oh crap, did I forget to move the laundry over? Doesn't get upset if you forget to unload the dishwasher. It's just, everyone needs to live with people like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am.
Everyone needs a
Hi,
great
Abby.
support team.
Yes, yeah, that's it. And you, Pookie, are part of a great support team.
My support team, I'm going to be moving closer to them soon. I'm actually going to be moving in with my father. So there's that. It's going to be really soon, too. I'm just trying to work on, since I can't get a moving truck, that's the only thing, is I can't get the moving truck. So he's like, I work enough, but if you can get here, you can come here. So essentially, I'm taking everything but the bed. So I need to find someone who can rent a moving truck, and I can pretty much break down this desk. Yeah, all I pretty much has got my entertainment center, my desk area, my vinyl, yeah, desk lamp. Yeah, nothing much in this room besides the biggest thing would be the bed. I'll leave it for whoever wants to move in with my sister next. But yeah, and the question was, does anyone think the aura term needs a rethink and focal seizures need to be understood better? And I was saying, yeah, the aura might need to be actually added on seizure at the end, or something that lets people know it's actually a seizure and not just because you're shaking. I mean, just because you're not shaking, it's not a seizure.
Yeah.
Because I think if I was to tell someone like my dad, I'm having a seizure, and he wouldn't understand an aura.
Yeah, or a focal.
Yeah,
So
there was one time I
is
was having a focal and he didn't understand it. He thought I was just like ignoring him for a few seconds because it was only like 5 seconds. So this one was a short one. I tried to explain it to him, and he was like, "Oh,
oh
you weren't
yeah,
gone that long." It's like it's still a seizure.
yeah,
I feel
because they expect to see something else, and hey, Twisted, hi.
twisted, my favorite.
Yeah, but I think it's because people think in terms of the Hollywood seizure. And if that's not what they're seeing, it's not a seizure. Even though the doctors are telling them these are seizures, our family and friends don't always believe it. I mean, my sister went to an appointment with me in Baltimore when the doctor explained that this isn't just temporal lobe epilepsy, this is what's actually going on. And she stood up and literally got in his face and said, "This is bullshit. How much did she pay you to tell me this? This is bullshit. These are not seizures." She went on and on, telling this awarded doctor that literally started the program for epileptology that he was an asshole. And I'm like, "Yo, doc, I'm really sorry." She had to be removed from the room and then from the waiting room in the building because we were 2 floors below the CDC. So she couldn't even stay in the building because it was a federal building. And she's freaking out because no, these are not seizures. This is what she does. And she's just using this as an excuse. The whole spiel. So yeah, been there, done that with more than one family member, but it's because they're expecting to see a tonic-clonic. My surgery a few weeks ago, I told them what would happen. I would have some form of seizure within so many hours of having medalazine. I went myoclonic, but they gave me more medalazine, and then 7 hours later, I went myoclonic again. And that's when my daughter showed up and she's like, "No, you want to give her Ativan. You give her more medalazine, you'll be doing this all day long." And I would have shredded that repair that they just did. But even the nurses, and I had that opportunity to talk to them, and they were interested because they didn't know. So that makes our mission even more important. You know what I mean? So just helping people understand that there's over 40 types of seizures, several different types of epilepsy. They don't want to believe it or they just didn't know. And yeah, I get that. I don't get it so much anymore. My kids understand. They even go back years and say, "Wow, mom, we thought you were just being a bitch." And now they know, right? Now they know. It's like maybe I was, but I didn't mean to be. And there's that too. It's like that mood shift. And if you're in what we call an aura or one of those seizures, you get that real irritable, at least I do. I get extremely irritable. And if you're like, "What's the matter? What's wrong with you?" If people are coming at me, I grow fangs instantly. I get
Yes,
so nasty.
I can relate. I can relate.
Yep. Yep. So it's like you're safer leaving me alone. If I go to
Yeah,
my room, leave me alone. Don't follow me to my
it's
room.
just one of those days.
Right. But, sometimes, now my daughter, she gets it. She really gets it now. And sometimes she will follow me to my room with the rescue meds in hand because You know, it's like, yeah, no, you are not yourself, and I'm gonna knock you out. So that's it. Yeah. But that nasty, irritable, I don't even recognize myself kind of feeling, those are seizures, or at least a precursor to a seizure. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Forgot what I was gonna say, but it's there. Oh, I was gonna say, Rick, you're in my top favorites. You're in the top 3, but you're not 3. Put it like that. That should feel good, right?
All right, yeah. I'm
You're in the
I'm
top 3, but
2A,
you're not
right?
3. Twisted, she's like fucking hilarious. She's like,
Here, Pookie,
with
let
her
me help you
facial
out.
expressions, and then
Let me
she's
look.
always going like this.
Rick, you're the best, Rick.
I love Twisted. And
Twisted, you're the best, Twisted.
it's like
Josh is the best, Josh. Kev is the best, Kev. Pookie is the best, Pookie. And I'm a kitchen appliance.
I
Pookie!
like how you put that.
And you're a what? Wait, Toast. What did he just say to my friend?
She's a
Is
kitchen
it? And
appliance.
I'm a kitchen appliance.
And very useful.
Oh,
Okay. One.
Right.
thank
I need a toaster in my life every day.
you. Brave little toaster.
I love it.
I can just never get the time right on those darn things.
Say that again.
I said I can never get the time right on those darn things.
Right. I just put it there, then take it out when I think it should be in there or whatever. I do that to my waffles all the
Slam
time.
the little thing up.
You're not done. Just trust us to know when it's done. Unless you put it on max, and then yeah, you want to watch it.
Yeah, I think my waffles I take out at least twice. I'm like, oh no, they can be a little crispier. One more time. Oh no, they can be just a tad bit. Yeah. But to this aura term, someone said, I've just gotten used to using it as a platform to educate people. End quote. No, it's not just an aura. An aura is a seizure. And I personally never use the term. If it generalizes, I say that. It started as a focal and generalized into a tonic-clonic. Another comment says, I'm right there with you. 2 doctors ago, I was told there was no such thing as a focal absence seizure, and that what I was experienced was just in my head. That's so sad. Another one says, I agreed. A lot of people, including my past self, will just be like, oh, you're having a migraine, except I don't get the headache. I just get wavy rainbow vision from anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes, maybe an hour or more. Didn't put it together until my first TC, and even then, until recently, I just kind of ignored them for the most part. And if they happened at work, I just kept working and said I was having a migraine because I didn't want my work to know I was diagnosed epileptic. Another one says, yep, even my neurologist says, in quote, aura, although seems to understand it as a seizure. I describe my focal seizures. I have a therapist, and she said, in quote, maybe that's your aura. And I replied, in quote, it's a focal seizure. That's the main type I get. For me, it does not always lead to a tonic-clonic, although I think it is a warning of a TC. Would be many focal seizures in one day. One for me does not lead to a tonic-clonic, and the seizure in itself still disturbing, even if it doesn't make my tongue hurt. Yeah, they're still scary. Back massagers. Back massager for a seizure. Does anyone think that this would help? Or would you know any good brand to look into after those full-blown seizures? My parents and I were talking about getting one for me for Christmas. Most likely not one of those big chairs that are in the malls, but more like a personal thing. The question was just, would anybody know any of these brands of chairs? I have a decent chair. It has a back massager on it. But
I
used
use a
it
muscle
for.
roller.
Say that again?
I said I use a muscle roller, and also they have a little lidocaine thing with a roller ball that you can buy at the store. And so when my back and ribs hurt, I roll that on there, and that actually helps a lot. My friend recommended it, or my friend's wife recommended it to me for her when she has her sciatica or whatever. And so I used it, and it worked.
It says seizures are changing and increasing, now considered treatment resistant. My seizures are progressing and getting more frequent. The medication isn't working, and my life feels out of control. I had three TC seizures while pregnant. At first, they thought it could be some weird situation, but then at the end, I thought it was epilepsy. They figured it out. They figured it out after all the hormones were out of my system. Eventually, everything would be fine and the meds would handle it. So they started to decrease the higher dosage, but then I had another seizure a few months after giving birth, increased my medication, didn't have another TC. So we figured everything was handled until I had another one around 10 months later. That's when everything started to change. I went from 4 months to 3 months to 2 months to 1. And now I've had 10 days apart. I had an EEG done, and we've learned my, in quote, panic attacks are actually focal seizures. Now that the last 2 TC seizures, I've had an aura, an unaware focal seizure, and a TC. Things are changing, and it's so scary. My epileptologist wants me to see an even higher up epileptologist to get a 10-day EEG to start considering surgery. I've had to change my whole life, and I hate it. I wanted a big family, but I'm not getting pregnant again with refractory epilepsy. It's not safe for me and my family. I can't drive. Me and my son are trapped in our homes, and while my husband works, because I'm afraid to even take a bus to the park, I'm afraid to go outside and play. My husband set up a fence area, but I'm fucking afraid to even walk to the fenced up area. I have seizures controlled. I have serious control issues, and epilepsy takes away any sense of control. My memory is gone. I can't remember the most simple things, and it makes me feel like an idiot. I hate it. Thanks for listening. Advice to you: you're not alone when it comes to that. Can't take your kids out and stuff, because my seizures kind of graduated from TCs to focals, and then they just became me just wandering off. So I don't take my kids out in public too often, I'd say. Sometimes I go to the movies every now and then. But just like going to hang out places, I don't do, because I wander off, I said, and they're just going to follow me just because I'm dad. And then that's going to suck if I want to go to Niagara Falls or the middle of the intersection or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So I do not go many places with them, and it sucks. It sucks for them. But my kids are like, no, Dad, it's okay. It's okay. Love that. But me personally, it sucks. I hate feeling like I can't go places with them, even though they say it's okay. We don't want to go there. We understand you have epilepsy. But yeah, I understand what you're feeling like. I don't have refractory epilepsy or drug resistant. I've been on this med for around 8 to 10 years, so I think I'm doing good. I'd say I think this is my third. So, but yeah, I hope everything gets better for you. Any advice for this person, you guys?
Yeah. I mean, keep on. I mean, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, keep your head up.
Yeah.
Another comment says, I am in the same boat, but not as advanced as yours. I have had my first ever TC, and it was horrible. After that TC, but not constant auras, I am a lawyer, and I feel like my memory issues will destroy my work life. It is what it is. Don't give up. Thank you for sharing. And someone said, I hate this. I'm currently having a TC about every 2 weeks, and no medication had helped. And I haven't been able to see an epileptologist yet since I started having them in October. I feel with you. Yeah, seizures increasing. Mine's, like I said, I always say mine's graduated to a different level. It's wandering off is the next level. especially when you're going into people's homes, and that's the worst. I would
Did
hate
you
for my
read?
kids. But it says seizure, or I had what I believe to be the first seizure. Oh, let me stop. Tom, you just got here. And Twisted, I didn't ask you guys the icebreaker.
If
What
it were
fictional character?
uh, then I remember what you
Oh,
asked.
okay, you were here. I forgot. You were here earlier. You said you'd be back. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah.
Tom, what fictional character would you like to meet or be?
What fictional character would I like to be?
Yes.
I don't have, no, I don't have a fictional character that I would like to be.
Superman.
No. He is a more Captain America type
No.
man.
Superman, no. I'm better than Superman.
Tom is a pioneer.
Right.
Superman wants to be like me.
Yes.
Everybody wants to be like Tom.
Yeah, I want to.
See, Tracy? See?
Yeah.
Everybody
get to
wants
where
to be
you
like
are.
me because I'm humble.
Yeah, I want to get to where you are. You've had this for 50 years and you still say life is good. That's great. Sometimes I can't tell myself life is good. Like some people, I don't want to hear that even for myself. But yeah, Tom 101. He always keeps my head up.
Life is good.
Life
They
is
even
good.
have it on shirts.
Yeah, I was
Tom
going to do
101.
a shirt that says
That's-
Tom 101. Life is
Yes. We need to put that on merch.
good. I am.
Definitely.
It was a thought.
Amen.
It's happening.
No,
The Tom 101 line.
There you
Yes.
go.
Absolutely
is
adore you.
good.
I have life is good. And hey, I have epilepsy. I'm gonna have seizures. All I gotta do is go lay down.
Amen.
Tom 101. Yes.
Tom
Right.
101.
Make a whole line of Tom 101 shirts.
Yeah, there's a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah.
Tom 101s, especially the ones nobody's coming to save us. Tom 101.
Life is good.
There's-
Nobody's coming to save you. You gotta do that yourself.
Right. That one I was like, I like that. I like how you put that. Nobody's coming to save us.
God gave you everything you need to save yourself.
Right.
No.
Hey,
So,
Tom, I
Needs
think
spaghetti.
I think a whole lot of people are in love with you, Tom. Okay. So yeah, just so you know.
Hot.
I think he's having a seizure.
I do
Tracy,
too.
you
Yeah.
take care of him. Try to get him to eat if he can.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I made him dinner.
Angel, the icebreaker today would be I forgot.
Is it the real
Fictional
icebreaker?
character.
What
What is it?
what fictional character would you like to be?
Daredevil.
Daredevil, yeah. Or Gambit.
To be honest, at first I said Barney because he was a big part of my childhood and he was like a therapist. He was like big jolly dinosaur and he was there for all the kids.
You want something to eat, sweetie?
And I remember like running around my living room with my
That is
grandma,
still so wholesome. You're doing
Barney
Barney.
the teddy bear. But then I said,
Hello, everyone.
hey, Tom, life is
Tom,
good.
welcome.
Tracy said that I scared everybody that I had a seizure.
Yes, you stared us down.
You sure did.
I'm so
Caesar
sorry
didn't
for
scare
that.
me.
Oh,
The
you were
silence
brave.
scared me.
You were. Tracy got you.
Well, thank
But
you. I
she
want
was-
to thank everybody for their concern. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I
that
turned off
Tom?
your camera, but I didn't want to turn off your mute because I was like, I want to make sure he's okay. But I turned off
I
the camera.
appreciate that. I just now walked in the door from work, and so I'm pretty wiped out. So I'm off to bed.
All right,
Make
Tom.
sure I
All
stop
right,
in and
Tom.
say hello to
Good night,
everyone.
Tom.
I'm
Haven't
glad
seen
you're
you in
here.
forever,
Good night.
Tom. Missed you.
Get
Good
some
night,
rest.
all.
Good
Lila
night.
told.
Love you.
Good dreams.
Thanks again.
Oh yeah, I love you. Oh wow. Oh. Whoa.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, big love fest.
My buddy Kevin right there too.
I am trying so hard not to cry.
Well,
Wow.
I do got a post here, you guys. It says, I ruined brunch with my wife. I woke up this morning feeling pretty good, minus the little headache, so I figured I'd treat my wife to brunch at our favorite spot since she had been working so hard to help this week. Everything was going good until our food came. Right then, the sun managed to hit the ceiling fan, which caused little flashing rays all over the walls. I usually don't have any issues with flashing lights except for directly after the post-ictal phase, but to slap on my sunglasses so fast before I went down. There's letters missing. And my wife had to lead my stumbling ass down out of the car and then go box our stuff up and pay out. I am so hurt that she had to deal with this and feel so alone now. All she wanted to do was something. Wait, no. All I wanted to do was treat her for being so amazing. You're a great person. Having a seizure, we can't help it. I don't say feel bad, but apologize to her. Let her know you are. I mean, I can't say you're sorry because it's something we can't prevent.
Appreciative.
Yeah, tell her you appreciate her. There we go. Twisted, you know the word.
Yeah.
I know a word you don't like is resilient.
Oh,
Give her some
Yeah.
ice cream.
stop saying the
I think
word.
actually, I think I posted that video last Friday, right?
No, I don't think.
I don't know.
I don't even know the day anymore.
Yeah, today I thought it was Tuesday until I look at my little pill thing, and then I'm like, Monday,
Is it
Tuesday,
Friday?
and Wednesday is gone, and Thursday. And I'm like, is it really Friday? Then I had to look and ask Kate, like, oh yeah, it's Friday.
That looks like the same pill one I got.
Amazon. Shout out to Amazon.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of the comments here says, I truly do understand this. I went to the beach with my partner and I went down. It was bad and he is used to it, but he planned a whole date and a day for me. But I know I ruined it. I am lucky that he is also epileptic, so he understands that I can't predict or prevent the seizure, but I still feel horrible. Hopefully your wife understands and appreciates the gesture nonetheless. I didn't know nonetheless was one word.
Nonetheless, yeah.
I never had to use it.
No, that's a real word.
Yep.
I mean, I never had to use it to write it and see it like that. But yeah, another one says, you didn't do it on purpose, but I am sorry it happened. She obviously understands that these things you have no control over, no matter how hard you might try to have control. She knows you don't have any control over your seizures, but she understands that you were trying to do something nice for her. For some people, simply understanding that you had good intentions and all is all they need. Your wife sounds like one of those good people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your fault. Repeat that date another day. Take care. One more. Since I'm turning things upside down, already considering that my friends are lucky to have me. After all, I can make any event a lot more eventful, unforgettable at least. But anyway, it was my best friend's 50th birthday, almost ending. I had a TC, fortunately, and fortunately, it happened as most people were leaving, so at least I didn't steal her thunder. I said thunder, LOL.
Ha.
It said I can make this event more eventful and unforgettable. Yeah, I've done that. I've ruined some events. Yeah. Talk about Thanksgiving at the hospital. Anyhow, trauma and epilepsy. My new neuro mentioned that some trauma in my teen years may have led to my seizures now, along with my self medication in my youth. Is it something other people have experienced when it comes to trauma?
Annie, do you have something to say?
Um,
I knew.
I don't.
I knew.
I do not. I do not agree. Okay. Unless it is psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. But if this doctor, did they say it was a primary?
Neuro.
Was that a neuro?
New neuro. That.
Naked and old neuro. No. That is number one, blaming the patient. And number two, trauma does not cause epilepsy. Trauma can cause psychogenic non-epileptic seizures or functional neurological disorders. But the only trauma that can cause epilepsy is a head trauma.
Like me.
Yeah, not an emotional or a traumatic event, but it's I mean, if they have epilepsy and this neurologist is saying that, it sounds like they might be leaning towards PNES. So I would say get all your records if you already have a diagnosis. Because like I've been saying this for about 5 years, this is becoming a trend in the medical community to diagnose psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. So, but no, I do not agree with that neurologist. And I think that that does sound a little unprofessional to me, that they would blame the patient for a neurological disorder.
Yep.
So,
PNES.
yeah, it could be PNES, but if it isn't, and that doctor is alluding towards that, I would run. Just run, just go, but find another doctor because we know what happens,
Second
especially with women.
opinion.
Yes, you can take that penis and shove it. I mean, PNES. You know what I meant, right?
You know what you meant, Win.
You know what I meant.
Take that PNES and stick it right up. Yeah.
Yeah, wherever it feels better for you.
Penis.
So the first comment here says, what sort of trauma? My epilepsy was caused by traumatic brain injury. That's definitely trauma, but I sense it's not the sort of which you referred. Deja vu since around puberty but never recognized. Then the day after my job went on strike, my boyfriend and dog were in the car and were hit by a train right by my house where I caught the school bus as a kid. He died at 22. I was 26. The next year, I stupidly went with a rebound boyfriend across country where nothing was the way I was told it would be, and I was 2,000 miles from anyone who knew me. One day he said I had a seizure in my sleep. Almost 10 years of nothing but trauma and worsening seizures. Finally, away from the jerk, home to safety with parents at 35 years old, having seizures and listening to the train every day.
Could it be from the wreckage?
You never know.
PTSD? I think I know why this doctor is saying that. This is the same post, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can experience both epilepsy and psychogenic. And from what you just said, that sounds like PTSD, which literally puts us at a 1000% chance of developing PNES, which is why therapy is so important. But it sounds like she might be experiencing some of that, the PTSD and just the negative emotions from the trauma. can be a trigger for the epileptic seizures, but those pathways can also be triggered by intense emotion, and it can look exactly like a seizure, but not show up on an EEG. So she could be experiencing both, but they look exactly the same and they're treated pretty much the same. But I think with that, I can see why that doctor said that. But yeah, definitely don't let the epilepsy get minimized.
I got one more comment here. It says, sounds like she's leaning towards PNES, which is certainly very real, but considered a psychiatric condition, not a psychological one. Did you by any chance have a clean EEG? I've seen many posts but people struggling with a PNES diagnosis because many neurologists see it as, in quote, faking, when the truth can be more complex.
Yeah.
But I just told you, penis.
But it can,
And
yes.
Twisted here.
But
Hi.
if there's
Yes.
already a diagnosis of epilepsy, just make sure that condition isn't minimized by the PNES.
I know
And
what you're saying. Um, a lot of times, because people move, you're probably going to get a different doctor at some point. A lot of times, doctors are just going to look at
She's still whining.
PNES, epilepsy, and
From their
only see the PNES part.
Yep.
And that's what they will hyper focus on. And that's not true. I also have experienced psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. I've had my last EMU stay, which Jeff is still here. Jeff is at, caught both types, epileptic and a non-epileptic one. So pretty solidly, yes, you can have both. And and therapy is for everybody. CBT is best.
Yeah, that was the best cure for me too, for the psychogenic, because it was easier for me to calm down. And that's how I started to differentiate. It's like, oh no, wait, this is a seizure. Because I couldn't focus on the breathing that was almost automatic for me. And, that was one of the skills that definitely, it's like, okay, I got to take some action here, but I was able to stay calm. And I'm like, okay, I could see how this could turn into something, but it didn't. You know what I mean? Like there were times, oh, excuse me, I was getting leaf dust in my face all day. There were times that, I could differentiate like a panic attack kind of thing. So, and that's where therapy helped. So it minimized those psychogenic episodes, and it made it easier for me to say, well, wait a minute, I'm gonna have a seizure. And, it was easier for all of us. I'm like, but that's what therapy did. But yeah, you can have both. And I now I know that when I move, if ever I do again, or get another doctor, if they're like, oh, well, you were diagnosed with PNES and blah, 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 I'll be like, well, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't want to focus on that unless you're ready to prove it. And there's only one way to differentiate psychogenic from like a deep brain seizure is to do intracranial electrodes. So you got to get poked, and if they would have to prove it. So now, I know to tell them, if you want to talk about psychogenic, I will tell you that you have to do that EEG or not talk about it. And that's what I did with this doctor. And he's like, okay, fair. And he started communicating with my therapist. So, it can be done. But yeah, they can exist together. They can also be something that you can learn to control. At least I did. I don't know about you, Toast, but I think you did too. It works. It worked for us, worked for me.
What do you guys think about the tariffs on epilepsy meds?
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
More worried about the shortage. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
really? I didn't know anything about that.
no.
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
This is a great group to fall asleep to.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Right. Angel always falls asleep to us.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, seriously, it's like I'm half baked and I'm on my way past that half, okay? So I will probably turn my mic off just so I don't snore, but listening to you guys is like being with literally, I am with a bunch of friends. You're just not here in the room and just like falling asleep to that lull of conversation. And every now and then I'll hear something and it's like, oh yeah, wow. And somehow it stays in my brain. Then I'll watch the video and it's like totally freaks me out because then I remember it, you know? And it's like, oh yeah, I fell asleep. I remember being there, but yep.
Hey guys, I'm hopping off for the rest of the night.
We'll be here.
Yeah,
Have a
I'm
great
2 hours
night.
later than y'all.
Good night, Josh.
Have a
Yeah.
good night.
See you
Alrighty.
Tuesday.
Josh,
Catch y'all later.
We'll see you Tuesday.
welcome to the
Yep.
family.
I'll be back Tuesday.
We'll be here. Welcome to the family.
Alrighty.
Welcome
Thanks
to
for
the
having me.
family,
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting y'all too.
About the tariffs on epilepsy med. That's what it says. Tariffs on epilepsy meds. This is one for the U.S. folks. How worried are you about the tariffs on pharmaceuticals? I am not so much worried about the costs as I have decent health insurance. Rather, I am more worried about the shortages. More importantly, has anyone found a list of drugs affected? Google AI and ChatGPT were mildly helpful, but not enough to know what drugs are affected by these tariffs. I don't know anything like that either. I just know there's going to be tariffs. I didn't know the percentages or anything like that or what it's going to be on. I didn't exactly look into all that.
Mine were cheaper, um, but I don't know. The Sonisamide were cheaper. The Lacosamide, I don't know yet because I don't, I haven't gotten them yet. So we'll see.
I'm sorry, you guys. I was looking at pharmaceutical
Yeah. I
shortages.
just read, I agree, Rick. I think it's a shortage more than a cost factor. I'm more concerned about shortages. But we'll see. I'm just gonna hope it doesn't happen. That's all. I guess that's I don't want to borrow trouble, you know. Just makes me anxious. I have my medication for the next week. I'm okay. Right? Right.
Well,
Yeah.
I won't be facing the lacosamide shortage if it's a shortage, since I'm
The
off that one.
The Bimpat,
Yeah.
the Bimpat shortage has already begun.
I just got off of that a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Good for you, man. You don't have to worry about a shortage because you don't need it.
Yeah. But the brand
I'm
name
almost off it
Vimpat.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. My doctor told me that they want me to have an extra at least 2 weeks, if not a month, because they're starting to see shortages in the brand name Vimpat. and I'm considering switching over to the generic because when the generic first came out, I had a reaction to it. So they put me back on the brand. And I'm like, maybe they straightened all that out. And there isn't as much as a shortage with the generic. But yeah, there is a shortage with the brand. Because he said he might write me an extra month. So we'll see. But I have my medicine right now. I can't worry about that. You know, I just can't.
Bar trouble that.
Yeah.
Yeah. One that just caught my attention was saying global study shows drug shortages can become a systematic issue. To the comment of the tariffs, someone says, I hate it here. If that gives you any indication of my thoughts. Another one says, I'm more worried about losing health insurance and not being able to afford my seizure medication at all. Another one says, it fucking sucks here. It's embarrassing to be an American. Oh, man. It's embarrassing to be an American. So many people are left with nothing, nothing, nothing. Healthcare is bullshit here. Everything is bullshit here. I work for a suicide hotline, and the amount of kids that reach out saying they don't want to live anymore because of the political stuff is absurd. I don't want to get my comment removed. So bottom line, it sucks here, and no one can afford anything anymore unless you have millions and millions and millions of dollars. Another one says, from my understanding, isn't it just brand name drugs that have tariffs? One more says, yeah, I don't understand these tariffs. Many meds come from Europe. These are inelastic goods, which means the price will just include the tariffs to buyers in the US. I fear for you guys, especially ones with hard financial situation. Fortunately, I'm in Canada. Yes, fortunately for you. Someone says I'm gonna have to get back on Medicaid. I heard something about it bothering Medicaid as well, right? Anybody hear anything like that? Or Medicare or social something, SSDI, something is getting bothered by this. My father pays attention to stuff like that, so he told me.
Yes, I am on Medicaid, and uh, there's going to be certain requirements depending on what state you live in. Um, I'm currently refilling out my forms. I don't know. I think I'm good in Pennsylvania. Um, uh,
Hopefully.
but
I have to read the book they
yeah,
gave me.
yeah, I think I'm good, but certain states might require working a certain amount of time. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on that, but you'll definitely have to look into that, depending where you live in the states. I would definitely check into that. SNAP
Yeah,
benefits as well. I just wanted to add for SNAP benefits if you're receiving those as well.
so that could be like my health insurance, or is that just specifically EBT?
SNAP benefits are they're just food stamps. They come with Medicaid, and so they're affected as well.
Yeah, that part I wasn't worried about, but yeah, the same forms I do for my medical insurance, then yeah, so it all goes to the same system out here. So I'm just hoping that none of that goes into effect. I don't care about the food stamps. As long as I can get my meds and the doctor appointments. But I do have something here. It says, shout out to Nature's Made. It does not say that, but here it says, does this sound like focal seizures? I think I had a focal impaired awareness seizure. Most of my seizures aren't impaired or absent seizures, so I'm not sure what to think of this. I was talking to my husband and walking, and I said something I thought I was thinking, came to the bed to lay, and my husband asked me, what was I saying while I was in the bathroom? I didn't remember at the moment, and when I realized what I said, it was like everything that just happened felt like a dream that didn't actually happen. I didn't exactly remember walking to the bed from the bathroom either. Like everything was very vague and disorientated and dreamlike. And even now, an hour later or so, I have no memory of walking over to this bed. It's like I teleported. LOL. I felt off for a while before and after, like an hour before, I just felt weird and spacey and lightheaded. My heart was racing a bit, but also I have POTS, so I don't know if that was separate.
What is POTS?
POTS. Actually, never mind. That's just how it's spelled. I don't know exactly. POTS is
Positional.
or
Yeah.
orthostatic tachycardia. Oh, I said it right the first time.
Yeah.
Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It says is a condition characterized by an abnormal increase in heart rate when transitioning to an upright position, leading to symptoms like dizziness and fatigue. POTS is a disorder that affects the autonomic nervous system, which controls involuntary bodily functions such as heart rate and blood pressure. It is classified under a group of conditions known as orthostatic intolerance, where symptoms incur upon standing and are relieved by laying down. POTS is more common in young women and can develop after viral infections or other illnesses. That's very good to know. Does that sound like a seizure, you guys? A focal? It does, because she said she went in the bathroom and doesn't remember it. That's like when I went to the kitchen. I didn't remember the walk there.
Teleported.
Yeah, that's how I felt. I teleported and I woke up too late. I went to the kitchen and I was pouring juice, and I don't remember going to the kitchen or pouring juice. I don't remember stepping off the bed, but I do remember the juice overflowing out of the cup and all on my hands. And for some reason, I'm holding the cup and pouring juice. And then I think I came out of it when the juice started hitting my feet and stuff. But that's what that sounds like. I teleported to the kitchen. I blinked, and next thing you know, I'm pouring juice and it's spilling. So I had to be there for at least a minute. I had to get the cup out of the cabinet, the juice out of the refrigerator, and then it was a short cup, so it wouldn't take long to fill it up. But I remember having the juice upside down like this. So yeah, it was bound to overflow. But in these comments, one says, could even be an absent seizure. People can have those and their body is on an autopilot, still continuing to do what they were doing. Make sure to talk to your doctor about this.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.